This is a full guide to starting a successful YouTube channel and retaining it. From mindset, to strategy, to scripting, to analyzing analytics, to monetizing. I have everything you need to know inside. Of course, most people would charge a ton of money for all this information, but I'm here to give you 12 years of knowledge, hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and millions of views and experience, all condensed into a few hours for free. So if you actually fully watch this course, take action, and implement everything, you will succeed. It's only a matter of time. With that said, let's dive into the best YouTube growth course on YouTube. Welcome to the first of 11 sections inside of this full YouTube growth course. Before we get into the fun stuff, we have to cover mindset. I know, this is gonna be boring. You might want to skip ahead of this, but look, over the years, I've pretty much learned that the mindset is everything because I've started so many channels, I've failed so many channels, I've posted thousands of YouTube videos that didn't get views. I posted a good amount of videos that have gotten views, not quite thousands yet, but you really need to understand mindset and understand what you're getting yourself into. Because let me tell you, starting a YouTube channel and attempting to grow it and make money from it is not for the faint of heart. So this section is going to be divided into 3 parts. First, I'm going to talk about just starting out, then the vision, and finally winning and losing and adapting from those results. So when you're starting out and creating your first YouTube channel or creating maybe a second or third one, or just posting on whatever channel you have to understand that, especially in the beginning, it's going to take a while. Even if you posted some videos, over the years, you haven't taken it seriously, it's going to take time. You really need to study. So many people say take action, and that's crucial. But you also have to know what you're doing. And you do learn as you go. So don't get me wrong, because you will learn, but you have to remember to constantly learn. Because I made that mistake years ago where I was just posting, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, but I didn't learn from my mistakes, didn't learn from each video. The best way to grow a YouTube channel is to post a video, analyze it, learn it, send it to friends, get feedback from a community, get feedback from everybody possible, and then filter that feedback, make your own constructive thoughts, and see what you can do to make the next video better. And that video is probably still going to suck. It will. The first, at least 50 to 100 videos you make are going to suck. Even if you're aware of content and stuff, they're going to suck. There's so many little things that go into videos that a lot of people don't understand. And yes, you may get lucky here or there with an idea or something, but to consistently grow on YouTube, it takes a lot of skill. And even some people who say they have it, they really don't. They'll have a few videos pop off and then they'll fall off. And look, I can't lie, I was in the same place. This happened to me, so I've been there and I've learned from those mistakes, and that's not gonna happen to me again. First 100 videos are gonna suck, okay? Guaranteed. And after you make those 100 videos, this is where you're really going to start to see improvement. Every YouTuber that you see now who's blown up and stuff, let's just look at Ryan Trainer, for example. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. Obviously, he's amazing now. He's been doing amazing for the past couple years. We scroll all the way back. This goes with Mr. Beast. Anybody who's made content, they have started somewhere, okay? 5 years ago. He's still pulling some views, but we go all the way back to 6 years ago. When he was making running vlogs. Obviously, they have some views now, but back then, they didn't really get views, right? So, eventually, he did pick up views. He got some views here and there, and, obviously, then he quit college and all that stuff. But he's made 380 videos, and he's also made more on other channels and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if he made more videos on another channel as well. That's just how it goes. Everybody has a channel that, or even on their own channel, they have private videos. Everybody has that. You're not just going to, day one, come into content and be a genius. The only way you could do that, don't get me wrong, it actually is possible. And the way it is possible is if you start making content with a strategist, with a full team in place. But in order to do that, you have to have money, and you also have to be just aware of content, aware enough of content in the world of content to be able to pull that off. So that's not exactly what this course is for. We are talking about the average person starting a YouTube channel here. So that's not feasible for a lot of people. It wasn't feasible for me many years ago. So we're not going to worry about that. So your first 100 videos is going to suck. By 101, let's hope you start to see something, okay? Now, there are many ways you can do about this when you're starting a brand new channel. You could go the long-form route and just create long-form videos, right? There's another way you could do this. You could just create short-form videos, or you can mix in and do both. See, people have different takes on this. Depends on what they find their success with. I'm going to give an example of my friend here, Eddie Bali. I found him when he was small. this is not his first channel. He's now at 1.1 million subscribers. He's growing at an insane rate. 2 years ago, I found him from his NFTs video. This video is actually on another channel. Okay, so starting out, he's been editing videos professionally. He's been in the game for a long time. So this isn't not an overnight process. That's basically what I'm trying to say. It's gonna look like an overnight success. Cause look at this. Okay, a year ago, 10K views, and he's getting 8 months ago on a long form video, 44K views. Now look at him. He's pulling millions of views, right? Same thing with short form videos. This is 192 videos now. I mean, for a while, his shorts got nothing. Now they've picked up a 20K, 1.4, 28, 18. Now, oh yeah, 10 mil, 5 mil, 3 mil, 10 mil. I mean, okay, another 7 mil, another mil, 33 mil. This is, I just want to keep repeating this, guys. When you're starting out, this is what's possible, but it will take time. Everybody starts somewhere. I've been in content for 10, 11 years now. So I've been doing this a very long time, whether it's with Instagram, YouTube, whatever. Eddie was actually also on TikTok as well, and he did that for many years, and he actually kind of blew up on TikTok, and then he kind of wanted to go to YouTube. But you really, really need to understand this, that it's not that simple. You can't just start day one and get it and understand it, study it, and then do it. Because once you can understand and study stuff, but putting it into practice and trying to replicate stuff that people have taught you or anything like that, it just becomes so much harder. So back to what I was talking about here with long form and short form. You can make the decision for yourself. I'm not going to say there's one way better or better than another, but I will say with doing short form, you can get a lot more feedback quicker. The time is less because you're making shorter videos. So you can figure out how to go viral on shorts probably a little bit quicker, under 60 seconds. So it just becomes easier when you're doing short form. And you can learn how to create stories in short form as well, because you do need that in a short, especially for like the really good ones. We talked about Jenny Hoyos. Both Jenny and Addie found their success on shorts, and that's where they kind of blew up. And then they transferred that to long form. Now, there's a lot of stuff that long form is very different than short form, but you still have a lot of the same characteristics in terms of telling stories and everything. So this is not a bad way to go. I can't lie, but you gotta love long form, man, because long form, it's probably the hardest skill to master. But once you master it, if you can master long form content, I mean, you're set for life, pretty much. It's an amazing skill to have, and then this means more money, even with less views. Okay, so I need you guys to understand this, that if you're studying long form, you will make more money. Granted, you could start short form and then go to long form. There is a transition period, okay? Even if you're going for short form, you can master this, millions and millions of views. Getting into long form, this is why you see so many shorts creators, they don't know how to make long form content. Their long form content gets no views. There is a difference. However, getting short form under your belt is a very good thing, because even when you learn long form, transferring that to short form can sometimes be a little bit difficult. Not people who are great at long form aren't always great at short form. The best way to do it, I would say, is to dial in on one or the other. And from there, you're going to go places. If you're trying to do both at the same time, it's not bad, but really you should just be locked in on one thing. That's how the greats succeed. I will say this full course is going to revolve around long form. I am going to have a short section later where I'll break down some short strategies. Short form is not my forte. Long form is what I'm best at. I'm still working on cracking short form. I have to, I'm not going to lie to you guys and say I'm a genius at short form, because I'm not. So long form is what this course is going to be primarily about. I think long form is better than short form, but short form has its place. You can get a lot of attention very quickly, and you can bring in a very wide audience. So I think short form is great, but long form, it's YouTube. So that's what this is about. Now, starting out, basically, all this first video is to give you guys a little bit of hope, what's possible, and understand it's going to take a while. If you have a lot of time, you can speed this process up. If you just lock in, grind every single day, you have a good chance. You have a great chance to go places a lot faster than somebody who doesn't. But the main thing is you have to lock in, study, understand, and put it into practice, take action, and stick with it. So many people just give up and, it's over. They have no chance. Say, I made a video, made 2 videos. I tried making a clickable thumbnail. I tried doing this, tried doing that. and then it doesn't work, and they're like, oh, you know, screw the gurus, YouTube growth gurus, other people who've blown up on YouTube. It wasn't just overnight, okay? Content takes time, but content is probably the greatest job in the world, and the most rewarding, the most fulfilling, and just the best, okay? That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. Okay, so now we're gonna talk about the vision of your channel, where you wanna take it, your goals, everything like that. So let's dive right in. When you're creating a brand new YouTube channel, you need to have goals. Okay, so otherwise, just creating something saying, you know, let's see what happens, you're not going to go anywhere. Okay, you need to have goals, and one of those could be 100K subscribers. All right, it's a fair goal. Now, the question is, how do you get there? Because ignore my handwriting, guys. By the way, this is going to be 4 hours of really, really bad handwriting. Come on, it's a mouse. Another one could be to make 10K a month from YouTube. And we're going to talk about monetizing, of course, later in this course. It's not the primary focus of this course. The main focus is going to be how to build a channel, how to grow, how to get subscribers, how to get views, how to make great videos. But you know, let's just say that's another goal of yours. Another milestone could be 1 million views. All right, so you just have these overarching goals we want to hit. I feel like these are fair numbers, you know, 100K subscribers, 10K a month, 1 million views. These are all big benchmarks, great to hit. This is definitely possible. Now, you also have to figure out what time frame do you want to do this in, because setting a deadline for yourself really will force you to work more and really, really lock in. So, for example, I have a whiteboard right over here. It says 100K a month in revenue. I used to say 10K a month. I hit that. Now it's 100K a month. So just setting up a vision and reminding yourself what you need to do is huge. Really, really need to keep it in your presence of mind, because the more you're aware of that, the more you're going to strive to hit it. You know, the less you become aware of it, you become dumbed down, you become numb to it. You're going to be like, you kind of forget about it. It's the same thing with your legs. If you think about your legs and you look and you pat them and stuff, oh, I have legs. If you don't think about it, you just kind of live life not even realizing you have legs. So it's the same thing. You just have to be aware of your goal and consistently locked in on it. So this is the vision. Right now, how exactly do we get to this vision? We really need to figure out a time frame. So that could be planning 1 video a week. No matter what, 1 video a week, whether it's a short, long form, 1 video a week, no matter what. Try not to break this. I mean, you know, if something happens, you know, you can't predict, then, you know, you won't be able to do it, but try to stick to 1 video a week. Let's just say 1 video a week is actually, it's a good way to start, because in the beginning, when you are starting YouTube, you need to make sure that you are not just focusing on quality, you need to focus on quantity. You want to make every video better than the last, but getting quantity will make quality, if that makes sense. So really, really getting out a ton of videos, because over time, as long as you focus on getting better, like I said a few minutes ago on the first section, you can't just make videos, expect something to happen if you're not changing and improving those videos. So 1 video a week, let's say 50 videos a year, right? So, I mean, this is definitely feasible. And then if we went with this time frame, of course, what I said way back up here, the first 100 videos are going to suck. So maybe let's say that takes 2 years. You can speed up this process by doing more videos, so 2 a week, or you really, really study. You really, really lock in, and you try to do 1 a week, or even 1 every 2 weeks, and then be 25 videos. I probably wouldn't push this. I would ideally do 50 videos in a year, and really, really try to get this done. That way, year 2, so this is year 1. Year 2, now you could slow things down. You could do 25 videos, and you could really focus in on quality. This is, of course, assuming that you've made a lot of progress here. You got maybe 1,000 subscribers on a channel. You kind of know what you're doing now. You studied a lot of YouTube. You've made some friends on YouTube. You have good people to bounce your ideas off of. And you know, you've gotten feedback, you've gotten views, you've gotten data. You really start to understand YouTube here. This is definitely possible, by the way. You could even do this in 6 months. It really depends on how much you do this, because I mean, over time, it took me like 10 years. But that's because the only reason why it took that long is because I didn't think for myself. I made a lot of mistakes, and there wasn't all this information out there like there is now. There was no free course, there was no film booth, there was no Patty Calloway. It took me once I found them, then I kind of learned and stuff. I had no clue what I was doing many years ago. With my very first channel, I was just trying to copy Dude Perfect. It was with my friends in the backyard trying to copy Dude Perfect, making some trick shots. we got views, but the competition was a lot less back then. Being like 2013 or whatever that was. So say now you're at 50K subs. By the way, you can also switch channels, switch niches. Once you understand the basics, the frameworks of YouTube, how it works, all you have to know then is your audience avatar. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. But when you're going from niche to niche, you just have to understand the audience, what that audience wants, what that audience needs, and what is trending there, what is on the presence of their mind, and then just really kind of study what other people are doing, what other people are talking about, and how you can stand out and be unique. That's how you can go in any niche and dominate. So year 2, 50K subs. I mean, this could easily be 100K. You could easily crush that there in year 2. And then finally in year 3, let's just say here, this is where things really started to click. You're still posting 25 videos. I think you shouldn't post any less than that. I'm guilty of posting less, but really posting 25 videos is good. 25 videos, and now by the end of the year 3, you're at 1 mil. Because once things start to take off, this could even be, look, let me also show something else realistic, okay? This could be 1K. This could be 10K. Also, by the way, guys, I didn't get my first 1,000 subscribers until 2019. I had about 6 channels before that. I was a squeaker. I was making gaming videos. So that's probably another reason why it took me so long. But it took me, 6 years to get my first 1,000 subscribers? You guys don't have to worry about that, okay? You're going to get 1,000 subscribers fast. It's not going to take you 6 years like it took me 6 years. It took me, how long? I said 10K subscribers. Shoot, that was another 3 years from 1K to 10K. I promise you, if you actually follow what I'm about to tell you in this course, and take all of my knowledge that I've learned, you are going to do this in a year or 2. Like, genuinely. It's going to be so much easier for you. Okay, so year 3, let's just say worst case scenario, you're at 25K subs. If you're at 25K here, you're still doing fine, depends on how much money you're making, but this is like bottom. I'd say 25K to $1 million. That's a big range, but worst case scenario, you're doing 25K. Year 4, if things aren't working by year 4, you're not doing something right. But that puts us at 2028. I think you guys will be fine. But so that's kind of like the game plan, I guess. Visually, you can see goals, 10K a month, views. These are all monetary numbers. Obviously, another thing could be I want to, make X products. I want to impact this many people. I want to create this X amount of a community, whatever it may be. There are other goals besides monetary. I like to focus on monetary in terms of money, and then also numerically, I guess, in terms of views and all that stuff. You don't want to get too caught up in all this. Like, subscribers don't really matter. Money and views is what matters. And also views don't really matter because as I'll talk about later in this course, you could get 10K views and you could make $1 million a year. Easy. And also you could get 10 million views and make maybe 5,000. There's levels to the game, okay? So it depends on what niche, depends on what kind of videos you're doing. This could be all short form, and this is all long form. Long form views are very powerful, guys. Very powerful. That's why this course is focused on it. That's why I like long form. Shorts, you can make them a lot of money too. Don't get me wrong, you can. But if you're just relying on the AdSense, all that stuff, I don't want to get into that too much though. You gotta wait till the end of the course. It's gonna be the end if you want to skip. But so this is the game plan. This is the vision. This is kind of how I would set my goals if I were to start over, and also how I just kind of set my goals if I'm starting a brand new YouTube channel. I want to do X by X date, and really put the pressure on yourself to try to achieve this. Things won't always work out this way, even if you do set the dates. That is the one downside about setting these goals of 10 million views by next week. Sometimes it's just not going to happen. So try to keep it realistic, but also make sure you don't have limiting beliefs and just say the safe route. 1,000 views in 6 months. you can definitely get 1,000 views within the first like 3 months. It's definitely possible. Really make sure that you take the time to do this and understand what you're getting yourself into, what your goals are, all this good stuff. And I'll see you guys in a second for the next part. So this part of the mindset section is the last part, and it's about winning and losing. And this is something very near and dear to me because I've had a lot of losses with YouTube, and sometimes, you really just feel like you should just give up. I felt this way. I feel like I should just give up. I felt like, what, people think I'm crazy because I've been making videos for years. People think, what is this kid doing with his life? Why doesn't he just get a normal job? Obviously now I'm in a situation where, that doesn't matter. All that stuff, all my, work is paid off over these years. I'm still nowhere where I want to be. But to think that, a couple of years ago, I was like genuinely considering quitting YouTube. I've been doing it for so long. I hadn't seen any progress. I was like, why isn't this working? Why is it just me? Why can other people get views? Why can't I get views? And there were some scary thoughts mixed in. Okay, so you really, I don't want anybody to miss this part of the video. So if you're planning on skipping, please don't, because this is very, very crucial. So, especially in the beginning, you're going to have a lot of losses. You're starting a brand new YouTube channel. I mean, it's a win in the sense that you're going to immediately get a learning experience, but it's kind of have to look at it. So let's just say you post your first 10 videos and you get 100 views. Okay, that's not bad. All right, you're getting a little bit of data, you're getting a little bit of feedback. You're getting a few friends and family to watch this, which also, by the way, don't see. This depends on the person, but I would really say have some of your friends watch your channel. So many people, they can kind of tell. Maybe not necessarily, but they can kind of tell you whether it's good content or not. And if somebody says it's bad, like, you have to get somebody that's honest. Okay, you also don't want to get somebody that's gonna absolutely destroy your soul and make you want to quit YouTube. That's not great either. But you do need somebody who's honest, not going to say it's like, oh, this is good, why aren't you getting views? You need somebody honest, okay? There are friends like that, and you can't blame them for it because they don't want to hurt you. But unfortunately, you need somebody to tell you the truth. If your video sucks, it sucks. This is what I needed years ago. My videos weren't bad, but the ideas were not good. The videos were really just bad. If I'm being honest, they were not good. So, let's say you do this, okay? This is a win. This is honestly a win, but this does look like a loss, and it's going to feel like a loss. Just remember, loss means lesson. This is cliche, okay? This is very cliche, but a loss means a lesson. You cannot have W's without L's. That's just the way the world works, and that's the same way for. That's not a W. There we go. It's the way the world works. You have to have losses before you can get a W. So the way YouTube is going to work, and it's probably going to work for you, is you're going to see this, maybe a little bit of segment, down. Like you're gonna lose views. Okay, you're gonna go back up. Now you're back at 0 views. Maybe 10, maybe 20, maybe 30. Your channel's dead again. Now you focus, you lock in. You don't lock yourself up. You lock in, and you're like, let's lock in. Let's grind. Let's go crazy. New video drops. Boom. Overnight success. But we had all this right here, and this could be 6 months. This could be a year. This could be 2 years. This could be like me, 6 years, or more, 7 years, 8 years. This is kind of how it goes. It's gonna go here, and then boom. This is what will happen eventually. You have to believe in this. You will see this. Like, there might be a ooh there, and you get all excited, but then it's gonna come crashing down. It just is. Unless you just defeat all odds, because this happened to me multiple times. I was like, oh, I'm gonna make it. Oh, never mind. Channel's dead. Now, we kept going, and then boom. But then I killed the channel again. Okay, so that's just kind of how it's gonna go. I'm gonna teach you guys how to not kill your own channel, by the way, later in the scores, because that's happened to me a couple times. But my main point here is to say you're gonna have a lot of losses. This is gonna feel like a lot of losses. Loss. Fail. W. Maybe another failure. That's fine. W. All right. This is the key to YouTube. YouTube is a long-term game. The more videos you have a library. Now you can get views over time. You have to make evergreen videos. And content is just so powerful. The world is turning towards content. Everybody loves content. You're in the right space for sure. So it's going to be worth it in the end. Okay, let me also put this in other terms, in like normal people terms, because sometimes people don't think the way I think. This is going to sound a little messed up, but so you go to college for 4 years just to get a bachelor's degree. And that degree doesn't really do you a whole lot of good. Not in today's world. What matters in today's world is results. Doesn't matter how you get them. If you can get them, you get paid. That is how the world works. And you don't need a degree for YouTube. 100% you don't. So let's just say you dedicated 3 years of your life, not even 4, maybe even just 2. Let's also think about this. YouTube costs no money to start. I mean, you need a camera, but you're going to have your iPhone. You need to study. That is how you're going to start. So you have to remember this. All right, college costs, I don't know, $200K, $300K, but I'm just going to say $100K. Okay, worst case. So you're in $100K in debt. You're negative $100K if you're going to college. Whoa, that could not be me. YouTube, $0. Worst case. You want to get some great equipment, whatever, you spend $5K. $5K to get some stuff. To start, I mean, to get like, top tier equipment, it's going to be more expensive, but you can get cheaper lights, you can get a cheaper camera. You can actually get like good equipment, good stuff for under 1K. Or probably about 1K. So, let's say you do some DoorDash, you save up $1,000. Now you're set. Now you do YouTube, you just lock in on YouTube. It's going to take you, if you actually just grinded YouTube, it would take you less than 3 years. 100%. You just lock in. It's going to take you less than 3 years. And this is all you do every day, all day. It's going to take you less than 3 years. But the amount of information there's out there right now, including in this course, including on some of my friends' channels that run YouTube growth channels, you're going to figure it out, okay, within 3 years. And so let's just say you're 18 right now, or even younger. I mean, if you're younger, it's going to be even greater. But 18, by the time you're 21, you're going to have an audience. You're going to figure out how to do YouTube. You're going to understand everything. And now you're going to be balling. Maybe not, crazy money, but you're going to have a future in front of you because content is not going to go away. Granted, AI, there's the whole unknown with that. But if you understand content, even if there is AI involved, you'll know how to make the AI go viral, right? Like there's a skill behind it. So content is the future. It's not going to go away. And I don't know how we went from wins to losses to this, but you really just need to understand that this is a long-term game. I'm going to repeat myself again, but long-term game. A few losses here, a few losses here, a few losses here. You get a nice W. Nice. More losses. I'm just being realistic, guys. To go undefeated. It's going to take L's. L. Then eventually W. And even the best, L. W. You can't take 3 L's in a row. You cannot do it because your channel's gonna die. But you need W's. Okay, so www.bangers.com. So when you're taking all these losses, you have to have the belief in yourself that you are eventually going to succeed. I know that I'm going to hit 100K a month, like I talked about on my whiteboard. I know I'm going to hit that. It's just a matter of time. I put in all the work. I know a lot of people. I've studied a lot. It's only a matter of time. I'm taking action. It's only a matter of time. When you show up to do the work, eventually it will happen. Now, if it takes 50 years, that's not ideal, but it will happen. It's just a matter of when, not if. That is the key thing. When, not if. There we go. I should have been a motivational speaker at this point, but when, not if. And then the other thing is, look, so we have all these losses. Morale could really go down low. You can maybe get depressed like me. Hopefully not. But morale is not in the right direction. You're like, why am I making videos? Like, dude, I'm not getting any views. My life is a mess. This is terrible. Guys, there's light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, it takes one video to change your life. It really does. One video, your life can change. One video, you take one win. Everything can change. Now you have a W. Now, the key is, this is something I learned over the past year. You get a W. You can celebrate this win. Some people are not going to agree with me here. Some people, they'll understand it, but some people are not going to agree with me here. When you get wins, do not be emotional about them. Okay? Some people are like, hey, yay, party. No. You lock in. Why? To get the next W. You should not be satisfied with one win. Yes, you're like, oh, yay, I got to win. Great. You got to win. Can you do it again? Seriously, can you do it again? Can you get another win? Can you do it again? Can you do it again? You see where I'm going with this? You need to stack wins. Win, 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 win. Think about this in sports terms. The best teams, they don't just win one game. They win 50, let's say basketball. They don't win just 1, 2, 3 games. No, they win 50, 60 games. Then they got to win another 16 in the playoffs to be the best. So all in all, you're winning like 80 games over an 8-month period. That's a lot of wins. Now, you are going to have losses. You're going to have like 20 to 30 losses, roughly. Yeah, but there's wins. You have to stack wins. Otherwise, you're not going to go anywhere. That's just how life goes. But back to what I was saying about your emotions. This is something that was hard for me because I was definitely, like very excited. I got my first 1,000 subscribers. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you shouldn't be excited. I'm saying you shouldn't, harp on and be like, oh, I got my 1,000 subscribers. I'm the best, whatever. There's levels of the game, buddy. All right? There is levels of the game. I am not the best at YouTube. I'm not. I will fully admit I'm not the best at YouTube. I know a darn lot, but I'm not the best. There is levels of the game. There's people who know way more than me that can just instantly post a video, get, a gajillion views. I can't do that. But I am still pretty good at YouTube. I can get people money off of YouTube. I can get people views. But I'm not the best. I'm just saying it. I'm not the best. I will be the best eventually, but I'm not the best right now. Okay, so that is safe to think. You have to understand where you are in your place. You have to understand, you're the pecking order. There's always going to be somebody better than you. There just is. Think about it in financial terms. You'll never be Elon Musk. There's always going to be somebody richer than you. So you just have to understand that, but you also have to understand that, hey, this is a big win. This is an accomplishment that 99% of people don't get. They don't make it here. Like if you get 1K subs, a lot of people aren't going to make it there. They're just not. They're going to give up too soon. You get 1K subs. Amazing. I'm very happy for you. Great job. I mean, genuinely, that's amazing. Let's go get 10K. All right? Let's go get 10K. Let's go get 100K. Let's get that plaque. Yes, sir. Go get that plaque. How you get that plaque? Now you can flex. It is a little bit, but my main point here is don't just get stuck on one milestone, one goal. Keep pushing. 1K, 10K, push. Now you get 100K. Now push for $1 million. Keep pushing. I would suggest to be less emotional. The more emotional you are about it, the more attached you become. And then things just get messed up when you mix in emotions with business, when you mix in emotions with, obviously you are trying to have fun with this. So, you that is kind of emotional, I guess, if you want to get down to the core of it. But really, you just need to keep emotions out of the business. In general, I think that is the best. Emotions can and will cloud your judgment. You need to have a clear head. And actually, to build off of that, I wasn't going to talk about this, but I will talk about it. Cleaning up your life, okay? In order to do YouTube, you cannot be distracted. Let's say this is you. Okay, you have your phone. This is a distraction. You have, oh my gosh, all this stuff on your phone. You have TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, all this stuff, YouTube. It's like a bajillion distractions over here. How are you supposed to, win if you have all these distractions here? Number one, right? Okay, then you have all your friends. You have friends. You have, let's go, do whatever. I don't really have friends, so I don't really know what people want to do these days. You have all this. You also have family. I mean, you kind of have to do this. So, I'll just shun your family. But you have family. Then we have friends, family. We have phone. We have all that. We have all the worldly stuff. Let's say politics, just the world. We also have, what else is going on? Local stuff. If you're involved in anything, there's that. There's also, the phone and the what people are doing online is huge. That is huge. But world, news, family, sports. This is a big one for me. We also have video games. We have video games. We also have all the temptations like weed, drinking, just bad stuff, the BS basically. There are all these distractions, and you're trying to do YouTube with all this. Oh, and not to mention, let me just add this: you're not organized. You have dirty clothes. You have a dirty desk. You have a dirty room. You're in a bad environment. There's just no way for you to win. If you do win, you're a genius. You're a literal genius. I don't know how you do it. In order to win, you could still win with all this stuff. It's going to take longer. You're going to have to work a lot harder. But you can still win. The faster way, limit distractions. Limit distractions. Obviously, when you're doing content, you have to be on social media, but you have to consume consciously. So you will still have your phone. Number one, get rid of Snapchat, please. Please get rid of Snapchat. Keep YouTube. Instagram, if you can get off of Reels, but still watch them. TikTok, you don't need. These are the 2 apps you need for social media. This is all you need. YouTube, Instagram. Okay, so now we solved that problem. Friends, sure, here and there, hang out with them, do whatever. Just be mindful of the time you spend, and also family. Okay, that's all you need. This is what you need. Eventually, you can add in some of this other stuff. Some of the stuff is just kind of bad. Sports is fine. Local events, whatever's fine. This, never want to have that. World doesn't really matter. At least for me, it just doesn't matter. For me, mine kind of looks like this plus sports, and a little bit of friends, not a lot, but that's how it looks for me. Okay, you really need to eliminate distractions, simplify your life, and make sure that you can go get what you want to go get. If you have all that stuff blinding you, you need to lock in. I mean, I'm just being brutally honest here, guys. This is we're in the first section. I'm laying it on thick. Because, we could talk YouTube all day long. If you don't get this stuff, the initial stuff, you don't get your mind right, this initial phase, it's going to be really, really tough to win. Really tough to win. One last thing to finish this off before we get in the fun stuff. With the wins and losses, I want to go back to this one last time. With YouTube, with life, there are peaks, there are valleys. There's going to be tough times, there's going to be good times. The key is, let's say this is you, this is your brain, all right? You do not want to follow this. You do not want to follow this. It's going to be hard to win. Stay here. Stay level. Stay in the middle. You're here. The high's up here. Everybody's, hey, you're here. When you're down here, okay, when you're down here at the bottom, people are like, they don't want to talk to you. They don't want to look at you. They know you're down bad. Obviously, hopefully you have some real friends, and they're going to pick you up. But you're down here. You're down bad. You want to try to stay away from that as much as possible. I've been there. It's not fun. It is not fun. Being up here is fun. Being up here is even more fun. But your headspace here. That's how you're going to win. If you don't believe me, don't believe me. But this is what I was told many, many years ago. I didn't believe it. I realized this is true. This applies to anything in life. Anything in life. We're dropping life sauce in this free course for YouTube growth. Okay, that's what's happening. This is so crucial. Stay here, please. Everything in life will be so much simpler if people just stayed here. Something bad happens. Somebody cuts you off in traffic. If you're driving, why is that? I think there's a spider on me. You're gonna get pissed off. No, doesn't affect me. If my car didn't get hit, life goes on. Life goes on. Video flops. You thought you put so much effort. You put 40 hours. You put 100. Actually, you put 100 hours in this video. 100 hours video flops. Life goes on. Life goes on. Next one could be way up here. It's just how life goes. It's just how life goes, guys. So, I really hope that you got something out of this mindset section. This is me being really honest here. This was actually a little bit tough to make because this brings up some bad memories for me. But yeah, so this is everything you need to win mentally. Yeah, let's talk YouTube. Okay, welcome into the second section of this course, and this is going to be all about the first steps of creating your YouTube channel, how to do it, and finding your audience, all that good stuff. Let's dive in. So to start this section off, we're going to be talking about picking a niche in video styles. So this is going to be very interesting. So this will depend on quite a few factors. Number one, are you going to be a faceless channel? So this just means you don't want to show your face, right? You could do this. This would be an example of this would be something like, let me go to YouTube real quick, the channel Rebound. This is like a true faceless channel. Basically, it's just making content using other people's stuff. Or it'd be like the police body cam videos. So you could do a channel like that. That's not quite where I specialize. I definitely specialize in face videos. But I mean, the same concepts do apply in terms of a lot of the, titles, thumbnails, storytelling, editing, all that good stuff. A lot of the same stuff applies. So face channel, this kind of depends on just the type of channel you're going to be going for. From there, you could decide whether you want to do educational or if you want to do entertainment. So those are like the two categories you could fall into. I mean, with educational, it can also be edutainment. Where it's still educational, but it does have a little bit of entertainment to it. It falls into the educational realm, but you're falling into one of these two, and you're falling into one of these two. Picking a niche depends on you. Like, that's it. So for me, many years ago, let me give you an example. I was into Minecraft. So, like any other kid, who was 15, 14, 13, 12, I made Minecraft videos. So that was my niche. That was my topic. And they were entertainment videos. I didn't show my face for a long, long time. They were entertainment. I did do like a couple of like how-to. So there were some like educational videos in there. They didn't really get any views. But so you just decide from there. So let's say you wanted to make Minecraft videos now. From there, decide, are you going to make those how-to videos? Are you going to be a how-to Minecrafter? Or are you going to be an entertainment? Are you going to be a 100 days? From there, I will talk a little bit about the specifics in terms of that, but basically just think of it in this terms. Are you going to be a 100 days YouTuber, or are you going to be a how-to? In this Minecraft example, anyway. That's up to you. And this could be, Legos. This could be, are you going to make an entertainment? I don't know how you do Legos entertainment, but you can figure that out. And then also if you want to show your face, if you don't, for educational, it's usually better to show your face, especially in like a lot of real world things like finance and a lot of that stuff, because then you give a face to trust. So there are different factors to play into it, but ultimately it is up to you. For niche, that is personal preference. So I mean, I would really not suggest to get into something that you don't know about and you don't like. So for me, if I was to make a brand new channel and it wasn't about business entertainment or YouTube growth, for me, if I had a brand new channel, whatever, I would honestly do a channel about the NFL. Big football fan. I would do something. I don't know what I would do, honestly. I would have to figure that out. But it would be like in the NFL. I don't think it would be like an entertainment. I think it would be kind of like a deep dive channel into why teams do certain things or why certain players have succeeded. And it's really like a deep dive, maybe a little more documentary style. But it is kind of educational. It does kind of fall into that realm, but it also is a lot more documentary. So I guess that could also be like a third category. Maybe that's just edutainment. I don't know, technically, it depends on how you want to look at it. So that's kind of what I would do if I was to do that, but that's me personally. I love making the business entertainment videos that I make, and then also these YouTube growth videos that, I have a ton of fun making all these. So that's what I do. It's ultimately up to you. Now for video styles, this is where things can get a little bit interesting. So for me, here on nettai, this free course is a little different than my other videos because this is just whiteboard style. This is Alex Becker style, for those who don't know. So this video right now, this is Alex Becker style. This is whiteboard on the computer. That's where I've got that from. And then my normal videos, my normal nettai videos, those are a mix of Iman Gaji. Okay, Iman Gaji plus I don't have too much humor in my videos. that's me. There's a lot of personality in me with humor, so I don't show it too much, but there is a little bit of humor. Let's see, what else do I have? I also have a little bit of my friend's channel, Amplify Views. I have a little bit of his. And then I also just have a little bit of my style. And a tad bit of Biaheza and Ryan Trahan. Just in terms of a little bit of personality. I don't show too much on this channel. Just kind of way they do things. I take a little bit from them. So that's kind of how nettai is structured. It's kind of my video style, my personality, all that good stuff. It's all tied from here, 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 here. All that to make nettai. Now, if we were to look at my other channel, Tropic. If we were to look at my other channel, and that's business entertainment, a lot of that is from Biaheza. For those who don't know who Biaheza is, this is Biaheza. This is kind of the videos I kind of make. So I took a lot from him, and then I also took a lot from Ryan Trahan, and then I also have a lot of me. So this one's a little bit more simple. That is what makes up my other channel. So it doesn't need to be like 6 different people or, whatever. But I would definitely recommend taking a variety of different channels, different styles, different niches. I kind of am in 2 niches here. I think a style that's really cool would be to do something like a cinematic, like short film style and mix that with something. I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but to do something like that, mix it with maybe an element from Mr. Beast. I mean, there's just so many possibilities when you start taking things from here, 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 and then you also mix in you. You have to mix in a little bit of you because that will make you completely unique. You mix in that, and you get this, and you get your style, you get your video, and that's all there is to it. So stylistically, videos, I'm going to talk about this in a second with branding identity, but stylistically, the way things look would be with your video, kind of just your overall feel, I guess. So you're in your video, that would also be the fonts. That would just be the editing style, plus then also your colors, plus also your image just as a whole. How do you project yourself? Do you project yourself as a person starting out? Do you project yourself as a professional? Do you project yourself as the guru, the GOAT? There's just so many angles that you can position yourself in. So that's kind of what all this boils down to. You just kind of have to figure out all these different things, right, and how you want to do all these. I'm not going to get into detail, but I also wanted to mention that titles and thumbnails will also play into all of these. I'm not going to get into that yet because I will be talking about that in a little bit. But those, just as a heads up, that will play, the titles and thumbnails will play into this. That's all I have for picking your niche and picking a video style and trying to figure that out. I'll see you in a second for finding your audience. This is the second part of the second section, and we're going to be talking about the audience, how to find it, how to create it. And yeah, this is extremely important because if you don't understand, who you're targeting, who you're looking for, things are not going to go too well for you. Like I just being upfront and honest with everything in this course. And if you don't have this, you're going to be struggling for a long time. So this is how this is going to look. We have multiple boxes here. Okay, I'm going to create a little grid here. Once again, bear with my handwriting, or my mouse writing. What we need to figure out for this person. So this is your person right here. This is who you're looking at. So this is your audience. Okay, this is you. Your head's not straight, but you're creating for this person. The top G, Mr. Tate, would not approve of me going to a concert, but I went to a concert, and there was 25,000 people there. I did not realize that when I was going, but when I went there, I saw 25,000 people. That's a lot of freaking people, okay? When you see that many people in person, that's a lot of people. You need to realize numbers on the screen, 25K views on a video. You're like, it depends on what stage on YouTube you're in, but that might seem like a lot, or that might seem like a little bit of views. For me, that's like, depends on what niche, depends on whatever. There's a lot of, variables, but 25K, that's not bad. It's not great because, millions of views is always the goal, but 25K, So seeing 25,000 people in person, wow. It's a lot of people to watch a video, all right? That's a lot of people watching you. A lot of people that have a lot of different opinions on you. So always remember there's another person on the side of the screen. Now, another thing to remember, not everybody's like you, okay? Obviously, when you're making a video about said topic, let's just say golf, for our example here, we're making videos about golf. not every golfer is going to be the same way as you. Granted, some will be similar, and you're going to have to make generalizations, but not everybody's going to be the same. There will be some people with the same, but our general interest is golf, so I mean that already narrows it down. But people within golf, maybe some of these folks are messy people, maybe some of them are organized. Majority of them are going to be guys, and maybe some of them like older women, maybe some of them like younger women. You kind of get my point here. So what we need to do is figure out our demographics. So if it's with golf, well, this could actually be a big demographic in terms of age. So this would be, I mean, I don't know how young people are getting into golf these days. Let's say 14 to, I mean, really old. So 75. I don't know how, feasible it is for people watching YouTube. The majority of your audience would be in the 30s, I would imagine. I'd have to actually dive deep into this, but this is kind of what I'm thinking. So we have our age, primarily male, but there are going to be a few females. This is not just a male-dominant niche like what I'm used to. The videos I make, they're pretty much always all for males. Although for YouTube growth here, there's definitely some females, but once again, I think the majority is male. I'm yet to launch this channel. I'm recording this before I've even launched the channel, so we'll find out. But I'd say probably for golf, 70-30 is what I'm going to guess. Once again, these numbers are just, I'm making estimations here. If you're in this niche, then you would have to really hone this in. And then you could do race if you want, but I'm not going to do that. Let's also figure out where they're from. So let's say most of these people are going to be from the U.S., because golfing is mostly a U.S. sport as far as I'm aware anyway. Then another thing would be to figure out how much money these people are making. If they're in golf is pretty doggone expensive. I've started to try to get into it recently. Holy crap, is it expensive. Very expensive. So, see, the thing is the age range is so wide, but they have to be making decent money, more than the average American. So I'm going to say $75K a year is kind of their income. That's my guess. Although there are a lot of young people that are getting into golf that just kind of spend their money in golf and, live like there's no tomorrow. So that's a little tough. Building off of that, are they single or are they married? For this example, 50-50 shot? I mean, people were 14, probably not. They might be. It's a brave new world, but let's just say 50-50. All right, I'm not really too sure on that, so 50-50. This is our first column. We have a few more columns to go. The next one, fears. We really, really want to deep dive into this person. Let's say with golf, they are probably scared of having a high score. Now, unlike every sport, so we're just going to kind of make some generalizations here once again. We really need to understand all this, like I mentioned before. The reason why, guys, is because we know who we're talking to. Now, golf it's a big niche, so this is going to be a little bit harder. Obviously, we're narrowing this down so we understand who we're talking to, how we need to phrase things. Like, because if we were making a kids channel, right, and we obviously, if you make a kids channel, you understand that, but you need to understand more than that so you know what kind of words, what kind of language you can use to really resonate with those people. That's one of the main reasons why we do this audience, not just for the ideas, that is a huge part, but also just the language and the copy you use. Okay, another fear could be women, maybe. I'm making stuff up now. The main point here is figure out their fears. All right, figure out maybe three to four. Figure that out. Then you have to figure out the content they watch. Okay, content watch. So this would obviously, there'd be golf. Maybe I'm just giving examples here. This is just not necessarily related to golf. Maybe they pay attention to news. They pay attention to news. They also pay attention to crypto. Probably not, but there's that. Then another thing we need to focus on is motivators. What motivates these people? What drives these people? For golf, maybe it's business. It could also be just for fun. It could also be friends. Fifth thing is their goals. What are their goals in life? Do they want to get rich? Do they want to get jacked? Do they want to just get good at golf? What do they want to do? They want to watch content all their life? What exactly do these folks want to do? to build off of that, I'm actually just going to show you guys my sheet, okay? I was going to just type it out on Notion, but I'm just going to share this with you. Now, to be completely honest, I stole this from Film Booth, but it's great. So, shout out Film Booth. So, we have all this stuff: personal, fears, content they watch, hobbies, motivators, goals. Who do they follow on social media? Offline activities. So, that means what are they doing when they're not on their phone? Are they just golfing? What else are they doing besides golfing? Are they playing baseball? Are they, playing basketball? Figure out, what is this person doing? This is not just something you do off the top of the dome like I'm doing right now. It's also kind of why I stopped doing it, because I'm just making stuff up at this point. I genuinely don't know. You have to figure this out. You need to do research. Also, if you're inside of the golf, you would know a little bit more. Ask your friends who also would be in golf or whatever topic you're in, and figure that out. Then beliefs and values. They believe that the sky is falling. They value their family. Really, really understand this. This is extremely powerful when you're in finance. You can really hit home with pain points, but this also matters if you're in fitness. They believe that being skinny is the key to life. Some people might be like that. You need to understand that, because then you can really, really harp on those emotions for people, and it unlocks a whole nother level of YouTube with the way you can connect with your audience. As far as online media, let's say they consume podcasts. They also consume audiobooks. These are some really smart people. They don't listen to the news on the radio. They don't listen to music. They're on audiobooks. They're on podcasts. But they also watch documentaries. These are some really smart people. They also, they read a couple of blogs. They're on Reddit. All right. Social media they're using. They're obviously using YouTube. They're also using Instagram. Also using, I guess Reddit would kind of count. That's probably it. And then habits. I think that's spelled. Yeah, that's definitely spelled wrong. So do these people eat 3 times a day? I mean, what do these folks do every single day? What are their habits? Do they go to school every day? Do they just work a 9 to 5? Are they in routine? Do they take off from work early? Do they work a tech job? I guess that also kind of falls into other categories, but what are their daily habits? Do they, go to sleep at night? Do they go to sleep during the day? What are these folks doing on the daily? Once you fill in all this, you will really start to understand your audience, how you can talk to them, and it makes things so much clearer. This Notion page right here, all these boxes, this is probably one of the biggest things to YouTube, because once you understand the other person on the other side of the screen, you understand the other human, it makes everything so much easier, because you can know what ideas, you know how to talk to them, you know what thumbnails appeal to them, you know what video style would appeal to them best. We talked about that earlier as far as mixing video style. Obviously, you want to do a lot of things that you want, but you also, what would appeal to the audience? What would make myself stand out as who I'm framing myself to be? Like if you are framing yourself as a professional accountant, let's just say, you don't necessarily want to have the Mr. Beast style. You could do that, but that's not going to make you look like a professional accountant. You have to really, really think deep. Why are you doing this? Why? Why is my video style like this? Why are my thumbnails like this? Why am I even making a YouTube channel? We're going into mindset here, but why am I using this audience? Why am I targeting this audience? Why am I saying this to a 25-year-old when I should be saying this to a 50-year-old? If there's one question you ask whenever you're thinking about YouTube, it's why. Why this? Why that? Understand deeply why things are the way they are. When you're studying videos, why did the YouTuber decide to do this over this? Why did they make that thumbnail the way they did? Why did they put the color there? Why did they put the person on the right side and the left? There are so many factors. In this next part, I'm going to be talking about channel identity and branding. I'll see you in a second. This is the final part of the second section, and we're going to be talking about channel branding and identity. So this is all about creating the feel, a little bit about what we talked about earlier, but then also creating an identity for your channel, a little bit of slogans, just thinking really as far as the brand image that I talked a little bit about earlier. So I have a few examples for you that I'm going to be showing you that brand really well. and how you can kind of go about it too. So my first example here is Ali Abdaal. You're going to notice right away all these kind of have a similar feel, similar background. They're all a little bit blurry, but they're all kind of like out of his actual house. There's usually a little bit of light. He's got this nice little smile. He's got the glasses, and everything just kind of feels cheerful. Even with like some of the negative videos, they just still have that certain feel with the text, the way everything is branded, like it's the same font through everything. Everything is consistent. Some of these thumbnails that are a little bit longer, they have a consistent, obviously length and then also style with like the tweets. So things are very, very consistent. He's a lot of these book ones where he's just holding up the book, or he's like this. There are many things, and also these ones were more blue, so he's kind of changed his style a little bit now. They're a little more monotone, more, I guess, yellow-gray. But everything is kind of cheerful. He's got a couple, the blue color really stands out. Shoot, while I'm at it, I might as well even show Iman Gadzi right here. He was, especially before, honestly, he's kind of gotten away from it a little bit. But with the red and blue, this was just his identity as far as thumbnails. He's definitely changed it up a lot, but red and blue here, red and blue here, red and blue there. He also changes his thumbnail red and blue here. He changes the thumbnails up all the time. They split test like nobody I've ever seen before. Their thumbnails and titles, but the branding it's always kind of got a dark feel. It's got a very professional feel to it. So that's kind of him. Ali Abdaal, cheerful. There's productivity. If it's kind of feel good stuff. Well, actually, it's literally in his banner there, but we can tell with the banner as well. It's just very just very upbeat stuff, which nothing wrong with it. So that's him. You just get that sense from him. So you want to figure out what your sense is and what you want to create for your channel. So Noah Kagan, another example, and I'm really going to kind of talk about the packaging here. You'll see quotes. It's the quote and the yellow text. That is his style. He does it over and over and over again. Sticks with it. The interesting thing about his channel that I don't know if I necessarily agree with is he's got green. Green, green, green. I think that's a little inconsistent. I mean, obviously he's still killing it, but I do think that keeping that a little more consistent with having this yellow or making these green might be a better idea. I don't know. That's my 2 cents for Noah Kagan, but does a great job with all the thumbnails and all these. He has a great feel in his videos because it's like he's a business owner. He does well, and he has this thing where he's like Uncle Noah, and he's kind of like helping everybody out, and he's got this great feel. So he's another one who's got like an upbeat feel, and that also is kind of portrayed through his profile picture a little bit. $1 Million Weekend. That's just a pitch for his book. And then another one is Brett Malinowski. This one, just very kind of even-keeled feel. And then that's kind of shown throughout all the thumbnails as well for his podcast. These are all the same branding. Some of them smile, most of them don't. His other videos that aren't podcasts are a little bit different. He does tend to use a little bit of yellow more than not. So that's something to think about for your channel. Is really about the colors. Now, of course, back in gaming, Dream. Same thumbnail style over and over again. Granted, he kind of killed his channel doing this, but the main point is Dream, people around him. The thing with Dream is that, people watch this and they see, obviously, the title, there's so many buckets and there's a lot of stuff, advanced stuff that he does that I'm going to be talking about in a little bit, but the feel is always kind of like, it's a, speedrunner versus a hunter. And there's all these people that kind of surround it. It fits the title, and it's done over and over again masterfully, and it works. So those are just some examples. You can kind of see that what I mean by branding is mainly from the packaging, because that's kind of just the initial impression you get. Obviously, then his profile picture banner match up with the green. It's a slightly different green, but same kind of feel that is in on his skin and everything. So for you, this means figuring out what your profile picture is going to be, what your banner is going to be. These aren't things to stress about, though. Keep in mind, this stuff it doesn't matter that much as long as it's congruent and doesn't you don't have goth on your banner and then you have I don't know, a smiley normal, average looking person who's not goth. I don't think I can say this. Then you have like a super smiley person that does not represent goth. I don't know why I went there, but those are just complete opposites. So don't do that unless there is a clear reason and intent behind that. It's some tactic. So just keep everything congruent. Banner, profile picture, keep that congruent, and then also your feel, those colors that whatever you have in here, keep that congruent with thumbnails. Right, and then also inside of these thumbnails are obviously the videos, and with those videos, you need to have similar colors in there that are kind of represented throughout. Whether it's through the subtitles should always pretty much be white, or the captions rather. But the main colors you use, maybe it's like a background for the text or whatever it may be. It should be whatever your brand color is in. Now, I typically recommend to stick to just 3 colors. Generally, this would be one, I guess it wouldn't be primary color, but one color. So let's just say blue plus black plus white. These two will pretty much always be part of any channel. Maybe they're not used as much. And you can obviously use different shades of these. But this is just kind of like the main thing is you're going to have a dark color, a light color, and then a color, generally. Or you could just do this. Or you could even do like a dark color and then a white or a cream or a almond. You're always going to have a balance of one or the other. That way, stuff can stand out against each other, all that good stuff. So just mixing color with color looks a little scammy. So I wouldn't recommend that. I would recommend keeping things clean and simple, no more than 3 colors. And as far as like profile picture though, I just want to go back to that really quick. For profile picture, it doesn't matter a ton, but I will say that depending on your channel, you want to kind of have a certain feel to it, as I mentioned before. And if you're doing, let's say, personal trainers, and you're a personal trainer that's for teenagers, you want to make sure that it appeals to them, creates a good feel for them, and doesn't necessarily appeal to older guys that just want to bodybuild or whatever. You want to make sure that it just kind of gives the feel that is for teenagers. I know that's really hard to describe, but maybe ask around and just kind of see like what do people think when they see this image? What do they get what feeling, what impression did they get? Because first impressions are everything in the online realm, especially because you're not forced to deal with somebody like in real life. Let's say you're meeting somebody in person, you're gonna kind of have to deal with them. You're gonna get a first impression. You're gonna kind of base your opinion on them off of that, and then it can change obviously over time. But with YouTube, if somebody doesn't like you, they see this thumbnail, they don't like you, they don't like it. Maybe they've even watched a little bit of the video, they don't like the feel. Maybe they were the best fit for you in the first place. But we want to try to appeal to all the people in your niche, and that's where that audience comes from. But first impression with the thumbnail, and then the channel itself, and then your other social media. Anything else you have like IG, TikTok. It's pretty much all you really need. These two, mostly Instagram, but these two, make sure you have like the same profile pictures so people understand it's you, same username if possible. Bio will obviously be a little bit different, but just keep everything the same. This will make things so much easier, so much more simple. And that's pretty much all there is to it. Just keeping things simple, keeping things congruent, and figuring out a feel for your channel. That's all I have for section 2. I'll see you in a second for section 3. Welcome to section 3 of this YouTube course, and inside of section 3, I'm going to be diving into 3 different things, all revolving around launch strategy. So first of all, I'm going to talk about a couple different theories, a couple different ways you could launch a channel. I'm going to go over a basic and also an advanced strategy, and also I'm going to talk about video buckets, and once again, about consistency. There's going to be a little more mindset in there, but you're really going to get to see the power of that consistency with a few examples I'm going to show. So let's dive straight into the first part here, which is going to be how to launch properly. This theory that I'm going to be talking about in the advanced is pretty much kind of stolen from my friend Leroy to Rock. Shout out to him from Twitter, but this one's me. This is just my diagram here. So we're going to look at the basic launch strategy. Now there are 2 people who are watching this video. There are people who are brand new to YouTube, and it's completely fine. And there are other people who have been in the game a little while, they made videos, and they haven't quite found their big hit yet. So and maybe they want to start a new channel, or even stick with their current channel and launch kind of a new format and take some time to study and then take action and go all in. So there's two ways to do this, right? So the basic strategy here, and honestly, you could even do this if you're just kind of getting back into YouTube, because the main thing is when you're launching a channel, you really have to get data. And if you don't have data, you don't have a whole lot to go off of. In order to get data, you have to post videos. And you have to post a lot of them. So as much as I love to talk about quality, you have to make great videos. Sometimes in the beginning, you just have to sacrifice spending, hours and hours and hours just trying to perfect a video versus just getting some content out there. Okay, so the main portion of your time should just be spent on ideas, and then execute on the idea, get really, really good at all the beginning parts, just the basics, and then from there you can start to implement different things once you have data. So that's the main part, the main point of launch strategy. That's what we want to understand here. So in month one, this might be 9 videos, but this is supposed to be like 8 videos. So I think I talked about like doing like 1 video a week as being consistent earlier in the mindset section, and that's a great basis. But if we really, really want to launch a channel here, we need to go hard. Okay, so 8 videos first month. 8 videos month 2. This gives you 16 videos. You should have some data now. You can understand what is appealing to your audience, what ideas are resonating with your audience, and then you can start to make some smart decisions based off of that. Also in terms of thumbnail styles, also in terms of video buckets, which I'm about to talk about in the next lesson after this, and then also you can see retention. That is huge. We're gonna dive into storytelling and editing and retention and how to even analyze your analytics later in this course. But the main point here to understand is that you need to get videos out so you can get data. So, and even if you're doing shorts, let's just say you're doing shorts, you could do even more than this. You could probably do like 15, like 1 every other day if you really want to grind. Maybe even 1 a day. I think that would be great. I'm trying to push you guys to make a lot of content, but I also don't want you to make just a ton of content and burn out, because I know there's gonna be a lot of people coming in here. They're gonna be a little overwhelmed, and it's completely fine, completely understandable, because it is a lot to handle. And if you really, really want to succeed, you can definitely take my numbers and up them a bit in terms of making videos, or even decrease them if you really want to focus on quality. But in the beginning, once again, focus on quantity over quality. You need data, so that's the best way to do this. We have 16 right here. Now we have 20 videos after month 3. Now we can really, really start to see some stuff. And then obviously by month 6, you can maybe even go down to 2 videos. So we just 4, 4, 4, so that's 1 a week, basically, and then 2. Now we're really focusing in on quality. So by this time, we're now at 30 videos after, 6 months. And then if we kept this up, this would be 60. But obviously, if we're going to go to 2 videos, then it would be 24 videos a year. So the thing is, it really depends on how fast you progress, because if you are progressing, you can go down to 2 videos because they need to be high quality, but you need to get this data first. It really just depends on the channel, on the niche. There are different niches where you can just kind of pump out content, and quality, it matters, but it doesn't need to be like an absolute perfect video. Whereas like in entertainment, for example, those videos have to be really, really good because there's so much competition. Now, if we're kind of more in my realm in terms of like an entrepreneur, personal brand channel, you definitely want to pump out 1 a week, no matter what. No matter what, pump out 1 a week. You could even do more than that if it's like a nurturing channel, but I'm not going to get into that. But that's the basic launch strategy. This is what I think would be a very, very good basis if you're just really looking to start YouTube and get off the ground. Now, like I said, this theory is kind of stolen from Leroy. I did tweak it myself a bit, so it is a little bit different based on kind of my beliefs on YouTube. Everybody kind of has a slightly different opinion, but the general consensus around YouTube is make good videos, people will watch them. Make clickable thumbnails, people will click, people will watch all the way through if you have interesting content, and then there's obviously different strategies in between. But enough of that, back to the strategy here. So what this F means, this means format. This could also mean bucket, but I'm just going to call it format. So video format. So this is your first video ever, by the way, first video ever, or maybe you're starting on your current channel and you're starting all over again. First video. So this is 1, and 2, 3, obviously 4, and so forth. So your very first video, you're going to come up with one format. This could be what we're going to talk about here in the buckets. This could be I survived. This could be that format. This could also even be a type of video. You could mess around with just straight educational. You could mess around with straight edutainment right here. It doesn't even need to be like edutainment versus educational versus entertainment. It can also just be in the style that you present your information. So for example, my friend Lyndon, he started doing whiteboard videos. He'll be doing sit down talking head, and then he would switch to the whiteboard for a little bit. Then he would come back and talk for a little bit and then go back to the whiteboard. There's different ways to present information. So that's also kind of what I mean in terms of format. It's not all about just the title, thumbnail. It's also kind of the way you present the information, or if you're making more entertainment, how you actually do those videos. So there's different ways to think of it, but you also don't want to vary too much when you're doing different videos, because you need to understand why something works over another. So with these videos, I would suggest to really experiment as much as possible. I wouldn't necessarily say to go from one end of the spectrum to the other, but you kind of need to do that in the beginning to figure out what you like and also what your audience will end up liking. So experiment, lots of quantity, all that good stuff. But let's go back to my example here. So format 1, format 2, they didn't really do anything. Format 3, we're still posting. Format 4, okay, now we have our first month of content if we're doing 4, or this would be the first 2 weeks. So depending on how we launch here, we see that format 3 after a week or two has taken off, right? All of a sudden kind of popped off. Then we got some views on format 3. Now for format 3, we can take that and double down on it. Double down, double down, double down. And then on the fourth video, we go format 5. We're going to try out something else. The reason why we have to double down here is because once something works, you want to double down. You do not want to let that go. You want to make sure you get momentum. You get positive momentum. Momentum is so huge on YouTube, guys. So huge. Once you kill that momentum, it is hard to get it back. You will be in a rut for a little bit, and then you have to, once you find a winner, you have to double down. So F3, 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 F5. Hopefully it works. If it doesn't, it's fine. Let's just say that F5, it did okay. We're not really sure. It wasn't like necessarily a flop. It might just be because of the momentum. Well, we go right back to an F3. We go back to a proven winner. Okay, so this would be, once again, when I'm talking about format, I'm talking about, let's just say it was an I Survived video or a 7 Principles video, and they were presented in one specific style. Let's just say that. So now we have F3. We go right back to a winner. Okay. Now from this winner video, you're gonna try F5 again. You're gonna try, because if F5 worked, if it worked, and I'm not saying that it, if it outperforms F3, shoot, this should be an F5. Then you go F3, then you go F5. But in my example here, we're saying that F5, it didn't perform as good as F3 right here. Okay. So F5, it did okay. We have a lot of momentum on the channel right now. We're not really sure if we need to double down on this again. So we go right back to that F3, then this F5. We try it again. Now, I will say maybe the better way to do it would be 2 F3s and then go to an F5. This is up to you. This is just how I put it down. But you go right back to an F5, test it out. If this doesn't work right here, kill it. Kill it right away. There'll never be another F5. And let's just say that it does just okay again. So maybe we could bring it back if we absolutely need to. But even so, you're killing it. You're going right back to 3 winners. You have to go back to that. Now we go F3, F3, F3. We're keeping momentum on the channel. Now F6, we need to mix in something else. So we have three bangers, then an experimental video. The way I like to look at it is, for every 3 videos that are bangers, you should always have a 4th that's going to be experimental completely. So even if you had 3 different formats that are working, let's say you had F3, F5, and F9. All of these are winners, and you're just going to milk, and then you're just going to keep repeating this process with this. This one would be F10, and then this would be F5. You do the exact same process until you find a 4th winner, and then the 4th winner will replace whatever format doesn't work. It will replace, maybe F9 doesn't work anymore. Maybe it replaces F5 because that's not working anymore. Maybe even F3, you've milked it too much. That format just does not work. Then you cut that out, and now this is your baseline. This is your 3 baseline videos. So that's if you have 3 formats. You always want to have 3 formats, ideally at the same time that are working. Not always possible. Try to have 2 at the very least. I mean, 1 at the very least would be ideal. But you have to have something that you can go to that's a banger. You just know it is, because if you get in a rut, like I said, you do not want to get into that, because once you do, It's very tough to get out. The other thing I will mention here is that with these formats, make sure that the elements you use in F3, let's say from your winning format, you take that winning format and you apply it, some of those elements, you have to understand why those videos did well. You take what worked well there, take it to F5, take it to F6. That way you have the highest chance of making those work as well. Another thing to keep in mind is that with each video that somebody's seeing on your channel, they need to know what to expect, right? If I subscribe to a channel and I watch, F3, let's just say this winning video, I'm expecting to see more videos like that, number one, especially if I subscribe. I like this video, right? I want to see more F3s. So you're going to expect that. So don't be afraid to milk, all right? That is one thing I want to point out. But they subscribe for F3. Now, they might like F5. They might not. Here's what I mean. If you are doing something, especially once you find winners and stuff, if you are doing, let's say, a talking head video, then the next video you're doing a podcast video. Then the next video you're doing a challenge video, let's just say. That's 3 different types of videos. It's 3 different formats, but really different formats. This is like an 8-minute video. This is like an hour. And then this is like 15 minutes. And then this is just like completely different. By the time the viewer gets to this video, this recommended, so let's say they subscribe on this one. They see this one, they're like, they might click on it because they just subscribed and you're fresh in their mind. They might not. They see podcast, no. Now, third video, YouTube sees, or you post this challenge video, and if they don't click on this one either, YouTube sees that they're not active on your channel anymore. 2 videos is typically the max that you're going to get once you get a subscriber, and then after that, it's going to take an absolute banger for that viewer to get your video recommended to them. That is why it is so crucial, guys. This is why I really want to harp on this. Milk F3, whatever format, maybe it's F1 for you, whatever it is. You have to have winners. This is why, okay? When people click for something, when people click for a Mr. Beast video, they get what they came for. Then the next Mr. Beast video, they're going to get what they want. You know what you're getting when you're clicking on a Mr. Beast video. Same thing applies with any other great YouTuber. You know what you're going to get. If it's, let's say, somebody in the finance space and they create money tips, right? How to save money. If they're talking about, Legos in one of their videos, that's not the same. Obviously, that's an extreme example, but even within the realm of money, you're expecting new ways to save money, whether it be with credit cards. You can as long as you're in the same realm and you're around that same topic, you can move around a little bit. But once you go outside of that, it becomes really tough. So let's just say we're talking about saving money. Well, here's how you can save money with credit cards. Here's how you can save money with banks, because you'll make more from X bank versus X bank. Now, here's how you can save more money by investing it. There's different ways to frame things. Hopefully you're following what I'm saying here. So anyway, back to what we were saying with the launch strategy here. You guys kind of get the gist of it at this point, but let's say we have these 3 bangers. We got momentum again. Let's try F6. F6 does pretty well. Like it didn't outperform F3. F3 is just our winner at this point, for example here. But F6 did pretty good. So we go right back to F3. Have to keep momentum. At this point, let's just go for it because F6 did pretty decent right here. Let's send it and do another F6. This one crushes. All right, we're right back to an F3 because this is just our bread and butter. Now we have to go back to F6 because it crushed right here. Now we're doing F3. Now we're doing F6 again. And we're just kind of going back and forth with this because we still need more data. We're still in the infant stages. So we still need to gather as much data as possible. But at this point, you're already having a bunch of winners. And you're kind of going F3, F6, F3, F6. And honestly, you could even put an F7 right here just because 3 bangers. But that's just not how I wrote it. So F6 and then F7. This would be that experimental video that I talked about way over here. You're always going to have that 4th video. So this actually technically should be right here. But because F6 was a newer format, I left it like this. And then we're right back to F3. And then from here, we would be right at a F6, F3, and then it would be an F8. Let's just say that F7 didn't work. And then right back to F3. Now, I also want to point out, if F3 dies at any point, let's say it's dead right here, F6 works, F6 becomes your main winner. now you need to find another format to pair with F6. So this is F6, F6. Now you need F7. This is F6 again, F6, F6. Let's say 7 did work. Now you're at F7, and then you also need to get an F8 in. And then you just kind of repeat that process, and that's kind of how the format system works. This will make a little bit more sense. I'm about to talk about buckets here in just a second. But like I said, formats don't necessarily just mean buckets. They do mean also just video styles and everything that goes into a video. So it's a video as a whole, not just the title, thumbnail, and packaging, but that plays a huge role in it, which let's talk about right now. So this is now part 2 of section 3, and we're going to be talking about video buckets and formats. This is piggybacking right off of the launch strategy, and this will help this make more sense, if that makes sense. All right, so I survived X, I tested X, get rich, LOL, 7X that made X, or made money, excuse me. So let me show you an example. Let's go to Ryan Trahan's channel. And this is the classic example. He kills it with this. It's so plain, so obvious, like so obvious. All right, for him, I tested 1 star. I tested 1 star. I tested 1 star. I tested 1 star. Okay, we're seeing a pattern here. Now, let's look at another one. I stayed. I stayed. And I believe there's one more. I stayed. We're at 2 formats. We also have the I tested. I mean, the 1 star, 1 star. I mean, he's just milking it dry, right? The other one, I survived. We just looked this up on his channel. I survived. How well did this do? 24 million, 31 million, 32 million. This one was just a terrible video to begin with. This one didn't do the greatest, but I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. This one didn't do the greatest. This one did good. This one did good. This one did all right. And then, of course, this is his classic penny series, the I Survived. Bitcoin, this was a good video, I think. I don't know. But you just look at all the I Survived videos, guys. Now, obviously, the penny series plays a big part in this. But that format pretty much made Ryan Trahan. I'm just stating it. That, and now, I tested 1 star has revitalized the channel. Because for a while, he was dead. Right? He was not getting views. He was searching for after his big penny series almost 2 years ago now, he was looking for a format. He couldn't find anything. He was doing way too many experimental videos, in my opinion. This was like a trend jacking video that kind of worked because that was really popular at the time. And then, I mean, like this did not work. This one did good. And then he went right back to the penny series last summer. And then he was searching, and then he found the 1 star. 1 star. Kind of waited a while to go back to it, but then 1 star, 1 star, 1 star, 1 star. So I think you guys can see, I don't necessarily agree with exactly how Ryan does it, but that one is Matt Shields. This is an agency owner, and he's a pretty cool guy, great guy. And he's been posting content for a while, makes a ton of money, and he's been trying to blow up on content. And I think he found one of a great format. So this is another example. This is something a little bit different because he's in the finance space or the educational space. So things are a little bit different. It's not the same as black as white as entertainment. Things are a little bit more difficult in this space, but I wanted to show you guys an example because it is possible in every realm. All right, so we have averaging about 5K views a video pretty much. This one did pretty good, 51K. That was a 10x outlier. Then, how to get richer than everyone you know, 23x. So how to get richer than everyone you know. What did I say the format was? Get rich X LOL. So the X just means blank, by the way. The POV that I was just trying to copy another YouTuber, and that just doesn't really work. But oops, just buy this to get rich. This one didn't do great. It wasn't a bad idea to follow up. It didn't hit. So at that point, you would be a little bit scared to go back to it. But he went back to it here. It worked. It really worked. All right, we got another 30x, even better. So what did he do? He went right back to it. How he made, this is a little different than rich, but 13.7 million, pretty rich. So went back to that with the LOL, and then he went back to it again. Now, I don't know about this one. I don't know like the thumbnail and the concept of that, but this one makes sense. This one makes sense. And then this one I think could have been another LOL one. It did good even without it, but I think that could have been another LOL one. But you guys kind of see, now he's kind of found a format that he can kind of build off of and get more views right? So, I mean, this is kind of the infant stages, and he's in the infant stages of blowing up, but it takes a little bit of time to find stuff. So that's another example. And of course, Imangaji is an example. And many people think that he doesn't really do buckets, but he does. So one of his buckets is, at least it was, he's kind of gotten away from it, but it was like the seven life lessons, 7 steps. Was numbers, so it's 5 simple habits. It was kind of like a listicle video. 17 books. He's also messed with the titles a lot. 7 AI tools, 17 laws of success, 7 principles, and 17 money secrets. So there's some of these similar numbers. 3 things, 5 habits, the 5 habits keeping men weak, 17 life lessons. So there are just some different things that he does in terms of listicle videos that's become a staple on his channel. Now the topics have varied. They're still all within the same realm of being, a top 1% guy and also just making money online. So that it's still in the same realm. It's a little bit looser of a bucket or format, but lots of 7s, lots of 17s, lots of 5s. All right, so things don't always need to be so black or white, especially when it comes to YouTube. Things can be interpreted a little bit different. So take what I say with a grain of salt. I'm in the right direction, but I'm not always 100% right. And other people don't necessarily follow exactly what I say. I just try to condense it into a simple to understand format for my brain and hopefully for your brain as well. So that is what video buckets are. And then you can kind of see how this makes sense here. So we have bucket 1. Like I did say, though, in the previous part, that this doesn't necessarily mean that this is a different like title thumbnail, and like this isn't like an I survived. This isn't just like a, it could be an I survived, but it could be done in a different way. Now typically it still would be kind of in that same format, but I think you guys kind of understand what I'm saying here, hopefully. So between the video buckets and the strategy of launching a channel, you can really see the proper way to really launch a channel, get data, and then build off of that data and continue to grow and keep momentum with these buckets. These buckets will keep you alive and well on YouTube. And like I talked about in the last part, having different formats you can rely on, that is the key to staying successful on YouTube. If you don't have that, it's going to be really tough. I'm going to give you one more example of a channel and how they've done so well with buckets. Yikes. This dude has blown up. And why? Because he's done the same thing over and over again, just a little bit different. This is another entertainment channel, so it is a little different than educational, which I like to talk about a lot. So I also like to talk about taking entertainment elements and bringing them into educational because I believe they worked. I believe they work. But let's look here. I tricked the internet with an AI influencer. I tricked the internet with an AI rapper. I tricked Facebook. I tricked the internet with an AI YouTuber. Look at how well these videos are doing. Guys, it's so simple. I went viral on the least popular social media. I went viral on the strangest social medias. I went viral on non-social medias. You see how easy this is? Views. Okay, this one did not do good. That wasn't the I tricked the internet. He tried something a little bit different. This is actually a little bit different of a format. I tricked Facebook, took a similar I tricked, but not I tricked the internet. So that could be a reason why I just didn't do as good. But I revived all the social media. He took an element from what worked, tried a new format. That's what I was talking about, guys. I revived all the social media is slightly different than I went viral on strange social medias and the viral on least popular social media. So social media stuff is done well. So he took that, brought the social media aspect to a different format or a different bucket, rather. Now, because this one didn't get over 1 million views, he's probably not going to go back to it. All things considered, it didn't do that bad. So with that said, I will see you in the third part. The final part of section 3 is all about consistency. We're going to go back to a little bit of mindset, but I want to show you what's possible with consistency. So looking at the whiteboard here, we have a lot of losses. This should be 8. I think it might be like 9 or 10. But that's like those first videos. This is representing these videos that you're going to be posting. So off of that basic launch strategy we talked about up here, lots of losses. Your first videos are not going to do well at all. I'm being honest, especially if you're starting from nothing. Like you're just starting YouTube, you don't know anything yet. You haven't really posted videos. Your videos are going to suck. They're going to suck, I promise. But that's okay, all right? Because there will be wins. There will be wins. However, You have to go through the losses to get to the wins. It's the only way to succeed with YouTube, the only way to succeed in life. You have to go through the losses. So, we have 7 losses, 1 win. So all losses. We have all losses. 8 losses. Nothing's happening. We're like, dang, I just need to, like, end my YouTube career. I need to retire. No. Here's a W. You're like, oh, there's that high. There's that mindset stuff I talked about. We cannot stay there. We have to stay where? Level. Valleys. Peaks, valleys. We are down here. If we have 8 losses, we're right here. We are down bad. Right? So, this 1 win, I mean, you're up here right now. You're going to win, you're up there. But you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 losses. Yeah, you're right back down. But we have to stay right here. Do not get emotionally caught up in the highs, in the lows. Know that in the end, you're going to make it. It's just a matter of when. Okay, so we have our win, we have a loss, we have a loss. We're on the 4 videos a month plan, routine, whatever you want to call it. We're staying consistent. You have to stay consistent. You have to push through, especially in the beginning. When you're just trying to get quantity, you need data. You're not at that stage yet where you can really afford to take a break, because when you do take a break, you're not going to want to get back on the horse and post videos again. So month 5, let's just say that you did have these 4 wins. You're on top of the world. But month after, you mess up, right? You take a lot of losses, but you come back better than ever with 2 videos. You focus on quality, and you know that these ideas, they're data-backed, they're great videos, boom, back-to-back W's. But you make another mistake. That's how YouTube goes. Now you take back-to-back L's. You're like, okay, let me not make this mistake. I've had 2 months where I just took all L's. I had 2 months where I took all W's. What can I learn from this? Take that, stay consistent, another 2 videos. A W and an L. That's better. You're at a better hit rate. You're at 500 right now. You'd actually probably prefer that over these 2 W's, just because, you show that you're human, and then it's better than 2 losses. And I mean, I would just say 2 W's, because, like, 2 W's, wins teach you a lot, but they also don't. Losses teach you even more. People say that wins don't teach you anything. I don't think that's true. I really don't. I think wins can teach you a lot, because as long as you look at it in the right way, they can teach you a lot. I do think losses teach you a little bit more, but I digress. From here, you know what? Back-to-back W's. You're stacking W's. We're in month, I don't know, let's just call it 12. W. Right? Now from here, we can go into W, maybe a loss, or WWL, maybe a www.bangers.com month. So you guys can see, when you stay consistent, things are bound to happen. Now, I want to give you some examples, because, don't just take my word for it. This is Beheza. This is one of my favorite YouTubers of all time. This man was a millionaire at like 17, 18, okay? He posted videos every single week. Very, very consistent. Very, very consistent. He has just a ton of videos. And he got crazy views. I mean, this was just unheard of, especially at this time, 4 years ago, back in 2020, 2019. And he posted every week, trying something new, building a new business, doing day trading, losing money, making money, stay consistent. Now, I mean, he's retired now, but still the biggest finance entertainment channel there is. And that's all from staying consistent. And last year, he kind of tried to focus on quality and experimented with some different things. And the quality videos actually kind of popped off. 3 million view videos, 4 million view videos, excuse me. And also here's another one that was just a story video. But it goes to show, this is what consistency can do. I mean, he kind of stopped being consistent right here, but he was consistent for like 3 years. That's pretty tough to do, especially as a millionaire. Just busy every day as an entrepreneur, because entrepreneurs never stop working. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. But that's an example. Beheza, not the biggest YouTuber in the world, but it is a great example. Jenny Hoyos. I've shown her before, and I'm also going to show Addy Bali. These were the 2 guys I talked about before in terms of short form that stay consistent. And, this is the power of consistency. Stuck with it. He didn't quit when he was getting... These videos had like 1,000 views. I've been friends with him for a long time. These videos did not get views. These were terrible videos. They did not get views. Okay, he stuck with it. Stuck with it. He was also working full-time as an editor. And eventually, oh, here's 2 mil, 2 mil, 3, 5, 5, or excuse me, 6, 4, 1, 1, 1, 6, 22 mil. Now just averages millions and millions of views, and he's killing it. But he stays consistent. And even to this day, I want you guys to realize this man works extremely hard, even though he's doing really well. You have to keep the momentum, guys. Once again, I'm gonna harp on that. He's getting back into long form. He stopped doing long form. That's fine. Now he's back into it because shorts were his main thing. He is not only just trying to make these long form videos, because I mean, even though long form makes more money, long form's just better. Short form, he's still posting like 3 shorts a week. 3 shorts a week and a long form. And if you've ever watched the channel, he puts a ton of effort in these videos, and he's actually editing all these. If he can do it, you can do it too. All right. The same thing with Jenny. We can go all the way back to these days when she was in creator now. No views, no views, no views. Obviously, they picked up now. So the 4 mil, like this is a little misleading because these did not have views back in the day. No views, no views. These got a little bit of views. And then eventually she started to pop off right here. This was like one of her first bangers. I think these might have popped off first, but these did okay at the time. Yeah, and then she found her audience, and then she just built off of that. Another example, this guy has been very consistent. One of his first 2 videos popped off, kind of got the new channel boost, but he's just stayed consistent. And his views have gone down, but he stayed consistent. He has a loyal audience now at this point of about 10,000 people, I'd say. Honestly, 10 to 20, just kind of depends. But, 100,000, 100,000. Not every video goes crazy. This isn't, the perfect channel. He's just kind of doing his thing, talking about life. But he stayed consistent. He keeps posting, even though some of his views have gone down. He stays consistent, and he's going to continue to be successful. Another example, this guy, he's not the biggest in the world, but the reason why I want to show him, 5 months ago, he started out here, and he was making not that much money at this time. And then all of a sudden, he started making more money. He just kept posting videos. Kept posting videos, and all of a sudden now he has a school community built off of staying consistent. If you guys aren't sure what school is made by Alex Hormozy. It's like Discord, but like the more professional version of Discord, and you can put like a course in there. It's kind of like, just think of it as like a professional Discord. That's my best way to put it. But he stayed consistent with it, and now he's making buku bucks because he stayed consistent. Granted, like I said, he is in a pretty niche, so he's not going to get crazy views. He's also not doing a lot of crazy stuff, but that's the main thing here, guys. You have to stay consistent. So these are just some different examples. There's countless more. I also don't want to say that you need to make a video, this day, this time, all the time, because that's just simply unrealistic. And when you're going to get to a point where you just have to focus on quality. But like I mentioned in the beginning, you need to get data. And the only way you're going to get data is by posting quantity. Now, I also do want to mention that consistency in terms of posting videos and like a schedule can actually help your videos. YouTube says that it doesn't matter what time you post your video, and for the most part, it doesn't. But I think the psychological effect of posting a video every week on a certain day, at a certain time, makes viewers anticipate your video. So, let me give you an example. Biaheza, who I just talked about. Every Saturday at 2 p.m., he would post a video. Where did that leave me? Every Saturday at 2 p.m., I'm refreshing my subscription box because I want to know, did Biaheza post? Obviously, there are YouTube notifications and stuff, but I always have my notifications off, so I wanted to look in the subscription box. Did he upload a video? And it's kind of like, people don't really watch TV shows anymore, but like if it's a Netflix show or if it's an anime or something, that the show comes out 1 episode every week. So you're going to check in on that day, maybe not that exact time, but you're going to know that day, so-and-so posted. Especially if, you become a loyal viewer. That is the goal, as a YouTuber, is to get those loyal viewers so they're anticipating and they are looking forward to watching your videos. I think that's something really underrated. Most people won't talk about, but just having that consistency creates consistency in somebody else's brain and psychologically not manipulates them, but kind of makes them think of you on that day, just because, I know this person's posting on this day. And people may not pick up on it like right away. When you consistently do it over and over again, then it will start to stick in people's brains. So like, for example, I posted on my channel only on Saturdays at like 12 p.m. And I didn't post enough videos for that to really stick, because then I started messing up and I started posting like on a Monday, and it didn't really matter that I posted 2 on a Saturday, 1 on a Monday. You have to stay consistent with it. So that's an example of me kind of messing up. But now whenever I post a video, I try to post it always on the same day at the same time. For my channels, some clients, they don't, it doesn't matter to them. They don't really care. I would always prefer to do it that way, but not everybody, necessarily agrees with what I think, but that's how I like to do it. I think it makes the most sense, and hopefully it makes the most sense to you. Take it for what you will, but it's time to move on to section number 4, ideation. I just want to take a quick time out before we continue on with the course, just to let you know that every week I send out a free newsletter dropping sauce that I don't share anywhere else. Not on my Twitter, not in my course, not anywhere else. Just exclusive sauce to your inbox. Also, you can become a wiser creator in basically just 2 minutes a week. So if you want to join, click the link below, nettaiyt.com, and I will see you in your inbox. Back to the best course on YouTube. Welcome to section 4, aka ideation. And inside of here, I'm going to be talking about how to find ideas, and I have 3 methods for that, and also how to filter and pick ideas. Let's jump straight in. So with ideation, there are 3 methods to do this. And the first one is what I call the burner method. And then I'm going to get to the other ones, but the burner method is just to have a YouTube channel or YouTube account that you just go on to find outliers. So I'm going to hop into my account real quick. Okay, so I'm now inside of my burner channel, and I wanted to mention that a method I used to use that was pretty much similar to this would be an incognito tab. You just go to YouTube, so you would go to your browser, new private window, and you would go to YouTube. Unfortunately, it does not work, because you have to start watching videos to help build a feed of videos you love. Because the reason why I used to be able to do that and why I love that method is it would show you the broadest videos on YouTube that are possible that are getting views. So unfortunately that method's gone. So now you could probably still try that, but burner channel is a great way. And with these channels, you have to the benefit of doing it this way is you can kind of tailor it to your niche or your audience. So the way I like to do this is I'll watch some of the bigger channels. On here, I watched a little bit of Eddie Malouf, a little bit of Iman Ganji, a little bit of Starter Story. Didn't really watch a whole lot of people. Jay Klaus, but now I have these videos that are recommended to me. Now, I do suggest getting the vidIQ. I think, this is vidIQ. I don't like vidIQ for a lot of features. I think you don't need like their paid plan or anything like that. The only reason why you need vidIQ is to see your views per hour up there because it looks cool in this outlier thing. You can also get 1 of 10, 1of10.com. They have a tool. People really like this. A lot of my friends like this. I personally don't use it. I like doing it the old-fashioned way, but that probably is another way that you can find ideas. I personally just don't do it like that. So watch me make and sell digital product in 10 hours, 100x. It's maybe not the most accurate, but let's take a look at the channel. It's getting 237 views an hour. This is the first video on my homepage. She's had a couple other videos like this one, 99K. A lot of these are outliers because if you look at their old videos, she got no views. Okay, 2,000, 7,000, 16,000, 181. Wow, okay, so she's just kind of popping right now. So that kind of makes sense. This one fell off. Okay, but let's, I'll add that to my outliers. That could be something interesting. So I always have an outliers playlist on all my channels. And this one, 92x. Like, YouTube is just straight feeding me outliers right now. This is just, wow, this is an old one, but it's still getting 20 views an hour. Not terrible, but 4 million views? 4 million? Yes, please. Now we're just going to keep scrolling. Let's see what we got. Now you should be a YouTuber. 35x, 175 views an hour. I'll throw it in the playlist. And then from these outliers, guys, I'll show my playlist here in a second. Okay, so we're just gonna keep on scrolling. This one we actually we looked at in one of their sections, and I'll never work in 9 to 5 again. I mean, this is just outlier. Now, the rule for outliers is it tends to need to be like a 5 to 10x at least. I like to see this red. If it's purple, I mean, this is Captain Sparkles, so, massive YouTuber, really needs to stand out, and you don't really want to take things that are done by big YouTubers because, they've already been seen, so you kind of don't want to do that. You want to look for channels that have low subscribers and get high views. So let's say a channel, let me go back to the whiteboard here, let's just say that they get 1K views. on average, and then they have 1K subscribers. From this, an outlier would be 10K views. So it's relative, these numbers, right? That is a wild video title. Yes, so 7,000 views, 3 million. That's an outlier. Major outlier. So we will add that one to the playlist. That one's a little harder to replicate, but I think you guys kind of see what I mean here. So outliers would typically be 10x plus. That's what I like to look for. And with these outliers, I'm going to show you what to do in a second, but we're just going to keep compiling some here. I post an Instagram reel for every day, walking through my calm social media free marketing strategy. It's all right. Let's find one more here. She built a Shelby Church. She's big. It's the copy meet style. I like this one. This one looks clean. 4 months old. It's a little bit older, but it's getting 1K views an hour. This looks really good. Let's see how many views he normally gets. Yeah, he gets no views. Okay, perfect. And that one had how many views? 2 million. Yeah, okay. So that's a great outlier. The reason why I have these outlier playlists is to take from these to actually, well, you can study from these. This is what I do inside of my community. I study a lot of these outlier videos to see why they did well. It might not be the thumbnail. It might be the idea. It might be the title. It might be, the content itself. There are many reasons why videos go viral. Typically, it's going to be the idea behind it. That's usually why videos go viral, but other factors do play in. So that's why I study them and to see what works best. People might have gotten lucky here. Some of these outlier videos. The trick is, can you repeat that outlier? Can you make more outliers essentially? So from these videos, we can build ideas off of this. So a notebook to save you from infinite scrolling. We could say a notebook to get rich. LOL. So that's just an example off the top of my head. And then what I would do, let me show you guys. Then I throw all these ideas into a Notion, and then I have a template. These are some of my friends that will go through and pick videos. And I'm going to show you how to filter ideas in a second on the next part. But I'll throw all these into here, and you just want to come up with as many ideas as possible. Many titles, basically. That's what the idea is in this sense. It doesn't need to be perfect. We just need to get a ton of ideas down, and then we'll go through and filter them later. But we can just kind of combine things. So what you want to do, by the way, for ideas to come up with ideas is you need to come up with at least 100 a week. Otherwise, you're not going to get good. You need to practice this. You need to find outliers. You need to have these playlists, and you need to do this. So I would just come in here, make some things up, and maybe each video try to come up with something for your niche. So getting started on YouTube is hard because of this. Getting started building Legos is hard because of this. Getting started on X coding software is hard because of this. Watch me make and sell a digital product. Watch me make and craft a knitting product in 20 seconds. I'm making things up here, but whatever niche you're in, okay, you can kind of see where I'm going with this. This is the burner outlier method that I like to do, and it's pretty simple. Now, another way to do this, to just find outliers, is let's just say Jordan Welch. It's similar to this. Yeah, I would suggest doing it on a burner channel, but go to a big channel's videos. And then look at the suggested bar. This doesn't always work. It's not perfect, but you can still find a lot of different videos this way. A lot of them are going to be bigger YouTubers. You just have to find the ones that are small. Robert Kiyosaki 2019, 30 million views. Granted, Robert Kiyosaki, big name, but 30 million views. Why did that go viral? Like that mega viral. Let's keep that in the bank. How does 13 makes 400 a day. Let's see if this will load. Asking Harvard students how they make money. Great idea. 7 months ago, 1.2 million. So like I said, there's a lot of big names in here, verified channels, but the ones that aren't, we got some good ones up in here. This one, it's not a huge outlier, but I kind of like that idea. I'm not going to save that one, though. That one's pretty cool. That's Alex Hormozy. This one was a major outlier. Or excuse me, no, this wasn't. This was he built off of his other one, but this is still an outlier, so we'll save it. Davey Fogarty, Jeff Bezos, how to actually make $13,000 in the creativity program. Yeah, creativity just kind of went crazy, so we'll save that. We see a lot more Jordan Welch. We see a lot of the big names. But, like I said, we're going to see some small ones. Asking New York millionaires how they got rich. I believe this one's an outlier. Let's see if it loads. If you don't have the tool, this one's an outlier for sure. If you don't have vidIQ, just get it. Otherwise, you're going to have to manually go and look. You can always look later, too, by the way. But, yeah, we're just adding all these to the playlist. It's that simple. Wisdom Speaks, yeah, 29x. Thank you. Okay, so now we have a bunch more in the outliers. That's another way to do it. And then simply, the other one, you don't even need YouTube. That one is like the YouTube method. So that was the suggested method. There is one last like main method I want to talk about. And that is the presence of mind, POM. This is something that one of my friends, Vexian, taught me about. And presence of mind essentially means what is something that people are really, something that's on the top of everybody's minds in your space, or just in general. So, for example, the Apple Vision Pro. Everybody was talking about it. So then people started making videos about it, and everybody was watching those videos. Now, the hype's died down. That's an easy example. Something, let's say you're playing a video game. It's Minecraft. Everybody's talking about, something. They're talking about the Nether. Let's just say everybody's talking about the Nether. Make a video about the Nether, or how the Nether does this, how the Nether does that. What is on the top of people's minds? What is the most aware? What are people the most aware of in that space? That is what presence of mind means. It's very powerful. It's a way of trend. It's a way of like trend jacking in a way. And yet there is different methods to make videos evergreen from that. But presence of mind, great way to get quick views, great way to get views. And then I like, maybe you even take presence of mind and mix that in with some of the burner and suggested. You get those outlier videos so you can get some good frameworks in terms of like titles, thumbnail ideas. There's just a lot of great things you can do. Now, there are a couple other methods I did want to mention. One method, and this hasn't proved to be crazy helpful, but this is what me and my roommate did when we were ideating every single day out in Denver. And what we do is we would look at like newspaper articles. We would find words that you don't really see on YouTube. You want to try to find things that are a little bit more unique. So we would look at newspaper articles. We would even look up just words that sounded like powerful, let's say like hazardous, and look for synonyms off of that, and then try to build titles from there. A lot of these are going to suck, but you eventually will find some ones. Now, a lot of people say, some of my friends do say this as well, some of my YouTube strategist friends, that eventually you will get to a point where you just know if it's a banger. You don't need to come up with a million ideas, and that is true. You don't. But it is very, very important, especially in the beginning. I'd say you need to come up with at least like 10,000 ideas before you get to that point. Like, genuinely, guys, you need to come up with so many ideas. YouTube is an ideation game. That's all it is. It's really, really all it is. The difference between, a million views, 10 million views can be the idea and how it's framed. So those are the best methods to come up with ideas. And so from here, now I'm going to dive into how to pick and filter all of these ideas. This is the second part of section 4, and we're going to be diving into how to filter ideas. So let's jump straight in. And rather than show you guys a bunch of who knows what on this whiteboard, I'm going to jump into my Notion so you can see exactly what I'm up to here and how I filter ideas. So this is for my finance entertainment channel, and just some future ideas. And you'll see there's a bunch of them in here that I have that I'm not doing. There are other ones in other places, but I also haven't really worked on this channel that much, but that's besides the point. So here's what I have for my filters. Your filters might be a little bit different, but this is kind of how I do it. I also have changed a few things, so I'm going to show you this, and I'm going to show you another one as well. But so let's just run through this real quick. I survived America's Richest Town. Now, all these names are me and some of my friends, and some of these friends are YouTube experts, like Lyndon, my friend Levin, and then there's others that are just business people, like Tim, Ethan, Nick, and then I also have Gabe, who, he watches a lot of content, but he's not like a YouTube guru. He's just a good friend. So when you are getting friends' opinions, it's great to get people from all walks of life. That way you get a balanced opinion. And then, of course, your own opinion, which is me. So from there, is it remarkable? So the remarkable test is like if you were saying the title in a conversation. So you're just talking to, Joe Blow, and you're like, yo, you won't believe this happened, but I survived America's Richest Town. Do they just keep going with their own? Do they just keep going on in their own mind and their own conversation? They just completely ignore you, or they're like, "Whoa, really?" Like genuinely, would they say that? Not just like it's like if you're gonna go up to a stranger, basically. Would they be like, "Wow"? Because I mean, that's what it is. When you stop and think about it, like strangers are trying to watch your videos, so it wouldn't really work if you said that to like your mom or your best friend or something like that. It just wouldn't work. So if you're going to a stranger, you're like, "Yo, I survived America's richest town." It's fairly remarkable. It's not like I jumped off of a cliff and I survived, but it's maybe if it was America's poorest town, it could be a little more interesting. There's a lot of factors that go into it, but I'd say it's fairly remarkable, so I give it a check. Is it unique? Yes. I didn't see anything on YouTube. Does it have 1 million view potential? I think so. A lot of these are going to be a little bit subject to your own opinion, but another one, is it interesting to your target avatar? That is the audience that we created way back in section 2. And then, is it a scroll stopper? So that also kind of is the same thing as remarkable, but it's like if you were scrolling through like TikTok or even just on YouTube and you're scrolling through like the homepage, you're like, would this video stop my scroll? I'm like, I survived America's richest town. Now, depending on the thumbnail, it could be, but I'm like, I think it's a scroll stopper. Can an 8 and an 80-year-old click? The only reason why I have this is because it's an entertainment channel. If this was on an educational channel where my demographic doesn't allow for that, then I would not need this. But because I am in an entertainment channel, I have that filter there. The last one, is it simple to understand? Can it be understood in less than a second? So that's just based off of the title. Once again, the thumbnail, we haven't made it that far, but just off of that, is the concept easily understandable? I think so. Now, is there a clickable thumbnail? I came up with a thumbnail idea I wrote down, and then I thought that was clickable. So this was a video I was potentially maybe going to do. It's a lot of work, so I don't know if I really want to do all that, but that's just an example of some entertainment filters, but you can also throw these on your educational ones. The main ones being, is it interesting to your audience? Does it stop a scroll? And is it simple to understand? And there's a clickable thumbnail. So this is my ideas list for this channel right here. And then this is I just have me going through it. I don't have anybody else going through it. Is it data-backed? Is it meta? And is it presence of mind? Now, another one I need to have here, let me just actually make another one, is, does it appeal to audience? This is something you need to have in all of them. Make that a little bigger. I haven't really messed around with my ideas too much here, so I still need to go through them. But yeah, there's a lot. So I would suggest taking some of the filters that I've had on both this Notion page and this one, specifically the audience one, specifically the data-backed one. I think that's a really good one that I don't have on here. I also think the unique and whatever view goal, like if you're in a small niche and you can only get 100K views, does it have that potential? You have to understand that going into that video. Does it have that potential? And is it easy to understand? That is crucial. So those are just some of the ones that I think you absolutely need to have. And then the ones that have the most check marks, the ones that you feel deep down in your gut that are going to work. So you like it, maybe a friend likes it, and it checks all the boxes. It's probably a good video to make. That's how I do it. I also want to ensure that you guys understand that data backing is huge. Is there interest in that topic? That does not mean the exact same idea. This does not mean take one video, replicate it, and copy it. No. What I'm saying is, does that topic have interest? Does that framework have interest? Is there data backing your title, thumbnail in some way, shape, or form? Hopefully there is. If there's not, I mean, hey, you never know. Sometimes unique is good, but especially in the beginning, you can't really afford to be Mr. Unique. So that is how to filter down ideas after creating those ideas. So with that said, let's move on to the next section. This is section 5, where I'm going to be talking about packaging. This first part is going to be about titles, and then the next one will be about thumbnails. Let's dive straight in. And to start with these titles, not to be mistaken with oops, my bad. With titles here, the thing with titles is they are so tied into your framing of your idea and the idea as a whole. So when you're coming up with ideas, you're kind of just coming up with your title in a sense, right? When we're looking at my ideas, a lot of these just have like thumbnails because I want to do a video just solely about thumbnails. So there's all kinds of stuff just about thumbnails. The title pretty much just frames your idea. Now, because the idea revolves around a topic. The thumbnail topic has done pretty well recently in the YouTube growth space, so I know I want to make a video about it. But how do I frame it? That is the key. So for this thumbnails video that I'm going to be making, right, my topic is thumbnails. So let's just say I'm going through my list of ideas and I pick out the loophole to get clicks on YouTube, right? That is my title. So that's my main one, okay? This is my main framing. Now, from this, I'm basing my video off of this. So this is my hook. Everything is going to be based off of this. But if this does not work, even though I think it will, I'm not saying it will because I haven't decided on this. I'm just picking one of those. I will also come up with another like 10 to 15 titles centered around this, but also some different ones. And I would just probably steal a couple from here, but I would come up with even more. The more angles you can come up with, the better, or the more you have to choose from, which means the better your angle will eventually be once you find one that, you know, just hits. So let's just say I have all these other ones and I put those in a list here. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right, so we have all these titles. Now, let's say I really, really like this one, but I also have another one. And this other one is how to hypnotize people to click your videos. This is my other one. Let me just put this down. And that is now my second angle that I really, really like. The issue with this is if you're going to like use loophole in the beginning and like your hook and stuff, when you say hypnotize and then you don't confirm that click, it's going to be, it's not going to be great. But the video is still going to be, you know, good in of itself, of course, hopefully. Now, let's just say my third angle that I really, really like is okay, this one's kind of based off of this one. I'm going to write that down there. Let me grab another one. I studied 3,000 thumbnails to go viral. So these are my 3 primary angles that I've come up with that I really like. Let's just say. And I have to pick one to launch, and hopefully that works. If it doesn't, I need to be prepared to switch it out for another one. So ideally, you would have 3 thumbnail concepts, one for each of these. So they would be pretty much fairly different because if you're gonna change the angle completely, then you're gonna want to have different thumbnails, especially in the beginning. You want to test things that scream and don't scream and shout and don't just whisper. So this is like completely different. This is completely different. Yeah, they're all completely different. Clicks on YouTube, click your videos is fairly similar, but they all are different. You can do a very different thumbnail with all those as well. So those are my 3 main angles. Let's just say I wanted to launch with this one. Now, I need to come up with some other titles based off of this to eventually test for whispering. So we have, I studied 4,069 thumbnails to crack the algorithm. I studied 999 thumbnails to beat YouTube. I studied 999 thumbnails to go viral on YouTube. I mean, it's just a kind of a knockoff of that one. To beat YouTube to I found, or it could be like after studying 999 videos, I found the secret to getting clicks on YouTube. LOL. That's a really long title, but you got to come up with as many as possible. So just tons of different angles, and then debate and figure out which one you like the most. So this, like I said, this is my primary angle I'm going with. For this example, I don't actually know what angle I'm going to go with when I make this video. But I studied 909 thumbnails, then found the secret to going viral. I wanted to make sure that I mentioned this. When you are coming up with titles, you need to make sure that they are under 50 characters, ideally. There are plenty of videos that do have titles over that amount, but generally, you really want to try to stay within 3 to 5 words. 7, I'd say, is the max, and then like I said, under 50 characters. Ideally, for me, I like to be under 30. 40 is great as well. I just like to keep it as simple as possible. This just means that everybody can understand it at a glance, and they really, really understand the concept. Now, I will say you do need to have some words in there sometimes to really clarify what the video is about and how the video is going to be portrayed, in the sense that when they click on that video, they know what kind of video they're going to get themselves into, if that makes sense. So, like the difference between if you did how I beat the algorithm is, that's a different expectation than how to beat the algorithm. Or, and like interviewing Miami millionaires gives a different expectation than I interviewed Miami millionaires, right? So with the interviewing, I interviewed, this is going to be more focused on the interviewees, whereas here, this will be more focused on the interviewer. Stay with me. So that's how that works. So even though these are they're like the same length, using different language can set the tone for the video. It's not necessarily consciously, but subconsciously. It took me a while to realize that. I didn't realize that until somebody mentioned that to me. I was like, wow. Makes sense, though. Makes sense. So, but once again, that's just Miami millionaires interviewing. So it would be like, I mean, it would be more like asking Miami millionaires how they got rich. That's 7 words, 43 characters, and that's a title that's worked before. Probably wouldn't make that video because it's saturated now, but yes. So that is extremely crucial when creating titles. I would really look at those outliers that we found in the ideation. Some people can come up with some genius titles. So actually, let me just pull up my YouTube outlier playlist here, and let's see what we have. Okay, so let's just say The Hunt for the King of the Dark Web. If we want to take that to our title, it could be like The Hunt for the perfect thumbnail. So this would actually really change the framing of the video. See how that works? The hunt for the perfect thumbnail. That makes it seem like the person in the video is going to be searching and hunting for this perfect thumbnail. And that means that it sounds like it's going to be a challenge video. As I studied, you'd expect to see like a bunch of examples and then kind of breaking a bunch of thumbnails down. And then that's how that's framed. And then the hunt for the perfect thumbnail. But once again, this all revolves around thumbnails. So there's many ways to go about it. That's where the title comes in. It's very, very simple. And then the title will kind of determine the thumbnail. Now, some people like to do thumbnail first. I think the title belongs first. So that's just kind of how I think. Let's look at another one. Creator courses, selling dreams as products. Another one could be thumbnails. The overlooked. This is not a great title. Overlooked secret. Overlooked tactic to go viral. That's like, I swear that's a bot. That's a ChatGPT title. I don't like that one. So, but the thing is, you have to just throw titles out there. You never know what you're gonna find. How big scale how to save towards the day? Let me just scroll down a bit. I have a bunch of newer ones here. If you're seeing this, this one's just like really weird, but you should click if you're seeing this. Okay, I don't like that. But you can kind of see my thought process here is just take what's kind of worked in other niches, what's worked for other outliers, take what's worked and bring that over. Like 30 years of business knowledge in 2 hours, 26 minutes. Maybe my thumbnails video could be 12 years of YouTube thumbnail knowledge. It's a little bit of cat, but it's fine. Thumbnail knowledge in 14 minutes, 14 min, 13 sec. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I like that one, but let's just say, like, for the sake of argument here, it worked before in, like, the business niche. YouTube's a little bit different, but you can take that format. You see what I'm saying? You take that title format, bring it over there, and experiment with it. Now, For this new channel, I haven't really found like a winning bucket yet. I'm launching. This will be like I think that'll be like the 5th video in this channel, so I haven't really found anything yet, and I'm also kind of pre-filming stuff. And I think actually by the time I film that video, that I will have seen some data, first couple videos, but that's kind of my thought process on coming up with titles. I may have overcomplicated a little bit because at the end of the day, a title frames your idea, and it needs to be as simple as possible. You do need to be conscious about how that title portrays the video, because that will affect your average view duration. If people have the wrong expectations going into a video, they will not watch for as long. It's plain and simple. So be conscious of that, and let's hop into thumbnails. Okay, so this section is actually pretty near and dear to me because thumbnails are kind of how I made a name for myself in YouTube, how I first started making like decent money with YouTube about a year and a half ago now, and that's kind of where I started into getting clients and stuff. Now I don't just do thumbnails. I mean, I still actually do a few thumbnails for people, but my main thing is strategy now, and packaging and ideas and all that fun stuff. I wanted to go over a little bit of a packaging checklist just to start this off before we actually dive into the thumbnails. And this will kind of cover both the thumbnails and titles, but just bear with me. So, with your overall packaging, is it simple to understand? Is there conflict within there? Are there 3 elements? This refers to the thumbnail. Is it unique? Is it big? That means, does it have, is it remarkable? Kind of what we talked about in the ideas. Is it remarkable? Is it a big idea? Is it easy? So that's like if it's a how-to, does it seem easy for the viewer to understand? Does it seem easy for the viewer to do? Maybe it's like I don't know if I had this video. Yeah, this was on the bright side. This was an outlier by them. 6 years ago, 23 million views. They show like a little diagram. Seems easy. 3 keys. 3 elements. Fingers, red stuff, whatever you want to call it, and keyboard. 3 elements. Very, very great thumbnail. That's where that comes in. Is it new? So is this just a copy, or is it new? Does it feel new? And then also, does it feel safe? Does the viewer feel safe clicking on this video, thinking that they're going to get what they're clicking for? Because some of them, they have a bold claim, they have a thumbnail that doesn't really seem realistic, it doesn't really fit the title, they don't know, they feel a little sketched out, like, am I actually going to get what I click for? So that checklist is extremely powerful. Now let's talk about these thumbnails, and to do this, to start, I want to show you guys a couple of thumbnails that I've done and why I did certain things certain ways. So first of all, this thumbnail for Jenny Hoyos. This was the only one I ever did for her, but I did do one. And it was her most viewed video for a while. Now, I want you to pay attention to something. This red shirt, this red, and then the fact that there's no red. This background, I completely removed all the red. You can see there was some red there. Saturation's gone. We had that red shirt stand out. The blue kind of contrasted here on the sides. Everything is drawn to this 0, and you see Jenny. Everything is proportionally. She's in the center. She's not actually in the center. I don't know why I'm using my hand. You can see here, this is in the center. And then this is blurred out. You can see that it's a receipt, but the only thing that's in focus is this. So those are just some very basic elements. You can see that it's still 3 elements. You have Jenny, background. I mean, you can kind of count the receipt, but it's blurred out. That's kind of like a subconscious thing. And then the 0 with the circle on it. That's what great thumbnail just has a few elements. The red does stand out, and typically you don't always want to have bright colors because they will attract a sometimes younger audience. So a lot of times younger people do like the brighter colors, and it can set different expectations. So you do have to be very, very conscious of the colors you use. In a lot of finance videos, I do not use like red. For certain channels, I will. If it's like a challenge, you can use that. If it's entertainment, if it's not, typically will not use red. Same with like a bright blue or anything else that you would see in like the entertainment space. This is inside a Teen's credit card for an umpire. So we have blue, blue, blue. We have main colors here. So the thing with thumbnails is you always want to try to have like 3 colors. Same with like 3 shapes. You want to have 3 shapes, 3 colors. Here we do have kind of like the spreads, but we have the credit cards, the money, more money, chase. Chase signifies that it's a bank. Subconscious detail, you subconsciously read that it's Chase. You see Will, and with the arm extended, just kind of showcasing all the money, a little sketched out face. We have a gangster looking dude with the shiesty and the chains, and of course the money and the credit cards right there. So it all kind of fits together. Now, moving forward, there are a couple of ones I could do on Will's channel, but I'm going to move on to another client. This is Joel Kaplan. And with Joel, this was very, very simple. So I actually took this. You see how this purple is like that on the side there? I took that from like React's videos. Let's see if I can give an example. So this was a popular format, like, I don't know, 2019, I want to say. It's not as popular anymore, but you could see the only person I can think of is Sniper Wolf. Don't ask me why, but she has like the red there. That was popular in the React style, and I thought that would actually be a really, really good fit. Why? Because purple, you have a little bit of purple, blue, green, yellow. This is a little bit of too many colors, but they stand out. You have the white, the black, everything stands out. And the thing is, you also have to be conscious. Let me pull this up. This is the color wheel. And there's many different, I would definitely suggest that you look up color theory. There's a lot of things to learn. I'm not going to go into detail on that. So for me, in this thumbnail, we had purple. What do we go? On the opposite side of that, yellow. Immediately stands out. So what did I do? I put yellow right there. Just naturally stands out. And then you just have a, Joel with a, a little bit of a smile, and then a calendar. And then these are supposed to be appointments, even though I didn't edit this. I just took that image off of Google, and I mean, people can't really read that, so it's fine. But appointments with an arrow. And then it's a Google Calendar. Everybody understands that. It's widely understood. That's why it's his most popular video. I want to show you guys something, and I don't think I've ever shown anybody this before, but I have a library of thumbnails. This might be a little creepy, but I have downloaded a ton of thumbnails from some of my favorite YouTubers. I don't do this as much anymore, but I definitely did this when I was really, really making thumbnails a lot. So I have a ton from Ryan Trahan. We go in there. I have a ton of his thumbnails. Iman Gaji, I have a ton of his thumbnails, especially because he swaps them out so much. I mean, I have a ridiculous amount. I have 200 of his thumbnails. I have a couple of Mr. Beast. So these are from like the outliers. And you'll notice this one is probably familiar from my first video on the channel. But yeah, these are just videos that were outliers. They did well, so I saved them. And I might take these concepts later. This one, I mean, this is kind of like the Ryan Trahan one, but this video did very well. And then I just have like, where's the others? We have Beheza, my guy, Ali Abzal, extras. Here we go. These are just ones I like that I haven't, maybe they didn't even do that good, but I just really, really like these, regardless of how they did. I just thought they were a pretty cool concept, and I could maybe mess around with it later on myself. It's just inspiration, because every thumbnail is going to be inspired by something. Very rarely will you come up with something like completely unique, unless when you're just coming up with ideas and you're trying to come up with a thumbnail, you naturally come up with that. But sometimes that's always going to be inspired from things you've seen, whether you realize it or not. So consuming a lot of these thumbnails, just seeing thumbnails that work, that will really help your brain come up with something. Hopefully that's not a copy, but is kind of data backed in a way, just subconsciously. So it's a little weird, but it works. So that's that. So that is a massive library of thumbnails, and I definitely suggest that you do that, or at least pay attention to your outliers when you are trying to make a thumbnail. So let's go back to our example here of I studied 3,000 thumbnails to go viral. I'm gonna make a sketch here on the whiteboard just to come up with a concept. So let's say that our official title, I don't think I ever picked an official title for this example. So let's just say, and I studied 909 thumbnails to beat YouTube. Let's just say that this is my title. This will probably not be my launch title, but let's come up with a thumbnail concept for it. So I studied 909 thumbnails to beat YouTube. So I'm going to look through my outliers playlist. This is just huge. It's so huge to have, guys. If you don't have this, you need it. And let me see if I can just find something that inspires me. Now, I will also say, when you're coming up with thumbnail concepts, it's good to see what's worked well in that space. So I will actually open up a new tab here. Let's just get some ideas. Maybe write some of this down. YouTube. Let's just write thumbnails. Thumbnails should be good enough. Let's see what's done well. How a pro YouTuber actually makes thumbnails. How to actually make. This is a big one because this was a very high view video. It's an AI kind of channel though. The YouTube thumbnail conspiracy. Ooh, this one's actually interesting. I never saw this one. Who is this guy? I never heard of him. I don't know why thumbnail. Okay, he's just like a random channel. Okay. So I wouldn't really. I kind of disregard that. Reacting to thumbnails. There's Diltoma. Okay, these are just like Indians. Diltoma crushing it with his new channel. JG. He's a OG. This was Nate Wells' video. It did really well. Nothing really just catches my eye here. Of course, we did also have April and After, how to make a killer thumbnail. That was just based off of her outlier. What I like, what I'm thinking, I'm just coming up with an idea just right off my dome right now. I really like something like this. Let's just say one video of okay, there we go. And we just have like boom, boom. It's almost like anime effects right here. Boom, 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 boom. But it's like blurry. And there's one thumbnail in the middle. It's like got this like glow. It's like got like this aura. This is wow. This is really, really translating. I had this vision. It looks something like that. There's like all this noise on the homepage, right? Noise, video, disregard. It's like kind of vigneted. It's solely focused on this middle video. Actually, there's somebody, Tyler Fleischman. I believe his name is, yes. Let me pull his channel because he had a video that did really well on thumbnails a couple years ago. How a pro YouTuber actually makes thumbnails. Okay, top 21 formats go. This is kind of what I was thinking, but just those ones being blurred. So this would be good inspiration. This was 2 years ago. It was an outlier for him. So it's kind of semi-proven. Let's see. Yes, this is kind of what I'm thinking. I wouldn't have that big click, though. I would just have everything kind of blurry, kind of dark, and just have the one thumbnail pop. I think there's too much going on here. I just think the one should pop, the other one should not. So that's what I'm thinking. For one concept. Another concept could be, let's see. Let's just look at the outliers and see. We could pull from another niche. This is one of my favorite things to do. Is pull something from another niche, and use that kind of concept into my niche. Now I have not talked about this yet in the course, and it should probably have its own section, but I want to put it in. This is called niche comparison theory. And what niche comparison theory is, let's say you are in, this is my easy example, you are in the drop shipping niche. Okay, we're going to make a little diagram here. That is your niche. You are in drop shipping. A smaller niche would be SMMA. Smaller yet would be like sales or affiliate marketing. Let's put AM. Now, bigger than drop shipping is just business. Bigger than that, there isn't too much. You're kind of just in business, I guess money. So we have money, business, dropshipping, SMMA, affiliate marketing. Those are my examples. So what you can do with niche comparison theory, you can take, let's say you're in the affiliate marketing space. Let's just say you can take concepts that have worked well in SMMA, bring those to affiliate marketing, assuming they haven't been done. For example, one that's worked well for us has been the only SMMA guide you'll ever need. You want to know where we got that one from? We got that one from dropshipping. It worked well in dropshipping. We took it to SMMA. Now, it could be in affiliate marketing, the only affiliate marketing guide you'll ever need. Pretty simple. Something that's maybe just worked well in business could be like that sales now or the business knowledge one. So it could be like 30 years of dropshipping knowledge in 20 minutes. So you're taking different things that's worked in a broader sense and niching it down. However, people do this, people are very aware of this, and people will start to copy these videos over and over again. So you do have to be careful with this. If you're if you're like the second or third person to take that to your niche, it's probably not going to work out so well. Sometimes it can, but very rarely will it work. But if it works out here, it's probably going to work in here. Another thing is if something works in like affiliate marketing, taking it outside could work. But if it's proven to work with a bigger audience, that means it'll work with a smaller audience. So vice versa doesn't really work. It is possible, but generally taking from money to business would work, and better than going from affiliate marketing to business or affiliate marketing to drop shipping, anything like that. So that's kind of niche comparison theory in the broadest sense. Now, what I like to do is I like to take stuff from completely different niches. Not necessarily all the time, because I do like this whole niche thing, taking this from, here to here, whatever it may be. I really do like that. But I really like taking stuff from our outliers that's worked well in just completely different niches and trying to bring that somewhere else. For example, many years ago, Ryan Trahan did the grass thumbnails. I was the first person to bring it to dropshipping. Granted, taking stuff from a popular YouTuber and bringing it into a small niche like drop shipping, especially from a popular YouTuber, probably isn't the best idea. But it did work. It got views, and then people started copying me for it. And there's like 2 or 3 replicas, so it wasn't anything crazy. But it was kind of a thing going on for at least a little bit in the drop shipping space at the time. So that's just something to think about. But yeah, let's continue on. So let me see if I can come up with some other concept. How to brainwash yourself to make millions. That's where... okay, so here's just an example of somebody who took inspiration. How to brainwash yourself. Brainwash yourself to make millions. Brett Manowski. How these entrepreneurs brainwash you for views. That's a great job. How to brainwash yourself. Took that same brainwashing concept. How entrepreneurs brainwash you for views. The video didn't it did actually a lot better than some of his other videos, at least especially recently. And it's also not really his main topic, but let's see where we got that from now. I was wondering, because it seemed good. Okay, let's just see. I'm not really feeling anything. You were not depressed short film. That one could be interesting. Just thumbnails on a desk. I actually really like that. Let me go back up here. So let's just put a thumbnail kind of like this, maybe not that sideways, but it's like this. It's almost like a picture, and then it's maybe a desk, and there's a couple other thumbnails just here, maybe one scattered here, another one scattered on top of it, maybe just a YouTube plaque right here. That way we show that there's it's YouTube. That's something I did want to mention. And this is something it took me a while to realize, but having logos that people recognize instantly and don't even need to think about is huge. So I'm always going to be having the YouTube logo in my thumbnails, especially now for dropshipping thumbnails. I didn't used to do this. I didn't used to put the Shopify logo in there, and now I do. I always try to put a Shopify logo in there just because people understand it's Shopify dropshipping. It's easy to understand. It's very, very simple. And they don't need to think about it. They understand. They might see dropshipping in the title, but they understand Shopify dropshipping. Shopify typically means dropshipping, especially in today's world. So these are just 2 concepts. This was the one I came up with, and this was the one based off of Outlier. Obviously, 50K views is not anything insane. Let me just come up with one more. Let's just keep looking. I'm gonna scroll down a bit here. Let's see what else we have. We can also do a transformation thumbnail. Could be interesting. Email guys with 100 million puppet mask. Dang, that video just continued to go crazy. Copywriting masterclass. Master puppet. None of these just are shouting at me. Another one. Grace record the trailer. Okay, this could be interesting. Let me just make another one right here. What it could be interesting is maybe something that says 17% just white background, and then it could be CTR on the YouTube studio. So it could be CTR, and then with a circle, and then the green up. Yeah, so that's 3 versions. Which one fits the title the best? I kind of forgot about the title. The one that fits the best would be this one, and probably this one, studying right? We're on the desk. That kind of gives the feel of studying. This concept might be the best. Okay, so when I'm launching with this one. I'm testing it against this one just to see which one performs the best. And then whichever one does good, as long as it's performing well enough, I wouldn't need to go to this one. This would be my backup for this angle. If you really want to get serious, you could also come up with concepts for this. I typically don't do this. I do think it's good practice too, because sometimes you will need to make more thumbnails. So a lot of times it's great to have like 3 concepts initially, and then for your main angle. But if you need to change your angle, it's good to have at least ideas ready, so you can make those thumbnails for like the how to seduce people. Really like that angle. So then I would come up with maybe at least probably just 2 thumbnails for that. Like just concepts, but still plan on launching with this one. And a worst case scenario, you spend a little extra time on this. You have 2 thumbnails that maybe even could be tested with this angle. They would probably more portray this, but you never know. You could try it with this one, see what happens, especially if it's like a 10 and you really need to try to save it. There's a lot of things you can do to try to test things and see what people resonate the most with. So those are just some big thoughts. This is definitely the longest lesson. In just a second, you're going to see exactly how I create thumbnails. This was a video I filmed about 8 months ago for my friend Lyndon Chastain, or as a lot of you may know him, Amplify Views. I made for his course. It's a free course, but I'm making my own free course, so I'm throwing it in my course. And after I show you how to make thumbnails, we're going to dive into scripting, which will be section 6 of 11. I'll see you in a second. Welcome to the live thumbnail creation lesson. In this video, I'm going to go over exactly how to make a thumbnail step by step, how to make your thumbnails pop, keep things simple, how to use Photoshop, and a lot more. So let's dive in. So this is the thumbnail that I'm going to walk you through how I created. I'm going to show you everything that I did, the full process of how to get from just taking a picture to here. So as you should already know, taking the thumbnail picture is actually very important, and getting the best quality possible is extremely important. You can see here, this picture that I took was actually right here in my studio. I just used the key light and the backlight to take this picture. Try to get by windows or light that isn't too harsh, but will illuminate the face and also ideally create a little bit of shadow. But of course, it does depend on the concept of the thumbnail, because if you're trying to be outside and the lighting is like built for indoors, that's just not going to look good. So that's another thing, is that you need to take the thumbnail pictures with the same lighting as where your thumbnail is going to be. So if you're doing an entertainment type thumbnail and you're outside, the lighting needs to make sense for the background and for everything around it, for the entire environment that you're creating in this thumbnail. So this is the original picture straight out of the camera with no adjustments, no anything done to it. So this is what you're going to start out with. What I personally like to do is I will go ahead and create a new file, and I will make it 6,000 by 4,000 pixels. It depends on what camera you use. That's just what mine is. That's like the default size for the big raw files. You want to take them in raw because you get the best amount of control possible to adjust stuff. So we have that here, and then I'll just drop it right in. You'll see here in a second what I'm about to do. But so this is the original, and then what I'll do is I will go ahead and actually make adjustments right now. So you can see, like, we have the temperature. It tells me exactly ISO 100, 16 millimeter, f1.4. It tells me all the details. So I'd like to, for this, I kind of already have an idea because I've done a lot of these photos. So I like to go 4,000, 20. Using the tint is actually very helpful to outbalance the temperature. Just make it look natural, especially for like the lighting situation, all that stuff. And here I'm going to do 0.5, and then I like to do 10. Bring the highlights down because we're going to add in highlights later. So that's pretty important. Let's go negative 35, and then shadows maybe 50, because we want to make sure we illuminate like the backside there. And the big thing why you want to take it in raw is so you can bring back the shadows if you need to. So with 65, it's a little too much. Let's go 55 for right now. We can always add more later. Let's go ahead and add maybe like 15 on the whites. I'm going to adjust more to this later, but this is kind of the main idea. So that's negative 20 on the blacks. Texture, I like to do about 15 to start. Texture depends on the style of thumbnail you're doing. A lot of people will actually go nothing right now and then add in noise reduction and smoothing. I'm not going to be going over that, but that is something you can do. For the finance thumbnails I do like to add in like 15 texture and then maybe a little bit of clarity. That is adding in a lot of detail, but it does look pretty solid. So then I like to go ahead and drop down the saturation a little bit, the vibrance, and then color mixer, bring up the oranges just a touch. At least that's for my facial tone. And then also in detail, you can mess around with this. And of course, with it being raw, once again, you can really mess around with this and get some crazy like sharpening and noise reduction and stuff. But for right now, we're just going to leave that at the default. And that's all you really need to do right now. So you can just already see the difference. Boom, boom. Okay, and from here, we're going to use this other photo as an example. So Command Alt S, and then let's just go ahead and save this wherever. This is going to be concept 2 for a different thumbnail I'm working on, but I'm going to use this as an example. You're going to want to go ahead and save this as a JPEG. The quality won't be dropped too much. Now, once you're in Luminar AI, go ahead and open up that image. It's going to look a little weird, and then we'll load in. The only reason why I use this, I don't use this for anything except for the eyes. So you'll see here, the eyes look alright. They're kind of boring. This is something that not a lot of people do. You don't have to do this, but this is what I like to do. I think it definitely makes a difference. So I'd like to bring up the iris flare. You can bring this all the way up. Joshua Mayo does that a lot. I don't like doing that. 30. Just try to keep it realistic, but make the eyes a little bit bigger. Bigger eyes draws more attention to the viewer. So, I mean, you don't want to go overkill. For example, you don't want to go all the way to 100. That looks like a Snapchat filter. We do not want that. So let's bring it back down to 30. That makes it a little big enough, so it's a little more noticeable. Just very subtle. Eye whitening. Bring this like all the way up. I do this in Luminar AI instead of actually doing it in Photoshop. Just makes it a little bit easier. And then eye enhancer. I like to bring this up to like about 80. It actually livens up the eyes quite a bit, and that's pretty much it. I also do a little bit of dark circles removal. Doesn't work on a lot of subjects. Some of my clients I don't even use that on, just because they don't have bags under their eyes like me. So, improve eyebrows you can mess around with a little bit, but that's pretty much it here. That's all I use this for. So we'll save the disk, and you're gonna want to save this actually as a Photoshop file. That will help save the quality a little bit more. So after you exported that photo from Luminar AI, you can go ahead and open it up in Photoshop, and then we go ahead and select the subject from here. So I'm gonna go back to the main example here, and you can even just see the difference in the eyes on this one, which was our main subject here. And so of course the lighting is a little bit different because when I touched this up, it was a little bit different than what I originally did. But so from here we go ahead and do select subject. Your Photoshop is probably going to be a lot better at it than mine because I have a 2019 version. It's the one that works, the free one that works for me. So yeah, and then to go ahead and like fix this stuff, you just press W a couple times, and then you'll get to the quick selection tool, and then you just kind of press Shift, and you can add on stuff. And then to subtract stuff, you press Option or Alt, and then you can get rid of stuff. You don't have to be super precise, but because you're going to go ahead and manually erase a lot of this stuff anyway, so I mean, like, you can get a little bit of this, as long as it's not, like, too tight. And then from here, we can go ahead, I'm just doing a rough cut here. You could do layer via copy. You could feather it a little bit, which is probably the best thing to do. I don't usually do that because I just kind of feather it myself when I go in and I use the eraser tool. I'll show you that in a second, but layer via copy, a lot of people like to do select and mask. I don't do it like that. That is probably the better way to do it, but I do it with layer via copy. It's just kind of how I've been doing it for the past couple years. It's just how I do it. It works. So no need to change it, I guess. So layer via copy, and I had the wrong one selected. Layer via copy, and then we can see here. This is what it looks like. So all you have to do is go in and touch this up with the eraser. And yes, I go all the way around, manually do all of this. And you want to have something that's not like super hard because you don't want it to be like a straight cutout. So you see like, oh, like that's a freaking cutout. And like as it is right now, it looks pretty bad. So you got to go in and touch all this up. Around the hair, you don't always have to. With the selected mask, there are ways to get, if you have like poofy hair or any sort of hair that has a little more texture than mine, then you can, in the selected mask, there's tutorials on YouTube you can look up that will show you how to actually grab that hair. It takes a lot of work. I don't usually do it just because it's too much work, and most people won't notice it, especially in a finance thumbnail, and that's what I usually work on, but it's up to you. So here, especially with how the camera, the way it was taken, you can see this was like kind of blurred out, so you always want to make sure then at this point you would have a pretty soft brush to fit that. If this was a little bit harder, you could probably if it was more in focus, you could use a little bit of a harder brush, and you can come in here and do that. You can, I always like to put it above the background, that I can also see. So I'll put that above the background, and then I can go in and see what I'm doing. So this was my image cut when I touched it up, and then after everything was erased, this is what we got. And then after I went ahead and used the heal tool, which would just be this. So I went to the heal tool, which is J on your keyboard, the spot healing brush tool. And what I'd like to do here is just get rid of any blemishes, any sort of imperfections on the skin. You don't have to make it perfect, but you just want to make it look so there's no distractions. There's nothing that's you don't really want there on the subject's face. You can also do stuff like here with like the lines on my forehead. You can bring it to the patch tool, and then what we can do here is like to make this look a little bit better, instead of just using the spot brush, move this over here and drag that so that is correct, that matches up, and then boom, that fits a little better. There is still a little bit of redness. If you really want to get detailed, you could use the hue saturation and touch that up too, but that's very detailed, so that's not the point of that. But so that's that, and then after removing all the blemishes, this is what we got. So you can see here, oops, that versus this, all the blemishes gone. It looks a little cleaner, a lot better. And now this is the fun part. So this is, we go from that to this. So let me show you, let me bring all these layers off, and then I'll show you one by one what I like to do. So first of all, I will go ahead and make a smart object, and I'll put another camera raw filter on. And this will be any more adjustments that I think maybe is a little bit brighter. I need to get rid of a little bit of the color. You know, like here there was a little bit of a green tint, so I got rid of most of it. I left a little bit of it on, because most of it won't even be in the thumbnail, but I just wanted to keep it a little bit clean there. So a lot of you guys are going to need to be using the shirt color. When you're taking those thumbnail pictures, try to have a white or gray shirt on, or hoodie, whatever it is. That makes it really easy to change the colors. When it's a color or black, it makes it pretty difficult to make it look realistic, to change the colors. So just try to make everything simple, make it easy, wear that kind of shirt, and try to wear nothing with any logos, just a clean, like for this for example, there's no logos, no anything, because then it just creates extra details where you have to go in and use the heal brush and all that. It's just, it makes it really annoying. Trust me, I've done it too many times for people. So if you're doing it for yourself, of course, definitely try to just make it simple. But with the shirt color, what I like to do here, you can see the drastic change, of course. What I like to do is do a hue saturation, and then we're going to put on colorize, and then bring it to whatever hue you want. We can make this red, we can make this yellow, orange, for example, here, and then drag the saturation up to see what fits best. You can see at the lower saturations that doesn't look good, and then bring the lightness down to where it looks good. That looks pretty solid, that looks clean. Of course, I already went ahead and masked this, so normally it would look, you would do a new mask, so let me show you what that looks like. So you do hue saturation, okay, and then you would do the colorize, store it on blue, bring that down. So you can see this right here, that the white, when it's white, that means that it covers the entire thing. So if we want to introvert that, we press Command I, and that introverts it. And now it's on nothing. So whatever you want to do to use the brush is what it'll be. So I have my flow on 0 there. Okay, there we go. So now you can just go ahead and paint over this and put the blue on all this, on all the hoodie, and then you got to be detailed here, make sure it doesn't bleed over. And of course, what I did was the necklace. So I erased that so that it looked a little cleaner, and that doesn't just override it and look stupid. So that looks clean. The orange actually does pop pretty good, but I'm gonna leave that off for right now. The next thing is to touch up the eyes again. So with this, we're going to just brighten the eyes a little bit more and add a little more color. So for this, I use just a little bit more in the hue, a little more saturation, a little more lightness, and then I turn it down a little bit to 75% fill. Here's what it is at 100. It just didn't, it was a little too much. I just took the edge off. So that's all that is. Now, actually, I might do a quick teeth example because I did not do the teeth. So if you want to do teeth, you want to do a hue saturation layer. So let's do teeth. This will be actually the second layer for your teeth. You're going to go colorize. You're going to go 238, 2 on the saturation, and 10 on the brightness. That's pretty standard for pretty much every teeth that I do, and pretty much everyone you're going to do too. You can definitely turn down the fill if you need to. But you're also going to go to selective color here. Drag that down. It's going to be teeth number 1. And bring this to yellows. And just bring the yellows all the way down to -100. And let's go ahead and paint over this. So let's get a little bit higher of a hardness, 50%. Bring the size down to maybe 15. And we'll just go over this. You're not going to notice a huge difference with this. And just go ahead and fill all this out. So now you can see the difference. If I turn this off, you can see off and on. That might be a little bit too much, so I just turned down the fill. And bada bing, bada boom. You are all set with the T. Final couple touches here is going to be bringing in some shadows and highlights. So what this is, dodge, is the highlights. So you're going to make a little bit of an S curve here on this curves mask here. So you're going to go curves and then bring that up and do that. And then, of course, it's going to be just like the normal white mask. Go ahead and introvert it, and then you're going to go draw on it. So for this, what you'd like to do is bring this up to a nice big brush. Bring the hardness all the way down to 0 and put the flow at 10%. And so what we're going to do here, all right, so you see this is what it would be before, introvert it, and we're back to the way it was before. So now let's go ahead and draw on here. So you can see here, all we want to do is highlight the nose. We want to make sure that's nice and bright, because that's a normal like area that would be highlighted. Bring the chin, and then bring the brush size a little bit bigger. Right here and right there as well, and a little bit of the forehead. Now if you're having somebody that has a smile, so they're like this, you would highlight right above the cheeks, and then you would actually darken right in here, the little crevice that like when you smile they would create. So that's what you would do there, and then you would also maybe darken a little bit here as well, and then of course the sides of the face. So it's the same thing for the darkening process here. So my version of the dodge, that might be actually a little bit much, so you could turn it down with the fill. And same thing with here, but you do want to put this on luminosity. That just makes it a little bit cleaner. So you can see the difference here. Adding a little bit of shadows adds a little more realism to it. And then there's one other thing we want to do. So sharpening, this is something that you don't have to do, but I like to do. So you're going to bring up this original smart object, and then you're going to delete the camera raw. And then you're going to go ahead and go to filter, other, high pass, and you can do anywhere between 3 to 5. And when you're on here, just go ahead and press this button right down here. That's going to make a mask. Go ahead and introvert it and put this on overlay. And now what you're going to do is bring that flow back up to 100. Bring this down, bring the hardness back up, and then we're going to go ahead and just paint over the eyes. Any of the detail areas, so like the mustache, you would do the teeth, and a little bit of the goatee here for my example, and then a little bit of the hair. I like to do, bring this down to 0, bring this up a little bit to 150, put the flow at 50%, and do a little bit of the hair, and that would bring just a little more texture to it. And then I also like to do any necklaces or jewelry. You really don't notice it that much, but it's just a nice little touch. So that's that, and then I just have an extra adjustment layer on top, just to get rid of a little bit of the, excuse me. And I have one more adjustment layer on top that just is my own little adjustment layer that I have on there. So that is that. That is probably the biggest part that you just completed. Now that your face is done, the rest of the concept is pretty easy. So I came up with 2 concepts for this thumbnail, and they both kind of play off of each other. This first one is the one that I'm showing you right now that we're working on. I'll show you the second one too, but so this was my little brief that I wrote down. This would be something I would actually give to like a thumbnail artist as well. Maybe explain a little more detail. This is just a little bit rough for my knowledge. So we're gonna hop over here, and I'm gonna break this down. When it comes to actually making a thumbnail file, you want to do 1920 by 1080. 300 pixels an inch, and a lot of people are still doing 1280 by 720. This isn't 2012 anymore. We don't do thumbnails in barely HD, so this will just bring your pixels to life a little more. You're going to see you're going to lose a little bit of the detail that we had on the 6000 by 4000 original file, but it still looks a lot better than it would on just like a 720. So this thumbnail is extremely simple, and this is what I would preach to you to do with all of your thumbnails. Keep all of them extremely simple. So for this example, all I did was I had a profile picture, a name, the verified badge, and text. So if you don't know, a lot of the Apple text and any of the text that like companies use, a lot of the social medias use is FS Pro Display. That's actually Apple's official font, so that's what most people are used to. That's a very relatable font. I use that a ton in my thumbnails. Another one I like to use is Futura. That's like a nice bolder one. I just duplicated the DMs, changed up the text. And to do this blurry sensory effect, I made the text a smart object. Then I went to filter and mosaic and then I put the cell size at like 10. You can see here my Photoshop is very organized. Everything is extremely well labeled. That way I know if I need to make changes, I know exactly where stuff is. I just click a couple buttons and I know exactly which one's which. When you don't have stuff organized, you're going to have to click through it. When it's named random things, you're going to click, which one is which. You have no clue. So just label everything, makes everything so much easier. Let me show you the second concept. This was based off of the first one, just adding a little more Ryan Trahan to it, if you will. This was, of course, a different photo. We got me on the right side doing the exact same thing I just showed you guys. And then for this box, I just took the DMs, threw them over here for the box, which I did with this. I went to U. This is the rounded rectangle tool. Click on that, and then you just do this. And round the edges a little bit. So that's like 50. I think the edges are about 50. And make them all the same. And voila, you have a new rectangle. You can go ahead and add this. So just get rid of the border and then just change this to white. And then you have that Ryan Trahan type box. Then you can go ahead and actually edit this by rasterizing it, and then you can erase a little bit. So if you want to do a little bit of that effect that I did, you could do something like this. And that kind of creates that fading effect. It looks really clean. And then I just added the DMs on there. And then, of course, for getting images and stuff, I source from Google. It's probably not the best place, but that's pretty much it. And then the vignette is just a brush. I like to get a really big brush, go around, and then change the fill down a bit. And that's all there is to it for a vignette. For the backgrounds, just Gaussian blur and then a little bit of camera raw. For example, on this one, this is very my favorite version we got. So without the camera raw, with the camera raw, and then also with the blur. That looks really clean. For this example here, you can see that it does look a little bit like a cutout. So I would ideally like to have a little bit better picture that fits more of the outside, because you see the blue sky, so there would be sun, and there doesn't really any sun on me, so that is a little unrealistic. But for this example, it doesn't look too bad. It's passable, but you want to try to make it look as realistic as possible. That's something I'm going to preach over and over again, is make it realistic, make it simple, because the best Photoshop is no Photoshop. So we're about 2/3 of the way through the course so far, and there's some of the most important sections coming up. But before we go any farther, I did want to mention something. If you're finding a lot of value in this, you'll find even more value inside of my private community. This private community is designed to help anyone go from 0 to making 6 figures with YouTube. It's primarily focused on making money, but inside of there is how to make great videos to attract the right viewers, even get a lot of views to make a lot of money. So inside of my community, there are special workshops that have never been seen anywhere else before. I'm going to be having some guests do some workshops as well that are phenomenal in their own field. I have exclusive case studies and then also outlier analyzations. There's just a ton of stuff where you can go and study even more than what you're learning here in this course. It's primarily designed to make money, but there is a ton of stuff just for growing on YouTube in there as well. And obviously there is the community aspect. Everybody is active in there and asking questions. I'm in there all the time. We also do a live call every week, just a roast session, have a little bit of fun. There's new content inside of the Viral Lab every single week. In order to get access, all you have to do is go down the link below, virallab.io. Then you'll see a free workshop where I go over the YIPM system. And that system is the system that makes my clients millions of dollars a month and is now making me 6 figures as well. That free workshop has a good amount of detail. I do go into more detail inside of the Viral Lab, but that really shows you the system to monetize properly and make money with YouTube outside of Google AdSense, because that just doesn't quite get it done, and you're not necessarily going to be able to get to 6 figures just by growing on YouTube and getting views and stuff. You definitely possible, but there's a better way to do it. So check out the link below, and now back to the best free YouTube growth course on YouTube. Welcome into section 6, and this section I'm going to be talking about scripting, starting with the hooks and intros, and then going over the body, how to keep retention, and finally an outro CTA framework to increase your end screen element click-through rate by a lot. Like we're talking 10 to 20% click-through rate, and that's just literally free views you're going to get. So with an intro, this is where a lot of people get things wrong, because if you are getting 50 to 60% like at 30 seconds, it's really going to be really hard to succeed with YouTube. You need to get that number, depends on the audience and everything, but it needs to be 70 plus. I've seen tons of videos do fine with 65 plus, but getting 75 plus is ideal. I think is a good benchmark. Even Mr. Beast, even with all of his views, he is entertainment though. But I believe he's in the 80s. I think he's around like 84. Somewhere he gets. I mean, that's a pretty specific number, but I believe he's in the 80s. I've seen retention like charts with as high as like 91% in 30 seconds, which is absurd. To only lose 9% of viewers, that is absurd. If you're doing that, you are a freaking genius. I like to aim personally for about 75%. You're still losing 25% of viewers, but 75% is pretty good. 75 to 80 would be ideal. I'd say that's if you're really the top tier of what you're going for. But for many people, they're automatically losing like 50%, or even worse, they might be losing 60%. Now, I do want to mention this because I have had this actually happen to me before, where I've started a new channel. I know the intros are good, and then YouTube kind of shows it to the wrong audience. And you're going to see a number like this. Okay, I'm not going to lie, this happened to me. I was scared out of my mind when I saw this at 30 seconds. I was scared out of my mind. All right, then YouTube found the right audience. This number went up to 65%. All right, so I felt a lot better. Still, obviously, a lot to work on here from 65%, but a lot better than like 33. So understand that sometimes YouTube is trying to figure out what your exact audience is, and all that stuff. So yeah, 33%. Don't if it's 33%, either it's really really bad or YouTube just doesn't know who to show your video to yet. The one thing about the YouTube algorithm is YouTube will not show it to people they don't think will enjoy it. So generally it will be your fault, but not always the case, because YouTube does need to find an audience that will resonate the best. So they might have a certain pool they need to test a video with. So let's say it's pool 1. Then they need to, YouTube, they see, it doesn't do too well with them. They thought from all the data they're getting that your video would do well with pool 1. It didn't do well. They're going to test it with pool 2. Maybe it hits with them. The retention goes up, and then the video starts to get more views. This is a very simplified version, but intros aren't very hard to crack. Once you do, your retention will go up, and everything's just going to change. People think retention doesn't matter, bro, and it's so annoying because I disagree. The story is your retention. If you have a great story, people will not be clicking off. People will be staying. And audiences are different, video types are different. Some people, they're just naturally, not going to get high retention because they're niche, because of their demographic. Older people will typically watch videos for a longer period of time if it's, a video that really resonates with them. If it's not, then they're not going to watch it. Doesn't, just because they have a longer watch time on a lot of videos doesn't mean they're going to watch a kid's video for the same, 10 minutes plus. So always keep that in mind. There's a lot of factors, but the higher the retention percentage, I think the better. Retention, I'm just going to throw out a random number, 75%. Well, actually, this isn't random. This is what Mr. Beast. If you're not getting 75%, you're doing it wrong. But 75% is pretty insane. I'd say if you are getting 50% plus on your videos, depending on how long they are, if they are at least like 6, if you're getting 50% on a 8-minute video, you're doing pretty good. There are so many people I know that cannot hit this. All right, 50% is pretty solid. It's not great. It's solid. Especially like an 8-minute video. Once again, depends on the niche, depends on the topic, because there's certain benchmarks. Like if this was like a Minecraft video, 50% would probably not be that good. Some of those people in Minecraft, bro, they are insane at retention. They know their audience extremely well, and they can speak to those kids or whoever they're targeting with their videos very, very well, and they're able to hook them in. They also have great storylines. They have great editing. They have multiple angles. There's so much that goes into those videos they can do really well. For the intro, there are a few things I'm going to write down here that need to happen in your intro. You need to introduce the character. If that's entertainment, that is you and maybe your friends, whatever. If that is an educational video, you need to make that obviously very clear. And then show the transformation. Especially for the educational, the viewer needs to see what will happen if they watch the video. So if they, easy example, if they are watching a how to make money online video, they need to understand that by watching this video, they're going to go from broke to rich by the end of the video. Let's just say that's easy example. By the time they're done watching this 10-minute video, they're going to magically know how to make 10K a month. It's the problem with most videos, it's not realistic, but that's how it goes. So introduce the character. And then also, I'm just going to show this right here, educational. So target, this is my target audience. This is the transformation. Here's what's at stake. If you don't do this, if you don't transform from 0 to 10, your life's over. You're going to be broke forever. You're poor. You're a brokey. All that stuff. So that's how educational works. Now, in entertainment, these are the characters. This is the concept of what's going to happen, and here's what's at stake. If we don't, jump off a cliff and survive, we're going to die. Plain and simple. So that's how entertainment works. And then here's just some hooks, bold statements. You start off saying, the sky is purple. And then a question. You could say, ever wonder if... Actually, I'm going to take this from a video. How does Bluetooth even exist? That was like the title of the video, but that actually might have been like the hook too. Now the issue with asking a question, especially like in the first like few words or sentences, there's an issue with getting that wrong with your audience. Now that can be a good thing, because if the audience that watches that video, they immediately click off, well, now you're filtering the people that you want on that video. So there's two ways to look at it. It's really tough for me to say which one is the best. I think you should always mix up your hooks, but the question one, I think it's actually good to ask a direct question in your hook. I think that it's better to set it up at the end. That way you have a question going into like the first section. So I'm going to talk about this in a second, but the main thing But the key to storytelling and scripting is questions that are in the viewer's minds. So when a viewer clicks on a video, I didn't mention this in the packaging, but you do want to make sure that through the packaging, through the title and the thumbnail, that the viewer has 3 questions. At least, it could be more, but at least 3. So, and I kind of ideally 3, because more than that is like a lot. So 3 questions in the viewer's mind. An example could be like, does he really accomplish this? How exactly does he do it? I'm going to base this off of the jumping off of a cliff example. So does he survive? How does he do it? And what did he do? What did he do? Prepare? What kind of time frame? It really depends on what the title and thumbnail are, but those are just some easy ones. And the thumbnail. It could be like how far did he jump off of the cliff? That could be a big one. Like, and then maybe the thumbnail could be like 500 feet. Then you would wonder, well, was it actually 500 foot? So there's always questions that a viewer has going into a video. And your job is to answer all those questions and raise more and answer those. Those are going to be called curiosity gaps. Let me clarify here. So a curiosity gap, I'm going to talk about this a lot. These are basically questions raised in the viewer's mind. Okay, so this is a curiosity gap. So you raise a question here. Let's say this is your script. You raise a question. Curiosity is ensued. Now, there's a gap between the question and the viewer's knowledge of how that question should be answered, essentially. So then you would answer that question right here. All right. That question now has been paid off. That curiosity gap has been closed. Now you have a sentence or two, and you raise the next question. So this is another question. This is a curiosity gap right here. CG. There we go. Okay, so now you have another curiosity gap. And then you continue this throughout the video. That is how you keep the viewer hooked. Now, when we're talking about the intro portion right here, so let's say you have 3 questions going into the video. You need to pay off kind of 1 to 2 of them in the intro. So you have 1, 2, and then you raise that third one to bring you to the next section of the video. There needs to be one of these questions, one question for the video, like from the packaging, from the intro. typically derived from the packaging and then reiterated in the intro, this will last all the way until the end of the video. This is the overarching question for the video that will keep people watching within all these other questions that are raised and answered, raised and answered, raised and answered. That's exactly how the structure kind of works for a video, and this goes for both educational and for entertainment. For the structure as well, you need to have highs, you need to have lows. So a video looks like this, looks like this. It kind of looks like our peaks and valleys from before in the mindset. Peaks and valleys, right? We need to have high moments, low moments, high moments, low moments. You don't want to just kind of go high, low, high, low, high, low. You can mix it up and start off on a high. You want to obviously kind of start off on a high and then build, drop, build. Didn't quite make it. It depends on your story structure too, because there's like the hero's journey. Cannot think of anything else off the top of my head, but that's like the main popular one, especially in entertainment. You can even make this like educational too. Person starts like this. They go through a transformation phase. That's a weird person, and they go from 0 to 100 pounds, and they're a hero now. So, there's many story structures. There's many ways you can take things. Speaking of that, let's go back to the hooks. Something could be a metaphor. A great way to do this will be, let's just say, you're doing an intro about weight, building off of our example, and to demonstrate that, you would show 100 Skittles in a jar or something, or maybe 100 rocks, and then you show 200 rocks. You show the difference. And then you're like, this is what you weighed 100 pounds. This is what you weighed 200 pounds. That's not a great hook. I would have to rework that. But that could be a metaphor, and actually probably a better way to demonstrate this sort of like transformation would actually be with real people. So I wouldn't necessarily use the metaphor in that example. I would use bigger person. All right. They're a little chunky all around. And then you have this person. They are tall. They are the ideal person, according to social norms, I guess. And they're skinny. So how do you go from this to this? Well, the answer is 6,000 push-ups a day. So that's kind of an example. A story, you could say this, even in an educational video, say, this is John. Here, he weighed 100 pounds. And his wife was just disappointed in him for not being able to pick up things around the house. So he was motivated to go to 200 pounds. After following my 3-week program, he's now at 200 pounds. In this video, I'm going to reveal exactly how he did it step by step and how you can too. Just off the dome, I think that's a decent basis. You could obviously rework that, but you can kind of see where I'm going with that. Data fact, so this would just kind of be like a shock factor. So it could be like there are 9,999,069 people live in Chicago. But only one is a billionaire. And then you could go into his name and blah, blah, and then kind of start. That'd be like a documentary video. So let me reread this. 9,999,069 people. You wouldn't really use that number. I'm just trolling. You'd have to use something that would be much more easy to read off the tongue. People live in Chicago, but only one is a billionaire. You could rephrase this too and be like, show the shock between 9 million. You could also do the 9 million and one a little bit closer, or reverse the order. You'd have to play around with this a lot to see what works best. The other hook is just the character. So that's like this guy, or it could even be the guy's name. It could be like Iman, Okay, Gaji, Iman Gaji is a multi-gazillionaire. Top G just hit 1 trillion in net worth. But the secret he doesn't want to tell you is that it's all in V-Bucks. So that's everything on hooks, intros, curiosity gaps, some numbers for you, and a whole lot more. Let's dive into the body section. This is now part 2 of section 6, all about scripting, and we're going to be talking about the body. So we have our intro, we have people hooked, we have our 80% at 30 seconds, hopefully. And this sets the tone for the rest of the video. The higher you can get this percentage here, the more watch time you're going to get. Plain and simple. If you can keep people hooked here, it becomes a lot easier to hook people throughout here. Now, cold audiences, people who are brand new to your channel, they will naturally decline. So if we look at a retention chart real quick, let's say your chart starts off at 100. All right, you go here. That's the length of it. This is at 100. Your chart is going to start here. It's going to drop to 80. Okay, now from here, if you can get that as high as possible, this makes the rest of it easy. Even if you have a slow letdown, this will still end up being at like 40% at the end of your video, which wouldn't be bad. Ideally, you are a little bit higher, but we're going to have that drop off here. And you want to keep this as flat as possible. There's going to be a natural small decline. You're not going to be able to keep it perfectly flat, but there's going to be a decline. And then here, you do not want to see any sort of, let's just make another retention chart here. We have a drop. We don't want to see another drop, an up, a down, an up and down. Stay here, and then down, 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 and then you get to the outro. You signal there's going to be an outro, and then boom. We're going to talk about outros in a second, but you want to try to keep that as even as possible. Spikes aren't a bad thing, by the way. They are if you have multiple spikes. If you have a bunch together, that means people are skipping through. And then also if you have like if you have like chapters and stuff. I don't like chapters. Some people may disagree with me on this. But if you have a chapter here, chapter here, chapter here, chapter here, chapter here, people will kind of just skip through the video, and then you're going to have like a spike right here, spike right here, spike right here, spike right here. People are going to skip around naturally because they might think, oh, I'm too good for this section. They don't want to watch it. They want to skip. They want to skip. They want to skip. Now, the argument against that is to say that, well, people will, if they're about to click off a video, they're like, oh, well, maybe I'll wait and I'll watch this. I'll watch this section. I find that hard to believe. I wouldn't do that personally if I'm a viewer. I mean, I might look ahead and see if there's anything interesting. Whereas here, yeah, I guess if you don't like what you're seeing up here, then you would just click off because you don't know what's going to be at the end. Obviously, if you're doing the intro, right, you kind of foreshadow what's going to happen throughout the video. So there are a couple of ways to look at that. I personally don't like chapters. You can make that decision for yourself. But for the body of the video, it's going to be a lot about those curiosity gaps I talked about. Curiosity gap, curiosity gap, curiosity gap, curiosity gap, question, 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 essentially. And that's how we're going to carry people throughout the video. There are many ways to do this. There are like listicles. This is what I love to do, especially for the educational videos. There are 3 things that make up a proven system that are backed by data and can get you X result. And then you show like a data point, then you show your claim, then you show like the time factor, the transformation, and then how to do it. Or you can kind of reverse the order, mix up the order. There's many ways. There's not like one set in stone way to do this. The main thing is you have to keep it hooked. You cannot ramble on like I'm doing in this course. This course is just kind of like raw. It's off the cuff. I didn't really prepare a whole lot. I'm just kind of just sending it. If this was a normal YouTube video, I would have everything scripted word for word. Some people like to just have bullet points, so they'll have, a couple notes. That way they can stay on track. Some people are better at speaking than others. I'm not like that. I've become a lot better because now, obviously I'm doing this and I'm doing it fairly well, not great. Many years ago, I was terrible at it. I would ramble. It was not good. It was not good. So bullet points are good if you're a great speaker, but I'm assuming most of you aren't. So at the very least, though, have your intro scripted word for word and your outro scripted word for word in the body. If you're doing like a talking head, at the very least, do that. At the very least, but definitely try to have the entire thing scripted. Everything just works so much better because you can have, especially if you're doing a talking head, or like an educational video, having everything scripted word for word just really controls your language, and you can get the highest possible chance of getting a high retention because you're really selective with the words you say, and that way you ensure that you're using the right language for your audience, really honing in on resonating with that viewer. I also did want to share a little bit of my scripting framework. This will kind of also fall into just general scripting, not necessarily the body, but this is for one of my other videos earlier on the channel. So some people do this differently. George Blackman, if you've ever heard of him, probably the best YouTube scripter there is. He has a whole template you can get for free. There is an updated one with his cores that is way better than his first one, but the first one's still pretty good too. It's free. My script template is pretty simple. It's literally just like the breakdown and then different stages of the video. So you'll see how this is broken down for me. What is the concept? Some of this is derived from the book Save the Cat. A great storytelling book. It's about screenwriting, so it's about movies. It's not necessarily about YouTube, but you do learn a lot just about storytelling in general. That's a great one. But what is the concept? So how to get monetized on YouTube fast so you can start making income from your passion. Now, I always love to have a why, whether it's educational, whether it's entertainment. What is the why? What drives people to what drives like the character, and why am I making this video? Why for like the educational, why am I making this video? Why would people watch this video? And why can they get a transformation out of it? There's a lot of different things to think about. And then what are the audience's obstacles? What stands in the way from people being unmonetized on YouTube to being monetized? Right, and then what are the curiosity gaps? These are derived from the packaging. So how do you get monetized? How much money can you make? How fast can I make this money? So these are just like questions coming into the video from that packaging. And then the stages, this is just me kind of planning out everything. And then the intro, and then I love to have the shot, what shirt I'm wearing, and then I time everything out. And I time this to be about 8 minutes. After the rough cut, and it ended up being 7 minutes. So I was a little bit longer on my speaking, which is not usually the case. Usually when I time it out, I'm way faster, but this is kind of the structure. Now, I will actually say this. For educational videos, I did want to mention this. You have value, CTA, value, outro. This is the framework, especially for educational videos. You have to provide value, more value. Then you give them a CTA, whether it's to buy your product, which I'll be talking about later in this course, or to subscribe. This one is a free workshop in the private community because it's the monetized one. For the other video, it was just a subscribe CTA. I've found that when you ask people to do something, you will get a higher conversion rate. There are people who say, you shouldn't say anything at all, and people will naturally do it. And I agree to that to a certain extent, but a lot of people, they just kind of forget about it. If you don't actually mention it to them, they're not going to do it. So I always think it's worth mentioning, at least for a couple sentences. It's not going to hurt your retention too much from what I've seen and what I've done. Maybe it's different for other people, but from my experience, a little CTA to check out your product, worded right, obviously, or to just subscribe is not bad. Now, what I'm not saying is to in the intro say, "Yo, what's up, guys? Subscribe to my channel. Welcome back. Like, subscribe, comment." No. We have to provide value. We don't even care about that. We have to get them to this point. You don't deserve to ask for a subscribe. You don't deserve to ask them to like the video until they've made it this far. For my entertainment videos, I'm going to drop the sauce here. Video breakdown, very similar. I have a lot of curiosity gaps, stages of the video, what are the obstacles, what is the why, and then I have everything scripted out, even for my entertainment videos. And the way I do this is I have, of course, the same sort of framework, stage, and then I have location. I have a structure that I use for every video. It goes talking, voiceover, talking, voiceover, talking, voiceover. That's how I've found my entertainment videos to do the best, and I get pretty good retention that way. That's how it works for me. But everybody will be a little bit different, but there are things, of course, you need to incorporate into every video, and that's some sort of storytelling techniques, whether it's using like the listicle or whatever. But the main thing is there always needs to be a question in the viewer's mind, and there needs to be something that is carrying that viewer throughout every single second. Even in more boring, long, drawn-out videos, or even just think about like movies. Like, you're always wondering what's going to happen next. You have to earn the right for people to breathe and, have like longer sequences where you're just kind of talking, you're just kind of yapping, or there's just slower scenes. That's the main thing with pacing. I'm going to talk about that in the editing section a little bit more because I'm not really going to go over like how to edit and stuff. I'm really talking about pacing because pacing is so crucial. So crucial. That is the main thing with editing. You have to understand that. And a lot of that can be initially stamped into the video with the scripts. Okay, so these are some other things to keep in mind with scripting that are very, very powerful. One thing, emotions. Emotions are huge. What emotion is the viewer feeling at this current stage? Are they sad? Are they angry? Are they happy? Are they on edge? I don't even know if that's emotion. Look up the core emotions and see what people are feeling, what you want them to feel. This will kind of set the pacing in a way, and also like the music too. What you're saying, what's kind of happening on screen. Emotions are huge. Humans are just emotional people, and if you can tap into this, people will be so much more locked into your videos. So really, really hyper focus on emotions. Okay, the second thing is progression. Everything you do in the video needs to progress it. So if something is not progressing the story, even if it's a joke, you think it's really funny, it doesn't belong in there. It just does not. So everything needs to push and drive the story forward. If it's not, it doesn't belong in the video. Another thing is called signposting. This is to remind the viewer of what's going to happen. People are forgetful, especially when they're watching content. You need to remind them of what's going to happen. You're not going to be spamming people telling like, oh, guys, we're going to jump off the cliff. We're going to jump off the cliff. 2 minutes later, we're going to jump off the cliff. No. You have to remind them, in a subtle way and very quickly. There's only 24 hours left until we jumped off the cliff. And you can kind of show like a clip of like coming up of you about to jump off the cliff. Just something like that you kind of tease throughout the video. And then eventually the end, you jump off the cliff, but there's like a big buildup. That's kind of like an entertainment, but it could also be even an education. You could say, by the end of this video, you're going to know how to make 10K a month. Well, then you kind of remind them saying, in order to make 10K a month, in order to make, 10K a month will be possible, but you need to do X, X, and X. And here's the 3-step framework you need to achieve to make your brain capable of making 10K a month. That's what's called signposting. You have to remind people, of what's to come and what they're learning in this video, because people are not that smart, but you don't want to make them feel dumb. That is a big thing. That's another thing I want to talk about, is making people feel smart. This is called 2 + 2 = 4, and not just 4. All right, what do I mean by this? I mean, when you're telling people something, you're going to tell them, you're telling them the concept, so you're saying, this is the video where I'm jumping off a cliff and blah, 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 blah. You're telling them a 4, right? You're not trying to give them just a tidbit of information, a 2 + 2. You're not, giving them the bare minimum. They're foreshadowing details. So the way this would work in a video is you're going to go 4, 4, 4, 2 + 2, 4, 4, 4, 2 + 2, 4, maybe another 2 + 2, and a 4. With the 4s, you're going to really kind of just tell people things and not make them think for themselves. So initially you're going to do that, especially because, you need to clarify things and make sure, everybody's on the same page. But then things can get a little bit murky, and that's where the 2 + 2 comes in. This is where emotions can also play in, but 2 + 2 is you allude to something. So you allude to something, and you don't really give a clear answer. People can, you can direct it a certain way so most people will pick up on it, but some people won't. That's the magic of like TV and shows and stuff. Not everybody's going to interpret something the same way. But you can allude certain things, to drive people in a certain direction. But emotions play a big factor in this. 2 + 2, they might get emotionally tied into that 2 + 2 rather than you just telling them, guys, this is the best light bar of all time. You might you give them all these features, but you kind of hint that it's the best light bar of all time, but you don't actually say that. It's not a perfect example, but you kind of get my point. And with that 2 + 2, this could also just look like you show a shot. This is a lot with storytelling. You wouldn't necessarily use this too much in educational. This is very useful in entertainment. Let's just say you were filming an entertainment video of that jumping off of a cliff, and rather than saying, I was stressing out, you show that person stressing out. Now you can make your own conclusions. So it is a little bit about visual storytelling and using B-roll and really trying to tell a story without saying things. That is a lot of what 2 + 2 is. Or even it could be like the friends talking about you. So this is, you are mad stressing because you got this cliff you got to jump off of. Right, here's the ground, this is the cliff. you are mad stressing. Well, your friends over here, they're like, dude, I don't know if he's gonna make it. Like, bro, like he's over there by himself. You know, he's all alone, and then maybe somebody goes and talks to him. So kind of just little things that kind of hint like this dude is mad stressing. He doesn't know what's gonna happen, and you can kind of make that conclusion based off of what they said. And you can also show a shot. He's mad stressing. You can make the conclusion 2 + 2 rather than saying, yo guys, I'm really stressing out right now. So you can, I mean, there is a time and place to say that, but using the 2 + 2 makes things so much easier, makes things so much more interesting. You have to use 4s though, because you have to progress the story. So unfortunately, you can't just do 2 + 2 + 2 forever. You do have to use 4s, and the majority of things will be 4s, but you do want to mix in 2 + 2s. That way the audience does get a chance to think for themselves. Okay, another thing to build off of is your script clear? Because a confused audience is an audience that is going to click off. When they get confused, they're like, yeah, I don't really, this is boring. This is making my brain hurt. I don't want to watch it anymore. You need to make things as clear and as simplified as possible. So you also have to keep in mind your audience. And this is, I mentioned this before, but this is why we came up with that target audience avatar in the beginning. You need to know what language you're going to use with your audience. Do you treat them like a 5-year-old because they are a 5-year-old? Yes. You really need to understand, who you're talking to. Now, the average American does not understand big words. So generally, you're not going to use big words anyway. But if you're, a rocket scientist, mostly rocket scientists will be watching your videos, so you can use some bigger words. In the general sense, though, you need to be clear, and you need to explain things with a caveman brain mentality. So this means when you're explaining things, you need to really, really explain it in simple terms, so that everybody can understand. And it's set in a way that, just makes sense, but also doesn't offend the people that already understand a concept. So let's just say somebody doesn't understand the word clients. Well, what you can do instead of saying client or clients is literally just describe what it is. I have people who pay me X amount of dollars, X money, to do work every month. Most people know what clients mean, but it depends on your audience. Some people might not know. So you would just say that instead, and it does take a few more words, which is kind of goes against things because you always want to try to simplify things. Regardless, you kind of have to do it, and then people who understand that already, they're not like too upset because you're not saying. And if you don't know what a client is, you're just kind of saying the definition of it so everybody can understand, and then other people aren't getting like offended because of that. One other thing: do not repeat yourself. I talked about reminding people. That is different from repeating. Do not repeat yourself. Repetition, I've been doing that a lot in this course. That's only because this is a course and I need to drill some stuff into your guys' heads. But repeating things, I hate it. I hate it. Other people hate it. It's just annoying. Also, this is a little bit of a tangent, but if you were using the same B-roll clip over and over and over, do not do that. Please do not do that. It gets annoying. Viewers can tell. Viewers are not stupid. Using the same clip over and over again is not going to work. And just don't repeat yourself. Sometimes people actually, I will say this too, I've done this before where I don't even realize that I'm repeating myself, in the sense that, you say one thing one way and then you kind of say it again a different way. Cut it out. You really have to look for this, because if you're saying the same thing over and again, you're wasting not only your time but the audience's time, and then you're giving yourself a much higher chance to get a lower percentage for watch time and all that good stuff. There is a lot more that goes into these scripts, and I could really go into story in depth even more. I really just want to make sure this is understandable for everyone, and you can get a good grasp of what's going on inside of a video, inside of a story going on. The main thing you need to take away, I'd say the 80-20, is the curiosity gaps, the questions. Make sure there is no gap between these. So you have question answered, question raised, Question answered, question raised, question answered, question raised. The other big point is to really focus on the language. You really want people to think that you're like a mind reader because you know your audience so well that you just speak directly to that person on the other side of the screen. They're like, man, like it's so relatable. You really want to give that feel, that impression. You know, people are like, whoa. And with these questions, I didn't mention this before, but the ways you set this up is you set it up, you set up your question, so you give them a little statement, and then you hit them with a little bit of tension, and then you hit them with a little resolution. So the way this works, so for the setup, the tension, and the resolution will be like the main part, and then you'll get the final answer right here, right before the next question is raised, which you would have the setup here, then the tension, and then this, okay? So the way this works, setup, you would say, back to my example from earlier, I think it was something like there's three frameworks that allow you to make $10K a month, and the tension would be, and if you don't do this, you're going to be stuck in your parents' basement for the rest of your life. Okay, so that adds a little bit of tension. You could also say something more drastic. You're going to end up on the streets in the next year because the U.S. government is going to come for you. Something like that. That might be a little too lengthy. You have to understand your target audience. So many factors play into it. But you set it up, you throw in a little bit of tension, and then your resolution is the rest of it. And then you have a clear ending. Now you have a clear beginning of the next question. And a new question is kind of raised. You kind of have a little setup again, and then you go through the same process. Then we're at the outro. Let's go to part 3. This is the outro framework that will get you at least a 10% end screen element click-through rate. It's worked for me, it's worked for clients, it's worked for friends. It just works. So let's dive in. This is the final part of the scripting section of the course. And the way this works is actually quite similar to a curiosity gap. So you're going to set it up. You're going to show them what they understand, and then what they don't understand, what they're missing. And then you need to understand X. So therefore, watch this video next. I'm going to give an example in just a second. But the main thing here is we have our, let's just say, our last sentence from our our final sentence from the last part of the script. There's a solution, question answered, so the gap is closed, so the curiosity gap closed. Now, continuing on with the same thing, same pattern from the rest of the video, you raise another curiosity gap immediately. Then you set it up, and then you close it. Right? So it's just a little bit sooner, but the way you close it is by giving them a CTA to watch the next video. You want to make it feel as seamless as possible. As soon as people realize that they are getting set up, to watch another video, or they feel that it's the outro, they're gone. They are gone. Yeah, that's huge. So you really need to make this feel as similar to, your other curiosity gaps, your other questions. Make it feel as similar as possible to those. That way you can get the highest amount of people to this point so they will watch this next video. And then also the same goes from making it seamless from here, from here to here. Then you need to make this, so because you're missing X, you need X. So watch this video next to get X, basically. And that video needs to perfectly tie into the video you're already talking about. So let's say you're talking about losing weight. So now that you understand exactly how to lose 100 pounds by doing exercise, you're still missing something. See, you need to eat properly. And that's why I developed, and that's where this three-step system that helped Becky lose another 50 pounds. So bear with me here. Here's my example. So now that you understand exactly how to lose 100 pounds by exercising in just 2 weeks, you're still missing something because you can lose another 50 pounds. Just like Becky did in 3 weeks following my 3-step eating formula. So watch this video next to learn exactly what that is and how you can do it. So that's an example. It's a little rough, but it's pretty simple. It's very, very simple. You raise the question, you say you're missing something, you need this. Why do they need this? right? So you can go into a little more detail. You don't want to make this CTA too long. You want to try to keep it very concise. But why, why are you missing this? And then why do they need this? Well, they want to lose in their 50 pounds, right? So, if they're already losing 100 pounds, they're probably going to want to lose in their 50. These are big numbers. These are unrealistic numbers, by the way, unless you're, 1,000 pounds. But I don't think there's many people like that. So, so watch this video next. You could say, to learn more, watch this video next. The shortest amount of time you can do an end screen element is 5 seconds. So you can get away with just saying like, watch this video next to learn more. As soon as you say watch this, you're hoping that people are going to click on that video. So you could, I wouldn't always suggest to say watch this at the end. Like if you were in short form, you would say watch this, or comment is the like very last word, because they're going to scroll right away. Whereas in a video, you have a chance to get them to stay. So watch this versus it being over here. So it could be like, if you want to learn more, watch this video next. But you'd have to have a little bit of a pause afterwards, because people need to, once they receive that CTA in their brain, now they need to react to that CTA to actually click the video. So it's fine to say, so watch this video next to learn exactly how to do that. And then you would have a little bit of pause, so that way the end screen element shows, and then people can click on it. This framework is extremely simple, but extremely powerful, guys. That's really all there is to it. I think anybody and everybody can do this. Even in an entertainment video, you could. Honestly, if you're in an entertainment video, you can do whatever the heck you want. I haven't actually messed around with this in entertainment, but it works in educational very, very well. So definitely do this. And whatever niche you're in, doesn't matter, do this. With that said, let's move on to the next section. Welcome into the 7th section of this free course. And inside of here, there are 2 parts, and this is going to be all about filming. This first part is about speaking, and the second is how to get good shots and how to create a good shot. Let's dive straight in. So this is very overlooked, and people who aren't used to content, they don't really know how to speak. Speaking to a camera is a little bit different than speaking to a friend, although there are some similar characteristics. So I'm not going to use the whiteboard too much here, but I want to break this down. When you are speaking to a camera, on camera, whatever, you definitely need to be louder. You don't need to be, just be like, yo guys, yeah, 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 no. You have to be very energetic, emphatic. Now, I will say there are caveats to this, because there are some people who are monotone, and they can get away with it because they're funny, and that's just kind of their personality, and it fits them really well. But for most people who they don't necessarily have that personality, where that monotone voice kind of fits them. Like if you're talking with your friends and you're like, you're actually like talking in a group or something, you're going to speak louder. That's kind of how you want to speak. You don't want to speak like you're just one-on-one with a friend, it's just like a casual chat. Like you want to grab the attention of, the whole table or whatever. I don't really know. I'm not a social person. That's the way I look at it. Maybe I'm tweaking. I don't know. That's what I think. But when I'm talking to a camera, you have to really grasp the viewer's attention. I am locked in here. Another thing too, you may notice me kind of look off to the side and stuff, and sometimes it's maybe to look into my notes or like to look right here. I can just quickly check to see how I look, make sure everything looks good. Or a lot of times I do that because it's natural, and then it also looks natural. Like if I'm just staring like this the entire time, and we're just having a staring contest, and I'll blink, but I'm not moving my eyes at all. Like it's not natural, because people don't naturally stare you in the face. Most people will look away, they'll look here when they're having a conversation. So I think this is a little underrated. You have to treat the camera as if you're speaking to a person. But once again, it's that round table effect. So there's many little things. I'm just kind of giving you guys a few little pointers here and there. There's not like a set, you have to speak like this. Like there's nothing like that. It's pretty simple. You really need to make sure that you perk up your voice. You're a little more emphatic. You emphasize things a little more, and you really focus on your tonality and then also your pacing. So you're not speaking too fast, and you're not speaking too slow. You have to make sure that you're really, really locked in on what you're saying, and also that it looks like you're enjoying what you're doing, what you're saying, and you're not just kind of saying things to say things. You'll see people that are just kind of like spitting information, like they're just reading off of like a script, or they're just talking, they're just yapping, and I don't know how else to put it. They're just yapping, and they're just, I don't know. There's just a feel you get from them. It's not the vibe, bro. So what I really, really will emphasize to you is that you need to be emphasis. You need to play a little bit of a character. Also, notice my hands. We're using hand language. We're using body language, right? That is another crucial thing, is especially in different forms of video, like entertainment videos, or even just in edutainment as well. You really have to give off a sense, the feel. I talk about this a lot. It's all about emotions. You have to give off a certain feel so people can pick up on that. You have to make it, not so subtle, but make it subtle and obvious at the same time that makes sense. Where you want people to know, but you don't want them to like think that you're trying to make it obvious, if that makes sense. So let's just say I want to show you guys like I'm pissed off. Like I would have a certain, not aura, but there would be a certain vibe. So I'm just, I'm really just frustrated. I'm just, guys, this is how to grow on YouTube. It's just, I'm sick and tired of you guys being, useless goobers. I'm really enjoying my time right now. It's just been really, really exciting. And, that might have been, that was a little too obvious, but you can kind of see my point. Like there's a little bit of extra breaths. There's the eyes, you can, the brows furrowing. There's just little signs that you can give to people to make them aware of how you're feeling. Now, that works in the other direction too, because when you're making videos, you want people to think that you're happy, you're having fun, and you're enjoying it. Now, the other thing is when there's sad moments in a video, you can really start to slow things down with the pacing. You can lower the tone of your voice, and you can play a little bit of an act, and you can make things sound like it's like a sob story. And yeah, my cat just got ran over the other day, and life is just, it's not the same anymore. I don't know what I would do without the cat. So you have to be able to play a character at times. Not always, because you do need to show your true personality. That is the way that people can connect to you, because you are unique, and everybody's going to have a certain feel. Everybody's going to have a certain vibe to them. And if you're trying to emulate somebody else, or if you're just trying to not be yourself and try to be just, be a certain way, then it's not going to be a good look. You really need to just kind of elevate your own personality and mix in some other elements to heighten the overall character that you appear to be on camera. If I'm talking normal, this is how quiet I am. If I'm talking to YouTube, then I'm talking like this. I am by no means a professional speaker or anything like that, but this is just years of talking to a camera and figuring out what the best ways are to talk to the camera to make yourself appear really confident. Even if you're not confident on camera, you can kind of fake it, and it's like a fake it till you make it, because it's the camera, and there's not an actual person. Some people actually will get kind of nervous with the camera, and I don't get it. Camera's easy, people not easy. I love talking to the camera because I know it's just me and you right now. Right? We're just having an intimate conversation. It's me and you. Unless you're watching this on a TV and you got a bunch of people watching, that would be kind of weird. But my best guess is that you're watching this in your bedroom. You're locked in right now. You're studying this video. You're studying other videos, or maybe listening to some music. It's just you being lonely in your room, trying to figure out how to make it on YouTube. That's just my guess, though. I'll see you in part 2. Okay, so this is part 2, and I'm going to talk about how to create a great shot for talking head, and then also just some different things for on-the-run shooting, and just a little bit of basic videography / cinematography. I'm not the greatest, filmmaker or anything like that, but I do know a couple things. I picked up a few things over the years that, I think would be valuable to you. That's not my, my great expertise, but I think there are a few things that are good to know. So this obviously is only important if you are doing face channels. Like if you're doing like a faceless channel, like a documentary or anything like that, this is all irrelevant, so you can just skip ahead. And actually, the speaking does matter, because when you are doing a documentary, so much of that is focused on like the audio. Granted, the visuals do make a huge difference too, but the audio is huge. So with a shot, this is just a standard talking head shot that I'm going to be going over first. Let's just say this is our camera right here. So cam. In just a second, I'm gonna show you guys how you can get a second angle shot without having like a second camera. It's what I do for all my videos. It's a little bit of a trade secret. But yes, so all your shots, you're gonna have the camera, and then you're gonna have the key light. And for me, I have I think it's like a 33-inch. I finally upgraded last year. It's like a 33-inch softbox. I think I'm probably going to make like a gear list, and I'll leave that link in the description. It's a 33-inch softbox, like the softbox, and there's a Amaron 300Z, I believe, behind it. Great, great light. Before I used to have like some Amazon softboxes. It gets the job done in the beginning. This light's like $500, so I don't recommend it for everybody, but especially getting started, because I couldn't afford that before. So the key light, this will always be at a 45-degree angle. You can do different things, like just in the front. You know, there are different lighting types that you can do to create different moods. If you want to go into the specifics on that, just look up a video on YouTube for it. There are people who know way more about that than me. Traditionally, you're just going to have it on a 45-degree angle. You're going to get like the light mainly on this side. You're going to create some shadows here, and typically then you would have a fill light right here. And I do not have my fill light right now. I actually have a light behind me. And that's another little secret, that is like my hair light. Now, there are two ways to do hair lights, okay? This is the fill light. You will typically have this around 45 degrees, not necessarily, it might be a little more angled. And that would be, let's say this would be just like a normal lighting temperature. Then this one could be either warm or cool. You can create contrast with those. Also depends on the shot that you want, and also the feel you want to give, because colder colors make things feel cold. Warmer shots make things feel a little bit more cozy. So there's a lot of psychology that goes into that as well. And by the way, these lines just mean like the shot that you're getting. So this hair light would be, you could do this in frame or out of frame. I would say to do it out of frame. The look right now is to have it kind of in frame, like over here, right on the corner, and then have it shine on you, the subject right here. And then the hair light, all that does is that would illuminate like the top of your hair, and then maybe like the back of your head. For me, I kind of like it right here. The reason why I have that light like that is because it's motivated by this palm tree, and it's motivated by this light that I have on my desk right here. That's why I have that like that. It makes it appear like those are brighter than they really are. Because like I couldn't just do that as like purple. It wouldn't make sense. Yeah, it might look cool, but I think it looks a lot better when a light is motivated by something. Now I also have like those lights right here and those right there. And I could do something as well, maybe like illuminating my shoulder right here, but there's no need because I have my key light that's kind of there already. I could, get something there, but it's not worth it. I also ran out of lights, so yeah. But that's one way you could do the hair light, or like me. You could do the hair light right behind you. Now, typically, like I said, the hair light is going to illuminate like the top of your head, because right now the definition isn't super clear on the top of my head. And what a lot of people like to do is they like to have the top of their hair illuminated. So if you have like an overhead light, you could maybe use that, but the only problem with that is it becomes a little too harsh, and that might not be the right temperature, and there's just a lot of issues with that. So typically, when you're starting a brand new set, you have all the lights off. Every light off in your room. So if you have like a bedroom, turn your overhead light off, turn any light off, and then get yourself the key light. The key light is the starter for everything. And honestly, a key light alone is a great shot, because it creates, especially if you have that 45-degree angle, it creates a little mystery on the side of your face. It's a little dark back here in the background, but that's fine because it still looks pretty solid, especially, if you have the brightness right and everything just looks good, then you're fine. The other thing with having a like hair light that would illuminate the top is you're going to need it on a stand or up on something, so that way you can actually get the height to be on top here. And I don't really have anything for that at the current moment that would be able to kind of project down on me, so to speak. There are sets I've seen where people just will literally have a light like a stand go above them and like behind them a bit and angled this way. So from like back here coming this way, if that makes sense. I have seen some shots like that. Those are interesting. That's kind of like that's like the direct method behind, but instead of being lower, it being higher. So if this is the person, it being up here rather than like right here at like head level where mine is actually like below me. Once again, to show you that it's on a little like TV tray stand. Yeah, so that's that. This is the hair light. That's great to have. Great touch. The Then you're going to have some other lights in the background. This isn't necessary. This is just, think of Iman Gaji. Okay, I hate to bring this up because everybody, when you think of lighting, now you just think of Iman. If somebody does lights in the back, you just think of Iman. Let's just see. Yeah, the red and blue, great set. Let me just click on his newest video for you guys. Yeah, so he has key light, blue light, and then that kind of illuminates his back. And I think he has a little bit of a hair light here, and then this is illuminated, and that red is there as well. And it all looks very clean, red and blue, contrasting colors, and then red has some psychological meaning to it, so does blue. Yeah, that shot is just beautiful. So that's kind of what I mean. And also, you can actually look at this video by KJ right here. He has blue and orange, contrasting colors. It's not in the most symmetrical way, but that is a decent shot as well. He's got, the 45-degree key light. Back to our diagram here. So typically you would have like a light here, which would be, so if you're the person, you can kind of see where in relationship that is. So it's not behind you, so that way it's covered. It would actually be to like the side of you, but not all the way near the edge, because you want to typically have a little bit of breathing room between the light and then the border. And for me, I don't think it's quite even between this light and this light, and it's just not the perfect set. But I do have balancing lights, and they're both green, so that's something to keep in mind. A lot of people do things maybe a little bit different. They'll have a lot of lights behind them, and there's many ways to do sets. There's not one set way to do it. This is just kind of like the industry standard, so to speak, especially right now, where you have like the two lights here. And it could be, it doesn't just have to be like one light. It could be multiple lights. It could be like a tree, like how I have. I really like that look of the palm tree. I also have just like a tree with like Christmas, like white Christmas lights on it. That's not in the shot. Let me just do this really quick. So I also have that as well, and sometimes you can see that in the shot where it's like more directly from my computer screen. You can see that, and I think that looks pretty sick too. So that's all about like talking headshots and setting that up and building like a studio, basically. That's that. Now, actually, one last thing on that, I want to mention the best way to get a lot of like bokeh and have a blurry background and have a nice look to your set is to have a lot of distance. So the distance between me and that palm tree back there is probably about 10 feet. So that's why it has like those, that really nice bokeh effect right there. And then the other thing is that if I get even closer, it blurs up even more. Obviously, because the closer, then that becomes farther away. But the other thing to add to that is that my lens is a 16 millimeter 1.4, so that lets a ton of light in. Now, I will mention that it is a 24 millimeter because this is a APS-C camera. The 1.5x crop factor makes it a 24 millimeter, but it is a 16 millimeter in theory, but it's really a 24. And actually, before I forget, there is one last thing I need to mention about the studio. For you only to have one camera and get that second angle effect or look. So the way I do this is you have your script for angle 1, which is right here. So you film with your camera like this, that everything is a 1. And then 2 is angle 2. So I will read all the 1s first. I'll go through all of that. And then the 2s, I will read second. Or vice versa, it just depends on how I do it. And then I will take the camera, and I'll literally just move it right over here. Now, there is a theory and probably a cinematic videographer standard or rule or whatever that you're supposed to put the camera on the side where the light is, where the opposite of your key light. So I think technically you're supposed to put it over here, but I sometimes put it actually right here. So this is like the way I would do it I would put it like right there. That's how I like to do it. Other people would put it like right there. I don't know. It depends on if you have that fill light. It actually would look a lot better. But that's how I do it. People do different styles. That's my way of doing it. But I believe like you're supposed to put it on the side opposite, so long as you have that fill light. But that's how I do it. So I have cam over here, and then that's how I get like my second angle. So everything is filmed technically separately. So that's also sometimes why I forget to pull out my chains. And one shot, like if I'm talking here and then I'm talking over here, one shot I'll have the chains out and one won't. Enough of that though, on the go shots and stuff. So for B-roll, if you're just trying to get B-roll, just honestly, hire somebody to film for you. If you're trying to get B-roll, just try to get a lot of different perspectives. So, you know, don't go too crazy with like the angles and stuff, but get a high shot, a low shot, you know, a middle shot. I guess that would be this one. And then also like a perspective from your point of view. And then just maybe different point of views. Maybe it's like the fence point of view. Right? Just be creative. This is where you can, with B-roll, you know, get a lot of stuff where you're walking or doing stuff where you're working, you're building your Legos, you're doing your fitness stuff, but get a lot of different types of shots and get a lot of B-roll, because the more B-roll you can have a big B-roll library, and that is just, it's great to have those assets. That's great for short form, and then just having all this footage is great down the line for like transformation stuff, and the more footage you get, the better. That is something I wanted to point out. So just get a lot of different point of views and different things like that, perspectives, your point of view here, maybe a little vlog style, just something like that, and then something where it's, you know, way up there, just all kinds of different stuff. Think outside the box, be creative. That's all up to you. Now, as far as like cinematic shots and stuff like that, getting perspectives does play actually a part into that. And I believe, I don't know the technical names for all these shots, but you're going to need like an establishing shot. And what this will do is like you're going to set the context with an establishing shot. So this would be something like, let's say you're walking into the city. Well, then you're going to have a shot showing like the city, just like a shot of the city, not with you. It could be with you just kind of like standing there looking really small, and then it really establishes the significance of the city because you're this tiny little speck down here, and then the buildings are just massive, right? It can also be just like a drone shot that you yoink off of the internet. And that kind of establishes, okay, and then you have like maybe even a text to say where you're at. It's like, okay, you are in Dubai, and then there's like a shot of Dubai, and it, you know, it's like this little montage, and then there's you in Dubai, and there's different shots that kind of help the viewer get context and understand everything. So context shots are kind of what I like to call this, and this is what Ryan Trahan is really good at. He will really kind of just set the scene and give you a perspective so that you know where you are in wherever he's traveling to, or just in general. And a great way that he does this is, let me pull up his channel real quick. Even for his thumbnails, like it's kind of a shot like in of itself that he does, like, okay, like the McDonald's. Let's see if we can just click on his video really quick. Like he's literally eating like the McDonald's burger with the McDonald's thing right there. That is a perfect shot, guys. Perfect shot. So you look, if we come up to a shot, he's got this nice little thing going on, blah, blah, blah. He's adding some details there, but McDonald's just shows, okay, we're at McDonald's. We know where we're at. And then parking lot, then it's just him talking, yapping. But then this shot with him eating the bag, the McDonald's bag, that is so great. That was just like the easiest example I could think of off the top of my head. Is just getting those establishing shots. He'll also do that like when he's going to an Airbnb or something. He'll kind of give a lay of the land, give a lay of the Airbnb, just so that way you kind of know where he's at, what's happening, and then you feel a lot more involved when you're getting those kinds of shots. Somebody who's a excellent storyteller is Life of Riza in terms of like cinematic shots. She is, wow, really good. Really good. So I'd say if you want to learn more about cinematography, watch some of her stuff. You'll see some amazing shots. And yeah, how to film yourself in looks. This was a great video as well. It looks sick. So lots of like different points of views, different like lenses and stuff. If you want to get like really fancy with it, but you can even see here like a shot like this or a shot like this. Like just being creative, guys. This is where you can have fun. Is with the filming. Like, okay, this shot right here. Let's analyze this for a second. So this, if you were going to go like inside a door, then you would show yourself going inside the door, and then you show yourself coming in the door. Just simple things that make things make sense. So like here, she's holding the lens, then she places down the lens. You get a nice close-up. You can see the millimeters. You can see what the lens is, and everything kind of makes sense. You get that detailed close-ups. So you'd have like a far away shot, then you have like a normal shot, and then like a close-up. those are different types of shot styles. Of course, we talked about establishing shot. There's many more. This video is it's really, really good, so I'd recommend watching that for, more details. I'm just going to give you kind of the basic overview. You don't need to know all the details, but it is nice. Same thing with, learning how to properly light a scene. I give you guys the basics. That's all you really need. But if you want to learn more, there are great videos on YouTube specifically for that give a little bit more detail. Like I said, you don't need to know all the technical details, but that is all for section 7. I will see you all in section 8. Pause. Welcome to section 8, and this is all about editing. I'm not going to do like a step-by-step how to edit a YouTube video. I'm just going to be going over the basics, some different strategies that I learned over the years from editing countless videos, and then also talking about pacing. That is probably the most underrated thing about videos. And then the third and final thing I'll be talking about is just being unique. And I talked about this earlier in terms of branding, but I'm going to show you some different ways that you can be unique in your editing. So let's hop into the basics. So there's a few main editing softwares that people use. The main one will be Premiere Pro. Another one will be Final Cut, which I think is just superior, but I mean, you have After Effects here as well, and that makes it a very powerful combo here. That's what my editor uses, I believe, for this channel. And then Final Cut Pro. Some people use CapCut. If you use CapCut, I'm sorry. What are you doing? Please don't use CapCut. I mean, I know now they have like a decent editor, but just no. Learn one of these. This is what everybody uses. This is what people who actually know how to edit use. The third and final one people mostly use is called DaVinci Resolve. This one is probably the hardest to use, but I think it's probably the like you can do the most with it. A lot of like movie people use this. It's pretty crazy. So these are like the 3 main softwares. I prefer Final Cut. And a great free version or like great free editing software is iMovie. This is great. I think CapCut is free. It's why a lot of people use it. But just pay for Premiere Pro, or if you're on Mac. I don't actually pay for Final Cut. There is a strategy to get an unlimited free trial for Final Cut. I'm not going to disclose that in this video because my video might get taken down. There are many, many types of videos you can use. Just use iMovie and be fine. iMovie is just a simplified version of Final Cut. iMovie is great to get started on. I used this for years. Before that, I used Windows Movie Maker. Before that, I used iMovie on my iPod Touch 4, I believe. So I used a lot of different editing softwares. I think I also used was it Camtasia? I don't know. There was some crazy Wondershare. There was like a free version of Wondershare. I think now like it's an actual like decent editing software, but these are the main ones you're gonna want to stick with here. DaVinci too. And once you learn like how to use one of these, from what I'm told, you can kind of just switch fairly easily. I've never actually tried one of these other ones, to be honest. I love Final Cut. I have no issues with it. So those are the main editing softwares. So pick one, learn how to use it, and go from there. I will say, a lot of people will say to hire out editing and thumbnails. And while I think you should, I do think that it is very, very important to understand how to edit. I could not manage editors for clients or even for myself if I didn't know what a good video looked like, and if I didn't understand editing, like just editing of itself, pacing, and just where things belong. That takes a while to develop. That comes from consuming content, and that comes from making content, and then also just analyzing data from your content and getting feedback as well. So there's time in the game before you will really, really understand editing. And yeah, so that just comes with time. Unfortunately, it's not just an overnight process. So you can hire, especially if you're low on time. You are you're making the big bucks. Time is worth a lot to you, or you just have little time. Then hiring out is not a bad idea. It's just it's hard to give revisions if you don't know what you're really looking for. You could say like, well, this is bad. This needs to be fixed. But if you're not, you're not giving like specifics, and you also don't know why it's bad, it's not going to be good. So I definitely think in the beginning you need to edit your own videos. You need to understand the skill of editing, because there definitely is one. Thumbnails probably a little bit less because they are easier to make. It does take a while to get photos, like to learn Photoshop and stuff, but I do think with thumbnails it's just easier to hire out, because there are some people that are just so talented, and it doesn't really cost that much money to get a great looking thumbnail that will get a lot of clicks. That's just my 2 cents. You guys can make your own decisions for that, of course. But as far as editing goes, I'm just going to show you guys a little bit of a timeline of a video that I'm working on, and then I'm also going to show you a video that I actually already completed. This is for my entertainment channel, and this is a timeline. This is a pretty stacked timeline. So I just want to show you guys, just kind of give you guys an idea of what is happening, some different things. I'm not gonna, show you how to cut and do things like that. I'm going to give you just a few pointers here and there, but I'm going to show you different, like just the timeline. So some things I wanted to highlight was something that I do. Not a lot of people do this, but it's something that I do, and it fits for my style of video, is that I do something called a J and L cut. And so what this is you'll see this clip right here. This is an L cut, and then this is a J cut. This is on the audio. So all my audio is detached from the main clip. And then the J goes that way, obviously, and the L goes that way. So that is extending the audio and overlapping the audios. This makes the audio feel a little bit smoother, and then it speeds things up a little bit. So, and then also you can give things room to breathe. So you'll notice, I think, was it right here? Yeah, I let that breathe touch before the next audio. It really depends on, the sequence, how you're doing things. So I let that breathe, let it breathe, and then we're overlapping, and then we're not overlapping. So let it breathe, let it breathe, let it breathe. Audio does not overlap here, but then this one has a minor cut. This one is pretty heavy. It also depends on what you're saying at the end of a sentence, because if you're saying like something that ends in S, so you're saying like balls, that S can naturally be kind of cut off a little bit easier, and just it would be a much smoother transition for you to kind of overlap those audios. A lot of people don't do that. It's something that I personally prefer. Not everybody likes it, being a lot faster. Like I said, it does depend on your audience and everything, but that's how I like to do it. So I just want to touch a little bit about sound design, how you layer things. So having a lot of sound design that is motivated by like B-roll, so that if like a camera click for here, 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 and that's all motivated by this. So there's always a why going on. Why is this clip appearing? Well, there's a sound effect, there's a camera click, and then why is there a camera click? Well, because something's shown on the screen. So it all makes sense. Here we have a little sound effect, the Minecraft sound effect. In the beginning, I like to do booms or whooshes, just kind of grab people's attention. And then in the beginning, I also like to do a little bit of, I like doing captions only at the beginning. Some people like doing captions throughout the video or just different points. I just like to do it for the first little bit. I don't necessarily like having a lot of text throughout the video. Some people say, if you have a lot of text, the more text, people are more actively engaged. That is true. So, you will see text throughout the videos, but it all comes down to personal preference for that, but I haven't found anything, there's not like a cheat code. You put subtitles throughout the video and you get, a higher watch time magically. You still have to have good content. Definitely having captions for when like multiple people are talking and use different colors to differentiate. And then when, the mic audio isn't good, then you have subtitles for people who, you wouldn't necessarily be able to understand them because the audio is a little bit jumbled. That is a great way to use subtitles. Yeah. And then music. I just want to zoom out. Look how much I change my music. I change it a ton. Why do I do this? I change my music based on what is happening, the feel. And then this comes back to what we were talking about with scripting and everything. Is the video progressing? Is it regressing? If it's doing one of those two things, if the video is driving forward by either, progressing the character or the character is regressing, there needs to always be movement. There always needs to be, an emotional feel so people are really, really locked into the video. So I really, really love to change it. And then, more music just gives a little bit more pop to it, so to speak. But you'll see, I'll layer audio with like build-ups, dramatic, risers, booms, this, that. There's a lot of stuff that goes into the audio side of things that I will, end up doing in a video like this one. So I just kind of started, I'm missing a lot of B-roll. This video is not quite done. There's a lot of B-roll here that I have to go through and put in. But I did all the J and L cuts. That's big. I go through and I knock all this out. And then I do the, the voiceovers and stuff. This is for my entertainment videos, like I said. For the videos on this channel, I personally just do the rough cuts. And then I do a couple crops and zooms. Like on the second angle shots. That's about all I do. I can't do animations and stuff because I don't know After Effects. I don't know like Apple Motion and stuff. I'm not going to take the time to learn that. That would just take too much time for me. So I do the rough cuts and the J&L cuts. My editor takes it from there. And yeah, that's pretty much all. And then, leave them some notes if there are issues. But while we're here, I wanted to show you guys a little color grade. Color grading can really, really make your footage come to life. And it can also change the feel. Same thing with the music, same thing with, the subtitles, the shot that you get. Color grading can really, really affect that. So let me turn off my color grade. Looks a lot different. Does not look great. This looks a lot better. Reason why, let me show you what we did here. So the color wheels, the highlights, actually let me just turn these off and then I can go into this. Turn this. This is what the color wheel did, and this is the look that I prefer, especially for these videos. Is we bring the highlights down, the midtones down, and the shadows up. It's just it was too bright before. If we look at it, it's just like the highlights are a little too bright. It's a little too dark. We have some the nice shots. I don't necessarily like it now because this is my camera is not the most expensive in the world. And I would upgrade, but I love the images that I got of this. This is a Sony ZV-E10 with the Sigma 16mm, which I mentioned before. It turns into a 24mm because of the APS-C sensor. So I could shoot in log, but it doesn't really make a difference, so I don't. My one friend who has a Sony A7S III always asks me, like, how do you get your camera to look like that, even though his camera and lens is worth like $5,000 more than mine. It's color grading, guys. You can make up for lack of a expensive camera. You don't need the most expensive camera. It definitely helps for certain shots and stuff, making things look clean, but you can do pretty well with like $1,000 camera. That's the lens. The camera was like $750, and then the lens for this was like $300, so it was like a little over $1,000. Not anything too crazy, and I don't plan on replacing it anytime soon. So yeah, color grade on that, and then we go to color adjustments. This is where things kind of come alive a little bit. I didn't used to use this. I don't know why, but this has actually been a game changer for me. So really just play around with things. Do you want a less contrasty shot, or do you want to have things kind of like, really, it really depends on the look you want. This is going to tie into what I'm about to talk about in a second, and the third part in terms of being unique. So I have my saturation up a little bit. There's just different things. So the shadows, but then I have the black point down to kind of counteract that. So, and then you can, mess around with a bunch of different stuff. So what I also want to talk about then is, okay, this just brings out the green a little bit more, makes that pop. What I did want to talk about is, let's bring it back to color wheels. Let's say we wanted to have a greener shot. This would give a certain feel to it. Obviously, it doesn't look the greatest. We have it a little more purplish. Gives a certain feel to it. Now, temperature. This is where things, you get a colder shot. You can control that with, obviously, your lights, but when you're in an uncontrolled environment, you can really change things, and then you can go warmer shot. And there's also, like, LUTs and different looks and all kinds of things you can do to your footage to give things a certain feel. There is a lot more that I could go into in terms of, like, technical editing and a lot of different details. I try to share just a few pointers, a few advanced things, and also just a few basics. That way to kind of hopefully get you guys into the game. And if you need, like, a full tutorial, there are some on YouTube. And if you really want me to do one, I can do one. I can do a full editing video. I know this is a full course, but I don't want to make everything too complicated. I want to kind of give you guys an overview of this and just some of my knowledge from over the years. Hopefully that leaves you with something you didn't know and you can, take and implement right away. With that said, let's dive into part 2 of this section, and it's going to be about pacing. This is part 2 of the editing section. Let's dive in. This is all about pacing, and this is actually pretty straightforward. It's going to be very simple. Remember how we talked about with the scripting that things need to have peaks and valleys, and things need to be, there needs to be sad moments, high moments, all that stuff. And even in life, same thing with a video. So when we start a video, we are starting off, let's just say this is a baseline. Let me get a line in here. This is our baseline, okay? Let's just say this is around 100. When you're starting a video, you don't need to be at, Mr. Beast, who's at like 200. He's up here. But you do need to be, start off pretty high, high energy. Even if you are doing like a edutainment or educational, you do need to start off a little bit higher energy. So you might start around right here. Now, you start off here, and you want to have a little bit of a dip below in the intro, because this would be like what happens if you don't transform from 0 to $1 million, or if you don't transform from 200 pounds to 100 pounds in 24 hours. You're gonna have a low point. So you want to kind of bring that down and then bring it right back up, saying, but, if you do follow my, 6-step routine, whatever, then, you can get up to, 100 pounds in 24 hours, whatever. That's a little bit of a high point again. So this diagram right here is just going to be, so we're going to have high, low, here, up, down, up, and then hopefully end right here. This is not an exact science, but so we kind of have that high. We start off high, we go low, we go high. Now, how does this relate to editing? So this portrays both to the overall story of the video, but also editing. So high moments are going to be edited faster. Low moments, you're going to let this breathe. You're going to cut the music. Not always, but no music. This is just a little pro tip. If you don't have any music going on for a certain sequence, that draws all the attention out of the audio. You cut it. There's clear music, and then music is cut. It's going to be people are going to be hyper focused on that audio. So if a great hook would be saying something like, "This is the 6-step formula to lose 100 pounds in 24 hours." But if you don't do this, then you bring in that body language and character that I was talking about before and say something like, you won't be able to get your dream partner. And then you cut the music and then you let that sit for a little bit longer. You wouldn't do some of those J&L cuts on that specific sequence. You would leave a couple extra milliseconds or frames added on, so that sits a little bit, that resonates a little bit more with the viewer, and they can really grasp that. They understand it's subconscious to a degree. It is also conscious, but it is a little subconscious where it's like it's an emphasis. People really feel that impact. They feel your body language. They feel your posture. They feel everything. Everything is about emotions, guys. It's all about the feel. Throughout the rest of the video, then, continuing with those highs and lows, the cuts would be a little bit slower as you get in here, and the pacing really portrays and shows in entertainment videos, especially. That's where a lot of the pacing can matter a ton, because you need a lot of variance. In educational, it doesn't matter as much, but when you're telling a story, you're showing metaphors, even in documentary, edutainment, you need to also incorporate that story, incorporate the pacing and the high-low elements of videos. So this is still important. So don't just think it's only for entertainment, because it's not. You do need to have these moments where the viewers they have fast cuts, and then they can breathe, and then they really get some information, and then you don't want to just pack in all this information, boom, pile it all on. You share it in a simple to understand manner. You make a metaphor. You give an example of something, and then you can have a little bit of fun for maybe 10 seconds, and then you get back to information, and then you go for information for another minute. You have to break things up, because when you just do brain dumps on people or anything of that sort, it's just not going to go too well. So viewers are going to get overwhelmed, they're going to get confused, and they're just going to want to click off. We do not want that at all costs. So you need to mix things throughout the video. Now, some people will mistake me here and think that, it just needs to be a Mr. Beast edit video. There needs to be all this editing, all this stuff going on. That is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is to vary the pacing, vary your cuts, vary your story, vary your scripting, the highs and lows of what's going on, so that the story becomes more interesting, the video becomes more interesting. There's a lot of elements here. We start pairing in, the audio, how we're saying things. Are we starting to slow our speech down? Are we starting to be a little bit more quieter because things just are not going that well? Or are we really excited because we made $1 million freaking dollars? It really just depends. So, there's all kinds of things that go into this, guys. Just be wary of that. So, as things kind of progress here throughout the video, like I said, we have, some faster cuts here. Things are going well. The music will swell up, right? Think what motivates this sequence. The music has to motivate this rise, and then you have music that kind of is a little more chill. And here you have, lower toned music. It's not as high pitched. There's not as much hype. It's not as fast. The music fits the cuts. There are all kinds of things to fit the pacing. Things become a little bit slower. You might have a really low moment right here. The world is ending. Piano music. It's really sad, and the speech is just. It's really depressing, and then all of a sudden things start building up. We are starting to see some progress, guys. I cannot believe this. Something good happened. We're on the upswing. Once again, my friend just got $1 million in the lottery. We are on the way up. I just found $6,000 at the beach. We are at the peak of masculinity, and now Unfortunately, I found out the money was fake. So we're going down, right? And then the cuts will follow. We'll start to get some longer cuts here. Like I said, these are faster. These clips, they're being shown, they're a little bit shorter. They will be a little bit longer here. Not quite that long, but that's really long, But that aside, and then we have just kind of the overall feel of the video dip down. Things are not going so well, and then we have an explosive ending, and then you just cut the video off. Right, with that outro framework, or if it's entertainment, you just cut it off with a high moment at the end, and then you don't wait for it to go back down. You just cut it. Boom, done. Pacing is not just all about editing. It is a culmination of your body language, then also your script, your shots. But when you start to pair all these things together inside of the editing, mixed with the longer cuts, the audio, how you speak, your tonality, all that stuff gets to show. And then you also mix in the music, the sound design, the effects. Everything will come together to make a video make sense. Think about the movies. Think about like your top TV show that you'd like to watch. Everything makes sense. Pick out the music, pick out the tonalities, pick out what they're saying, and then realize, that just makes sense. Right, the music typically, sometimes, even, Hollywood movies and stuff, they make mistakes, but generally, it will make sense, right? Things are motivated. The scene, we are at a low moment, so there would not be a high, like a bass drop. There's not going to be, EDM music going on when somebody just died. That's just not going to happen. If there is, you're different, all right? And maybe that's a good thing, but the point is, there has to be a reason that motivates, a shot, progressing the story forward, as always, but there needs to be a motivation behind the music, behind the sound effects, behind your tonality, behind your body language, behind your cuts. Always has to be a motivation and a why. So with that said, let's dive into the third and final part. This is the third and final part of the editing section. Let's dive straight in. This is all about being unique. Now, I did talk about branding and a lot of stuff before, but this will kind of portray a little bit more into editing and how you can really start to use that and also be consistent with it. And there's a few little things I wanted to mention that will really take your videos to the next level and stand out, because when you just feel like everybody else, people are just going to say, you're another Iman, you're another Mr. Beast, you're another Sam Sulek, you're another this, you're another that. And people, you appreciate the flattery, but you want to be the next you. For me, I want to be the next Tropic. I want to be the next nettai. I want to be me. So I want to take different elements, right? We talked about that before. We take different elements from here, here. We create me. Now, I be in the trendsetter, and other people who are not that smart or just still getting into content, they don't understand that just copying is not going to work. I want people to copy me. You don't really, but it's the best form of flattery. So you want to be the trendsetter, right? You don't want to be the one that's just kind of following the trend and you just blend in with everybody else. You want to stand out and be the guy for your niche, for your topic, and you want to set the trend in the way you do things. So first of all, let's talk about music. So we talked a little bit about sound design and a little bit in the editing, the basics. We're also talking about how you can layer sounds and change up the music a lot. And the one downside to those entertainment videos that I do is that the music I use, I switch it up a lot, and a lot of it isn't recognizable where every single video you notice that same song. Whereas if you did maybe 5 songs, they'd be pretty recognizable if you use the same ones. So my thing is that if you're doing a 10-minute video and you don't necessarily need a lot of song changes, where the story is going up, it's going down, it's going up, and it's going down. There isn't, it's not super fast paced, especially in these educational videos, which is what I'm talking about a lot here, is that you can use, like I said, 5 songs, maybe more. Try to keep it simple though, and use those same songs in every video. Why? Because you need to make sure that people are subconsciously, they realize that it's you. Whenever they hear that song somewhere else, they think of you. Now, the reason why you do that is, think of a TV show. They have an intro song. They have the same kind of music. They have a little bit of a theme song for when certain people walk in. If you ever watched an anime, there's certain music that will rise, like in Naruto. Whenever the Akatsuki would come out, they have their own song. And as soon as you hear that, they don't even need to be on the screen. They're coming, right? So that same dynamic is insignificant as it might seem, also applies to your own videos. So you can have a moment where this song only comes on when something happens, only when you're talking about sad things. So you know something sad's about to happen. Or you have a hype song, you know something big is about to go down in the next 5-10 seconds. So it's a little bit of way of foreshadowing. Right, so you're adding extra elements, you're layering things. Now that is a lot for returning viewers. People won't notice that when they're a cold audience, they're a new viewer. Once they start to see this congruency between that video they watched and the other videos, they're going to be impressed, and then that's going to be in their brain, and your brain will subconsciously remember it and inform the person of what kind of what's about to happen. You get that certain feel, and that is huge. So to build off of that, shots. Certain shots will kind of also create that congruency. And this is also just about being unique. If there are some people that will use a shot where they're just standing and it's like you see their whole body. So they have like a really wide lens and the camera's up here and then like you see their whole body. They look kind of skinny. They look a little weird. And that's their style. That's kind of their shot. You could also do something where the camera is far away. It's super zoomed in. It's not the greatest look. There's obviously different reasons that you do different shots. I didn't talk about this too much in this video, but I did talk about it, I think, in my first video on this channel. And that was that if you have a camera angled kind of like how I do, where if I'm standing up here and this is angled a little bit more like this would be more of like an authority angle where I am, and I'm a little bit closer. And this would be more zoomed in. You wouldn't use a 24 millimeter for this. Type of shot, but it's angled up, and then I'm a little more zoomed in, and then you have a blurry background and stuff. That's more of like an authority shot. Then whereas if this is more I'm kind of down here, and this is obviously a wide angle shot, this gives a more friendly feel to the viewer. If we are eye level, and I'm not down here, I'm not kind of like looking up. If we're eye level, this makes us like even. If I'm up here, I'm the authority. I'm here, we're like best buds. We're down here. I'm trying to really be more friendly, and I'm maybe just trying to force that a little bit. Not like that you're better than me, but almost in a sense like that. So that's how that is. And obviously different lenses create different feels, and there's all that. So that's how a shot, if you use like a specific type of shot, there is a YouTuber in my space called Daniel Bitten, friend of mine, and he uses, if we look at his shot right here, great video, makes great videos. You'll see he uses a wide lens a lot. So when we go to this shot, this is the friendly feel shot, except he is about eye level. And actually, it is angled slightly down a little bit, but you get the whole. That's a 16 mil. I almost guarantee that it is a 16 millimeter, just because of how much is let in. Like, he's pretty skinny. You see all of his room. There isn't a ton of like background blur or anything, so you can kind of see everything. It feels very friendly. It feels like we're in that room with him, and that's the feel he's going for here. It's very, very smart. And then we look later in the video. Here it is again, and it gets that wide look. So that's where your shots come in, right? Now, here in the studio, greatest example of this, we're going to go right back to Iman Ganji. I talked about him before. Everybody knows this is Iman Ganji. You look at this, you know it's Iman. So with your studio, you can create a specific look where it's the same studio all the time. You have maybe even some colors like Iman that you become known for. Maybe it's like purple and orange, or, I don't know, teal and something else. Or it's just like, a warm light here, a cold light there. Whatever it may be, you keep that consistent. You don't like have like the rainbow going on behind you. I mean, you could do that. That actually could be your thing, is you have just like a rainbow going around you or something. I don't know. But you need to stand out. You need to keep it consistent so people recognize you for it. They see, the rainbow lights, and they know it's you. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. All right, the other thing, fonts. I talked about this earlier, being consistent with fonts. If you use a unique looking font, let's just say it's like a newspaper font where it has like all the fancy writing. You don't really see that. That stands out. That's unique. For me, I use the most basic font possible on most of my stuff. I use SF Pro Display, and that is Apple's font. So it's the same font that you see everywhere. The reason why I do that is it's very easy to read. It's also recognizable, and it's a friendly font. So there's bold text. It's very clear. That's why I use it. But you might want to be a little bit different. You might want to have a little bit of an artsy feel and have something like a newspaper or even like a medieval times type thing. And that's where you can stand out and be unique. And I just want to remind you guys that the key to all of this is being consistent. So you can change up your set, every now and then, but the key is to at least keep it consistent for like a year, maybe more. Add in a few things here or there, but keep the basis consistent. That way people can start to recognize you for it, and then you become known for it. So just a reminder there. Mics. Now, for these types of videos, I use just the Shure mic, the Shure SM7DB. I don't have a cloud lifter. So this is like, as far as I know, the best mic that money can buy. In the intro of this video and for my finance entertainment videos, I use a lav mic. I use a Tascam DRL10 as my lav mic. I like to think of it as the best lav mic. A lot of people use it. Other people use, their phone. That works too. I really like it. Does the job. Does great. The noise cancellation, like on the background, is not quite as good as this because I think on the intro you could hear some just noise that's going on, like my fan. What I'm getting at here is your mics can kind of be a thing, right? Some people, they have this style where they just, the style is they hold the mic, and that's kind of their style. Now, I will say, in some of my finance videos, I kind of got away from this. I used to always have my mic clipped onto something. I would have it clipped onto a banana. I would have it clipped onto my phone. I would have it clipped onto a marker, and people loved that. You would get comments, and it was always something new. Now, what I could have also done is just always had it on a banana, and then I just become known as the banana mic guy. I might actually be doing that in the future. We'll see. But you have to get creative. Just, think outside the box, guys. It's, be you. If you really want to, like, I don't know, record only on like a truck that's moving, do that. Be different. Like, you don't need to sit in the studio. Be creative. You don't need to be like every other person, because the basic thing that everybody can do is build a nice setup. They can all do this, but not everybody's going to be shooting in the back of a truck while it's moving. There are very few people who are doing that, and then number one, and then number two would even be willing to do that. So, the more often that you do things that people are not willing to do, you're going to typically go some places, unless you're, just jumping off a cliff, for no reason. So all I can say is just be creative and be consistent and be you. But that's all I got for you guys. So let's hop into the next section. This is probably going to be one of my favorite sections to talk about. This section is all about analytics and data and analyzing it. So without further ado, let's jump in. And for this, we're going to be taking a look at one of my clients' channels and great friends' channels, Financial Wolf. Hopefully, he doesn't get mad that I'm revealing all of his analytics. But we're going to take a look at some stuff here. And what you need to look at when you're looking at your analytics yourself. So it's always good to kind of get a good feel for everything and just as a whole before you start looking at individual things. So you can really start to, YouTube gives you so many analytics, recommendations, how many impressions you're getting, all this good stuff. He actually gets a lot of stuff from search, interestingly enough, browse and search heavy. So generally you want to see a browse always at the top, and then suggested could be, a 2 or a 3. And then this is including like, if we just go to videos, this will show a little different. It'll show a little different. So it's browse, search, suggested. That's pretty much your order that's going to be, hopefully. And then, so you can kind of break everything down and see what's up. But in the overall analytics, the main thing you want to look at here is in the audience section. And you really want to see your returning viewers and make sure that this is typically you're going to have, when you release a new video, you want to see that you're getting a high number here and that you have a high returning viewer. If that purple line goes above, this blue line, that's not a bad thing at all. That's actually a pretty good thing. That just means like here, that was a new video was posted. You want to see a lot of returning viewers. That means you have a loyal audience. This having all these low right here, this is not a good sign. You definitely want to try to get this as high as possible. You can get low, moderate, and high. You want to obviously make that a little bit higher. So let's see if he does have any other videos that have high. There's a lot of stuff you can see. Let's see. This one looks like it did good. New viewers returned. Okay, that's good. And then so that you get a good basis. New viewers who returned. This one, new viewers to return. So these are some on some short forms. And then these were the bottom performing when new viewers and then viewers who returned out of all these views. So this is just some interesting stuff you can see and get a kind of overall feel for. So the way you can improve this is by making those buckets and having those videos. That's how you can improve that. But you obviously have to make good content in the first place. This means that you really need to make a great impression on people in the beginning, so that way they want to return. And then also that you have those buckets so people will want to watch a similar video. So with that said, you can see here when your views are on YouTube, and then you can get a good feel here for when you should post. I mentioned this before, but from basing all my data here, the best day would be to post on either Saturday or Sunday. You could post at 10 a.m. here on Sunday. That gives you the biggest window to get the most viewership. Here, it wouldn't be bad to post on Saturday because you could get a push on Sunday. That's the day people are most active. I would not really want to post on any of these days if I was personally posting on this. And then you can also, this doesn't matter too much, subscriber bell, anything like that. Not subscribed and subscribed. Obviously, you want the not subscribed to be higher. If you're only reaching subscribers, that's not a good sign, but yeah, then you can go into age and gender and get a really good feel for this. And obviously, you have your target audience that you think you're talking to, but it's always great to come in here and actually see who ends up watching your videos. Don't be fooled, though, with some of these younger ages that a lot of people are just be capping. So keep that in mind. There might be more younger kids that are in this category. So yeah, but 93% males, so you just pretty much disregard the females here. And then also geographics. This would, it's great to see U.S. at 40%, and you want to see all the big countries up top, just because they have the most money. And you get the most RPM as well from those countries. And actually, something that Alex Hormozy mentioned, and I found this to be true as well, is that if you get a higher RPM, that doesn't necessarily only mean that you're getting viewers from only the U.S. and only from Australia or high-paying countries in terms of YouTube AdSense. But also, if you're getting higher RPM, that means you're just getting higher quality viewers in general. Those people, they watch those business ads, they watch those software ads or whatever niche you're in. They watch that stuff. They might buy that stuff. They're just high quality viewers, and they also typically will watch longer. Just from what I found, certain countries will watch less. Just unrelated to monetization again, but typically people from India will watch less. People from Canada will watch a little bit less. United States does actually have one of the better retention, or watch times. Some other countries are better than others. I don't know off the top of my head UK, but this is all just great stuff to really dissect and understand why your audience watches. This is really, really good to see just, what's popping and what your viewers are seeing. And then also just channels. Some of this is a little bit skewed just from shorts. So that's why I'm not the biggest fan of short form on the same channel, because it can kind of ruin some of your analytics and just things get a little bit messed up. But that's how you can look at analytics as a whole. Inspiration tab, I haven't messed around with this that much. I don't think it's really worth a whole lot. Here's the fun part, though. We're going to take a look at one of the new videos from Financial Wolf. But we have a nice, healthy graph and a lot of views. And a decent click-through rate. It's been holding pretty steady. That's good. It doesn't just dramatically drop. And the more impressions that your video gets, the more it goes to a newer audience, the lower your click-through rate will go. So getting a lower click-through rate over time is not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. Now, obviously, you want to try to ensure that the watch time, holds up as well. So he has a great retention from his loyal viewers. And that's 5:46. That's about 6 minutes. That's really, really good. And then it has dipped down 4 minutes, 3:52, but now it's getting back up. If it holds strong around above 4, I think he should be, this should be a viral video. This topic has a lot of interest and stuff. And obviously, you an audience here, you can see where people are viewing stuff. You get the same type of stuff. Returning viewers, you want to see that there's a lot. The returning viewers matters more on a channel as a whole versus one video. But the retention, 72% at 30 seconds. Pretty good. Not 80%, but, it's still pretty solid. We can see a dip. There's a dip here. So if I was analyzing this, I would really try to see, why did this go down? Right here, he goes actually into an ad read. And that's why. He also had some dark B-roll clips that didn't really make a whole lot of sense right here from what I'm seeing. Social media, this is clean, and then clean, and then that's doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And then he goes into the ad read, and then it picks back up again, and then he holds pretty steady, and then his outro is not the greatest. Yeah, I'll be honest, his outro is not the greatest. But when we look at retention, we can go in and see subscribers and non-subscribers. So we see the subscribed are watching 60%. Really, really good. 47% from the non-subscribed, which, is still pretty solid. So that gives a much clearer breakdown of a cold audience versus a warm audience. I love that YouTube has added this. We have new and returning viewers. That's pretty similar, but new and returning viewers is actually a little bit more powerful because subscribers doesn't really matter. Organic and paid traffic, that does not really apply to us. This is a newer thing that they've done. And then compared to other videos, you just want to see that this is high, pretty much, and above average for everything. If you get average, you don't really want that. You want to have above average for the entire video. Detailed activity. This is actually very interesting. I don't want to spoil it too much though, because I'm going to go over one of my old videos, kind of show you how I would analyze a retention chart and how I would improve it. But as a whole, just always look to see that you're getting impressions and you're seeing a healthy amount of impressions. And you also, when you want to look at the traffic source and make sure that browse is always at the top. Suggested is healthy as well, and those are going to be your main sources. Notice that the suggested features is around 2%. And that is pretty much always going to be the case. Suggested will always be around 1 to maybe 3, maybe 4%, max 4%, maybe 5. If we're going like the absolute max, suggested videos will always just be low. Browse, like I said, I can't give you a specific range, but you typically want to see this, especially in the early stages of a video, 8 to 12%, depending on how loyal your returning viewers are. Yeah, you want to see that in that range, and maybe even at 15%, depending on the niche, depending on a lot of factors. But if you can get that there, especially in the initial stages, that'd be really good. That number's going to go down over time. Getting this to a 6 to 8% in browse over time is not bad. Generally, from what I've seen, I'm not going to say that's the end all be all. And then in search should always have a higher CTR, and it looks like it's doing pretty well here with a 20% click-through rate almost. And channel pages doesn't really matter. Playlist doesn't really matter. So the main thing is browse features. You just always want to focus on browse, make sure that is doing well. The browse features means the YouTube homepage. So I'm going to show a video here with 1.5 million views. It is just straight printing views. And it has 45% retention, which is pretty good. And that's actually really good for 1.5 mil. Still has great intro. Has actually a big drop here. Probably an ad read. It is. And then 5% CTR. Nothing crazy, but 22 million impressions. A lot of impressions. And it's holding steady. See, the last 28 days, it is at 4%. Yeah, that's fine. It's got 1 million impressions, so... yeah, that's completely fine, but the healthy looking impression chart. So CTR is fine. Like it's naturally going to go down. If we look at the first 24 hours, it's 11% off of almost 200,000 impressions. Now, obviously, insane, insane amount of impressions, and yeah, that's pretty wild. He had 300,000 impressions in a single day. That is crazy. How many views was that? 20,000 in a day. That is nuts. Now, this actually leads me into A/B testing thumbnails and titles. Let's jump in. Okay, so this is part 2, and I'm going to be going over A/B tests, and this is going to be for titles and thumbnails. Now, let's jump straight in. So, the whole point of A/B tests, and I'm actually going to bring up an example real quick, and 2 examples. Once I use these guys so much, they're some of my favorite YouTubers, so I'm going to keep using them over and over again. Let's see, what do they do for A/B tests? And then I'll show you what I do for A/B tests. And yeah, so let's take a look at Ryan Trahan here. On launch, by the way, this tool is called View Stats, and then this is Creator ML. Creator ML doesn't always pick up everything. View Stats is done. This is Mr. Beast's new software. It does a really good job. They've kind of perfected it now, but... Oh, that was a new one. I didn't even see that one. So these are just the A/B tests. So initially, what a lot of people will do And this is what Ryan does, is he does a test off of the first like couple hours. Is he'll run like 3 thumbnails for an hour. So his title, he doesn't really mess with titles at all. His main thing is to test thumbnails. So I'll test 3, then I'll test another 3. So I think this one's, it's like, actually it's the same. So he ran the same test twice. Then he ran a slightly different version. So he had this version 1. So then he did different versions of that. So what did we talk about earlier with the titles and thumbnails? We talked about first, test things that scream. So this is different. This is a transformation. There's Mr. Beast in there. Then this is completely different. I mean, he's holding the penny in all of them, but that's kind of like the main concept. Completely different. Looks like, an island and everything. And then the final one is another transformation, but it's just Ryan. It's slightly different and different facial expressions, all that stuff. So this one, let's see, was that one that won, right? Yeah, so then he tests these. It's like transformation ones. Oscillate different. The text is even a little bit bigger. And then now he's got newer concepts. He wanted to try this one again, so he goes with this and that. Test that a couple days later, and it seems that this one has 1 currently, but if we look at view stats, we can see the video is a 9 out of 10. That is why he continued to test. Usually he just runs tests in the first day. That's typically what he does, but yeah, he might try to look to revitalize this a little bit more. That's actually pretty rough that it's a 9, but he has been popping off like crazy. So view stats is a pretty sick tool. You can see like Mr. Beast. Let's see what his video is doing. It is a 3 out of 10. And he also, the way he also does it, he runs A/B tests in the beginning. He did just a title test right here, then a thumbnail change, and then just an A/B test. So it's basically just 2 A/B tests. And these are things that scream right here, right? Obviously, literally things that scream. I think that's a little much on the face right there, but yeah, then another test. So you could really just see. So he tested the same thing over and over again, or twice. So here he just tested the same thing twice, and then it was a thumbnail change. So he found a winner, and this one won. So then he changed it 6 days later, and it's just, this view stats is so fun to play around with and see what people do for testing and stuff. It's great. So yeah, that is a great example of just, testing in the beginning. I think it is great to play around with, but I will say this is what Imangaji's team does in their videos. And they will usually test in the beginning. And let's see, they don't have the A/B test, but they do have changes. So this is what Imangaji does in the beginning. Wow, there's a lot of different thumbnails there. What they do, if it's not a 5 or 10 or above, they will, if it's below that, they will change the title, the thumbnail, and they will really try to force it to work until it gets above that. Once it gets above that, they will let it sit. There's also a certain CTR metric that is like their average, and if it goes below that, especially on the launch day, they're not too worried about it long term, but on launch day, if it falls below that, they will change the framing, they will change the title, they will change the thumbnail, and they will try to find something that works. So those are 3 examples of what some of the big creators do. Now, what I like to do, and this is kind of just taken off of what they do, but also what I've done and what I like to do, is the first day. It also depends on your audience size, because if you don't get a lot of data, it's a lot harder to do those tests. So if you're only getting a couple hundred viewers, you don't really know for a fact, like, is this one better, even though it says that the data says it is. But when you're only getting a couple hundred viewers, or even tens of viewers, it's really hard to tell. So I would run a test on the first day, and I would run 2 thumbnails just to see it in the beginning. You have your main title, right? We talked about that earlier. We have our main angle. So this would be title 1, and then this would be, or TI, and this would be TH. So we test framing 1, and then we have 2 thumbs. And I would do an hourly test for these on launch day, and maybe run it for just a couple hours, depending on your audience size, all that good stuff, and just see which one performs. Okay, let's let it sit, see how it does. Let's let the data come in and see how's the video performing. If it's crushing, I wouldn't touch it. Many people have different theories on this as well. People like to keep testing even when it's crushing. If it's working, I wouldn't touch it. Once it doesn't start to work, then I would start changing things. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So we have our framing, we have our 2 thumbs. It's working good. Let's say 1 thumb is a clear winner, right? And let's say the video is maybe a 3 out of 10. Pretty good. We're living with a 3 out of 10 for sure. So from here, I would start to test things that whisper. Kind of like how we saw Ryan do, but I would actually do it a little bit sooner. And I would just try to, because you're going to have the most data within the first like 48 hours, at least in terms of getting your returning viewers. And you also have to keep that in mind too. Returning viewers will react to a thumbnail different than a cold viewer. So a lot of your returning viewers, you might want to do a specific thumbnail that has like your face big in it. People really, they want to see you, or they see like the Imangaji, like the red and blue. But then to a cold audience that doesn't really know them that well, it doesn't matter as much. So you can swap it out. But also keep in mind that there are going to be returning viewers that start to watch those videos in the backlog, and then they, so you also have to keep that in mind too. There's just so many factors that go in. But I would test things that whisper here. And I would really try to find one that works good, if this is a 3 out of 10. And I would really try to push this to get to a 2 out of 10. And, you're as good as your last video, and you always want to try to push for 1 out of 10. It's just not going to happen. There are going to be 10s. There are going to be 5s. There are going to be 4s. You're not always going to be able to get 1s. But we always want to strive for this 1 out of 10, obviously. So whatever we can do to get this 1 is great. So if this video, let's say, was a 5 out of 10, I would be a little bit worried. I would, if neither of these thumbnails really made a difference, I would look to maybe change the angle, and I would look to do number 2 and start testing thumbnails here. And this is where personal preference will come in, because I can't tell you guys the exact way to test your thumbnails and titles, because I don't think I've cracked the code on this either. It is tough to figure out what the audience wants sometimes. You have a thing, you data back stuff, you think it's going to work, and it doesn't. This is how YouTube goes. Sometimes, especially when you're trying to test things, it's just, it's tough. It's really tough. But that's kind of like the launch strategy. You can really just start to tweak things, just run some hourly tests, and react to the data that's happening. And the main thing that I would focus on is views. I wouldn't really focus on the CTR that much. I know I mentioned that before, that you want to have like a 15% CTR. That's great, but at the end of the day, views is what matters. If it is a 1 out of 10, it is a 1 out of 10 regardless of anything else, right? So if it's a 1 out of 10, you're not complaining. A video can be saved, and a video can always explode later. That's always possible, but I wanted to point something out here. We're just going to look at a random video by Uncut here. We're going to see how many times he changes these thumbnails. It is ridiculous how many times he changes the thumbnails. Or does the title change? Millionaire by 2021. He tested the age. Who does this? Right? Look at all these tests on Creator ML. Look at all these. He is optimizing these thumbnails to the absolute max. And the titles. He's testing new angles, new frames, all of the freaking time. And this helps because the reason why he's able to do this is because he gets so many impressions. And let me be clear, if you just change the thumbnail or the title on an old video, way back here, let's just say on like Iman's channel, he's not magically going to get more impressions. You have to be getting impressions on your current videos, on your last couple of videos for any of this to even work. But once YouTube starts to see some data, like some really positive data, that's when a video could explode if you make a change. And then also you can kind of force that change if you use an end screen and you start getting like 3-4 videos, getting a bunch of traffic to that video, and then that video gets good average view duration. You can actually force that video to almost get pushed. I've seen that in 1 or 2 instances. Not super often, but that is a thing. Now, I did want to show an A/B test that I've done, and just the software that I use before YouTube rolls out. I use thumbnail tests. Some people use like TubeBuddy and stuff. I use thumbnail tests. It's $39 a month. I have it for like 3 channels. The reason why I like thumbnail tests is it gives you a lot of different analytics. The main thing that I like to look at is the watch time. CTR matters, but I like to see what is the watch time. The reason being is because YouTube's A/B test feature that they've rolled out to some of the top creators, they don't even show people the CTR. They only show the average view duration. Whatever gets the highest average view duration is what wins in YouTube's eyes. So I like to think that here, and here is AVD times CTR, which actually makes sense as well. The highest, the higher your click-through rate, the higher your AVD. Typically, the more views you get. But you also need to pay attention to impressions. Which thumbnail got the most impressions? Some of them are title here in this example. Which title did YouTube think would have the most interest for viewers? Obviously, timing plays into that, all that good stuff. But this was for a full day. And 294, we had 2.5, so not the highest CTR. This one was higher, but this one got way more impressions. Average view duration was way higher, Thus, this was higher. This barely, but it was higher. The impressions are 4,000 more. So this clearly beats this one. So that is all about A/B tests for titles and thumbnails. Let's hop into the third and final part of data, where I'm going to break down a video. All right, this part should be pretty fun. We're going to analyze one of the best retentions I've ever had on a video and what I could have done better with it. So let's dive straight on in. This video is, let's see, how long was it? It was 9 minutes, 1 second, had an average view duration 519, about 60% and 3,000 views. Nothing too crazy at all. It was 74% at 30 seconds. So let's just take a look and see what went wrong on this video. So first of all, subscribed and not subscribed. We had 66% from subscribed, 50% from not subscribed. Not bad at all. And as far as returning viewers versus this is actually the number is pretty small because it's not available from like when this video is published. This was like the beginning of 2023. It was like January or February. So this data isn't, doesn't have all the, subscribers and stuff, but 52 versus 47. So it's pretty consistent, honestly. So what I would do, first of all, if I'm just trying to analyze my video, is overall I would see what is the biggest drop. So we have 89, 82, and then 78. That's 4%, 2%. Okay, so the biggest drop is obviously here to here. First 11 seconds, and then it's pretty solid. So I would review this and just see what I could do. I thought this intro was pretty good. I think this could have been a little bit more clear. I'm trying 10 side hustles to make $1,000 in 10 days. Like the visuals, it's quick, it's snappy. There might be a little bit too much happening. I had a little joke. This was the Ryan Trahan intro formula. Yeah, so I would probably change a couple things up in this intro just to try to make it a little bit clearer. There's a little bit too much going on. I would have just made it a little bit more simple. And then if we go on, we have a little bit of we have a drop right here. We have 3% in a minute. That's pretty low. Considering it's pretty flat here, we need to see what happened here. Okay, so that, my guess here, it was an insane tip. The eyes were all over. So this is something I did not mention in the editing section. My eyes are up here. So when you do a cut, like if you're looking at my eyes, right, mouse is up there. I'm going to press the play button. And then eyes are up here, eyes are up here. And then the arrow's nice, okay. But why is it so small? Why is it way over here? They probably just clicked off right there because they had to look way over here. Like, and this is too confusing. I don't really care. So when you are doing like cuts, when you're like zooming in, make sure that the eye stays in the same spot. So pretend like the camera is zooming in, the eye is going to stay in the same spot, right? So just keep that in mind. Let's take a look at detailed activity. This is going to be interesting. So we have 3,000 started, 260 left, 105, 110. So more people actually left right here in this segment versus this segment. This is interesting. So I would review this segment more than I would review that one. I mean, it's only 5 more people, but still 75, 48, 24. As I'm kind of skimming through here, I would just keep an eye on if there's like an unusually high number. So if there's no activity, and then there's like 10, no activity, 12, 13. I would look at some of these moments where it's like, whoa, what is going on here? Why is there 14? We're in the middle of the video. Why did 14 people stop watching it right here? Might have been because of that meme. Wow, I did not do a good job of color grading this. I overexposed that saturation like crazy. Oh, man. Okay, let's see. Is there any other moments? 10, 12, 12, 12, 11, 19. So I gave a signpost here, not good, that the video is about to end. 19, and then obviously everybody right here. So this is like, it's pretty good. We had 1,700 people make it to the end, which is about half of the people. All right, we're going to take a look at a video from 2022 that has, let's say, 6,000 views right here. Let's go with this video. And 53% at 30 seconds. Not great. So my shots were not good. right here at all. It is a little too close. We have way too many things going on. You're going to see some some crazy stuff going on here. But you'll notice whenever there's a drop, this is how I analyze my retention. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I overanalyze stuff, and maybe this is to a point where people just think I'm nuts. But we have 53, 51, 51, 50, 49. So the 2% drop here. I would look at this. Why is there a 2% drop? Okay, that's why. That is why. There was, that joke did not hit, and the cuts did not hit either. Intro actually didn't do too bad, and then we have 46, 47, holding strong, and then all of a sudden it starts to fall apart. When you're losing like 1% at a time and it's kind of slowly going, that's okay. It's fine. That just means people are slowly losing interest, which, not great either. But as long as you don't have any crazy dips, it's a lot better. But right here, from this section, 43%, all the way down to 38. That's 5% loss in 20 seconds. Would review that section. Here, I definitely kind of gave away the ending too soon. We were at 23 all the way down to 15 by the very end, so 8%. Let's take a look at another video. Here's a really old video with 34% ABD on a 13-minute video. 68. Well, I actually hit a pretty good percentage at intro, especially considering my time period here and the camera quality and the memes and the text. Wow. So if you get a dip like this just means people did not like whatever happened right here, and then they skipped ahead because there's a dip, and then it goes right back up. And then people were interested, they kind of maybe rewatch some of these parts, and then things started to go downhill. So this section, honestly, not that bad considering how badly people lost interest here over the next few minutes. So this is kind of where things started to go wrong. So this means I didn't set proper expectations and people were starting to really lose slower interest. That is typically what the slow interest drop means. You didn't set proper expectations, so people they actually stayed, which I mean is fine because you're getting a little longer watch time, but obviously that does hurt your video overall. So you need to set proper expectations, the stakes, all this stuff, set it up in the intro, and then follow through, deliver on that, over-deliver on that throughout the video. That is the key to getting a high watch time. And then, of course, foreshadowing and showing what's going to happen and reminding people and all that good stuff. Lots of little retention tactics you can throw in. But, so that's the key to, these slow drop-offs. There wasn't anything. There wasn't like a hockey stick. Whenever you see the hockey stick, you see the drop, it's up here, and then it goes all the way down. That just means your intro sucks. Pretty simple. If it's spiky, that means stuff is maybe too fast. People are just trying to skip around. If there's a big dip, there's probably an ad read or just something people didn't like at all, but they're still kind of hooked into the video. They didn't like that. It was cringy. I don't know. There might be something going on there, and they just wanted to skip ahead. So that's what stuff means on retention charts. So there was, 26%. So this wasn't, it's a 5-6% drop, so I'd review that as well, because this was flat, and then a drop right here. So I'd review that, and then just slow decline there. It was kind of letting people know, this is kind of coming to an end. So this video, 100,000 views, 6 minutes, and 34% ABD, 63%. And this retention chart's pretty telling, especially because there's 100,000 views and it's this spiky. You don't normally see this spiky of a graph when you have this many views. Once you get to a certain point with data, things will start to flatten out. But if you see, 100,000 views and this spiky, this means people were skipping around a lot, and it's not a good video. But the idea was good, so it worked out. But big drop off. We are, what are we? Let me make this big here. We're 4 seconds into the video and 40% of people clicked off. That is absurd. It doesn't show this data because this was before that time. But 35% of people left in 4 seconds. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's probably why. That was not a match cut either, by the way, guys. Watch. Actually, let's see. Mouse. No match cut. Okay. And then we have an intro. Yeah, this is a great example of what not to do. So we go 66 and then 55. And then it actually kind of holds a little bit because I actually explained what's going to happen in the video. I'm like, yeah, guys, I'm buying followers. And then it goes up. And then people were watching because then I actually talk about that. And then it's a dip, it's a skip because people were trying to get to the point and I'm not talking about the point. I'm just, rambling on. And then If we go back to this condensed chart, you just see interest just drops off a cliff. Because here, I'm just, who knows what I'm talking about at this point. So that's an example of a little bit of a spiky chart, and then the spikes, YouTube tells you what's going on here. Spikes appear when more viewers are watching, rewatching, or sharing. Really, it just means people rewatching or they're skipping, and they kind of end up at that point. So, yeah, hopefully this was helpful. This was fun. I love analyzing retention charts. It's so fun to me because it's very, very interesting. You can find out so much when you analyze these retention charts, and I think it's the most actionable thing because when you look at this chart, now you know, you can kind of get a feel, why did people click off? And you can also decide, like, is that something that I want to sacrifice in my next video? Does that still play an important role in the story that, relates to something later? Or does it needs to be cut, or does it need to be reworded? That is the power of reviewing retention charts, and I don't think many people do this, honestly. I think it's such a game changer because you can find out so much, and you can improve so fast just by looking at your retention charts. You can say, oh, why did people click off? And then you watch that section back over and over and say, this is probably why, and then you can figure out so much stuff. That helped me so much. Just reviewing retention charts over and over and looking for the minuscule percentage. If it's a 2% drop, something went wrong. So you got to figure that out. Obviously, don't clip me up and say, you need to analyze all of your retention charts and be, laser focused so you get the line like this. I mean, that would be great, but people are naturally going to lose interest. You're not going to have a perfectly flat chart. That's just not going to happen, but you can take measures to, make it a lot better. So with that said, let's hop into the most controversial section of this course. This section is going to be a little bit interesting because it's about short form. First, I'm going to give my overall thoughts, and then we'll dive into a little bit of strategy, some stuff I learned from short form, some stuff I learned from my friends, and let's get straight on into it. So I did talk about short form and a little bit of my thoughts on it when I was going over long form versus short form in the beginning of this course, but let's talk about it a little bit more. The thing with short form is you get very easy feedback. You post a short, you can get a push fairly easily. You get 2,000 views, and you can see how it does with the broadest audience possible. And that is the thing with short form. You are going broad, right? You can try to be niche, and it kind of works on like Instagram and stuff, but like it's tough. There are ways to do it, and it does take time, and you have to be patient with it, and you also have to understand that you're just not going to get views, and it's just tough to get the same kind of like targeted views with short form versus long form. Broad is the name of the game, and one way you can combat this and sort of filter people out is by saying something like, thumbnail designers, are you struggling to find work? And so that just immediately qualifies anybody who's not a thumbnail designer, right? So then everybody who isn't is going to click off the video. So you hope that YouTube or Instagram or TikTok shows it to people who are on YouTube, and then only thumbnail designers watch it. So that's an example of like a niche content, or it could be like, YouTubers, are you struggling to get views? It could be like, females, do you need to lose weight? So that's a qualifying word, and you use that in the very first word of your video. And that's actually widely used in ads, and it does work very well for short form. So that is something to think of if you're going to go niche. But the way you can do it, if you want to do niche stuff, is you funnel it down. Let me cook. So we got the funnel of the broad. So we start off broad, and then we end up narrow. Okay. So the way this works is up here, we're just relating it to things that everybody knows. So for example, up here, Elon Musk, right? It's gonna start off, Elon Musk makes, this much money. Elon has a private jet, whatever. Elon Musk, runs this tech company in secret, and it's Elon. Everybody knows who Elon Musk is. So you're leveraging other celebrities. You could leverage a sports team. You could leverage just big things, an actor, a movie, something that has a big recognition that would appeal to a lot of people. From here, you funnel it down. You say, let's just say that you are running a tech company, or you have a tech product and you're a tech YouTuber or something like that. So Elon Musk is planning to launch a brand new phone. And then you can be a little bit technical about the phone, but you remember caveman brain, especially on short form. You're going to have a lot of people that are just really dumb on short form. So you need to really explain things simply versus long form, you still should, but short form even more so. So Elon Musk launched this new phone in secret. It could be like, and here's how. And that's just kind of, I guess, a broad video in a sense, regardless. Or it could be like Elon Musk just launched. Elon Musk is secretly building a new phone to launch, and then it could be like, so I decided to build my own phone too, and then it just completely does a 180, and then it's focused not on Elon but on you. But you used Elon as the hook, so people were hooked in, and then people were wondering, wait, how did you create a phone? Right, but the only reason why they're interested is because of Elon, and because Elon launched a secret phone. Now you can retwist this in somewhere in the video. Maybe Elon pops up again somewhere in this video along the funnel, but the funnel just becomes more narrow and narrow. Another example of this is if you're doing like a business or a brand content, not just like entertainment or personal. You get to start something like Yeezy shoes suck. Let me prove it to you. And then it goes into a little spat, and then it's like, that's why I did. And then once we're down here, it could be like, and that's why I designed the world's most revolutionary shoe of all time. And then you pitch your product or something like that here, and then it's like a comment with the ManyChat. I don't know if you guys have seen this. People are just commenting a word, and then there's an auto. This is on Instagram. There's like an auto DMer that'll send people links and stuff, and it'll also like reply to the comment, and it's taking over Instagram right now. So then it could be like, and comment the word balls, and I will send you over a link to get a free sample of my shoes or something. I don't know. We're making stuff up here, but you can kind of see you start off broad, really, really broad, because there's the widest audience possible on short form. Now, I guess I'm kind of getting into strategy, but yeah, the quick attention is very easy to get attention. You can get feedback, but like I said, you don't always know, where these viewers are coming from. Sometimes you're just going to be getting kids. I mean, you can look at the data and actually see. It's very helpful to look at the data and on all platforms and see where is Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, where are they pushing me. I'm not sure about like the exact stats you can get on like TikTok and Instagram, but I know for a fact on YouTube you can see the age, all that stuff, as long as you're getting like a few hundred views to 1,000. And with shorts, like you can get a push anywhere from like 500. Like if YouTube's gonna test your short, like don't freak out. 500 views is like normal. 500 to like 2.6K or 7K views. Let's just say that's just kind of normal. So you can get a push, and then that's actually like if you can make this content widely enough appealing, and you can withstand this push, you have a good chance to go viral. But you do need to hit certain metrics and everything, because the hook is everything. So there are two things with YouTube Shorts, and there is the swipe away percentage, and then there also is the overall retention. And this is based on how long your video is what the number you're going to aim for. But retention, same thing as like a normal long form video, right? How long people are watching the video for and all that good stuff. So the percentage for retention we're looking for depends on the length of the video, like I said, but typically you're going to be anywhere from over 100%. If it's a shorter video, like under 30 seconds, or if we're looking at if this would be like 30 seconds or less, so this would be like 30 seconds. If it is greater than 30, we are looking at about 90. If it's like a 60-second, you're looking for about 85. It depends though, because there are channels that just perform differently, but that's just like a rough idea. As far as swipe away percentage, I don't know this too much. I was told by Jenny Hoyos that the average is like 65. Like across YouTube, the average is like 65%. What you want to aim for is 80% plus, according to her. Personally, to be completely honest, I haven't messed around with short form on YouTube too much. I've dabbled in it here and there, and haven't done anything too crazy with it. But I do have some friends that have gone to some high places with that, so that's where I'm going to give you my knowledge from. I'm going to tell you what I've learned from them, and yeah, so that's that. And yeah, retention and hook is everything. Thumbnails don't really play a part into short form, although it is starting to actually. If we look at Jenny's channel, speaking of Jenny, she's actually starting to mess around with thumbnails, because on the homepage now on YouTube, I'll look there in a second, but these are all custom thumbnails. It's clearly all, before she definitely was just like, it was like a screen grab. It was a specific screen grab for sure, but now these are all like photoshopped, right? Pretty clearly, different color shirts, all that good stuff. And the reason why she's doing that is because of this homepage right here. There's so many things that get shown up right here on both desktop and mobile, I believe. But yeah, the homepage, you can see like best husband in the world. You can see that's Haley, Ryan Trahan's wife. Like that's clearly like a pick thumbnail. A lot of these videos that do well, people are really starting to pick thumbnails. Like you can see the hot as F right there. And so thumbnails are starting to matter on short form. I've noticed this as well with specifically Instagram. I don't really see where that comes into play on Instagram and TikTok. I don't think it matters at all. It's nice to, pick a nice looking cover image, but it doesn't really matter as far as I know. I do want to touch really quick on the hook in the first frame. And this is probably the key to the shorts. So this is where your swipe away percentage comes in and just, determines if your retention is going to be good. So the first frame, the hook, first 3 seconds, people say, it's cliche, first 3 seconds, make sure you hook people in, and then you do this and you do that. Obviously, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. But with the hook, the first frame is something people do not talk often about. This is the shot, and also the first word that you say. So the hook, obviously everything, but it's what you say and what you show. So even though you are saying one thing, that doesn't mean that you necessarily need to say that. You can also show something different to progress that short without saying what it is. And you can also show a little bit of a preview of what's about to happen. If it's like a story-based short, it's going to happen at the end, like, surprising my great grandparent with a brand new car. So then you kind of show like a reaction, like, oh my gosh, and you don't show the car, obviously, because you show the car, and then the story is like, so I was just walking down the street one day, and I decided, why don't I buy a brand new $6 million Bugatti for my grandparents? Because they saw a Top G short, and they were offended that they didn't have a Bugatti, and they didn't have, the color purple on their Bugatti. You can make something entertaining out of that, but take that short with a grain of salt. But the first frame, you would show them, and then you'd show Bugatti, all that good stuff. And the first frame just showing like the reaction, and you don't need to always say everything. It's kind of what we talked about earlier with the 2+2 versus 4 in short form. Because it's such a short period of time, you need to kind of combine those things. You tell people things, and then you literally show them. Clearly show them. You can't beat around the bush too much in short form. You have to show people things. So if you are going to go down the short form route, make sure you lock in on this first frame. Because think about it. When you're scrolling through short form, you're like, new short. I mean, as soon as you see the picture, because sometimes, your phones don't load, your Wi-Fi might be slow. You're just like scrolling through. You're like boom, boom, scroll. Now, the one thing I will mention, actually, and this is brought up because of my feed, I don't think I can say his name, otherwise I'm going to get shadow banned, even though I love the guy. But with, like, him, and this is also something what we talked about with Elon Musk. So, with this, Elon, Top G, what can we do with that first frame, right? If people see him, what are they going to do? They're going to stop scrolling just because they see that it's him, right? If they see Elon Musk, they see a celebrity, they're going to stop scrolling because of the authority. You can leverage that. Obviously, once you have a big enough brand and you become as big as Elon Musk, then you can do that too, and you can just throw your face on there, and then that is the first frame. You can just get people to do that. But generally, you're going to want to show something that people recognize, and that people will be like, wow, okay, let me stop and take a peek at what this video is about. And then you hook them with the audio, you hook them with everything else. But this could be like showing an iPhone. It's like the iPhone 15 is a fraud. And you show the phone, and then, you show another phone, whatever, but people will stop the scroll because of the iPhone if you have like a clean background on it. It's like, I found the best cases. It could be like, I tried every case for the iPhone 15, and these are what's best. And it's like you with your iPhone 15, and there are just a ton of cases to show that you actually bought and tried all these cases. That's a great first frame. With Elon, you literally just show Elon. If it's the Top G, you show the Top G. You hook them in with the Top G, and then you funnel it on down like we talked about. So there are different ways to just use different types of hooks. There's other things where you can clip up other videos and steal their little hook just to grab people's attention, and then you do your little spiel. Those are a little bit of bait and switch. It depends on how you do it, though. So those are interesting to play around with, but and I wouldn't necessarily suggest that, but it is something you can play around with, and that's called stitching, by the way. But that is pretty much my thoughts on short form. I'm going to give a final verdict after I give a little bit more of strategy in just a second. So, here we go. Strategy for short form content. I think if you are actually going to do short form content, you should do one a day. That means 30 a month. And by the way, you should do this. If you're going to post on YouTube, post it 7 days before Instagram and TikTok. The reason why? I don't know. This is what Jenny Hoyos told me in a podcast that you guys can actually watch for free. I have a podcast channel, and it is out there. She told me to do this. I am not sure why, but she told me to do it, so I'm going to believe her. Apparently, YouTube's algorithm scans other algorithms like TikTok and Instagram and sees if that video is out there. If it is, then they give you less reach, supposedly. I don't know if I agree with that theory or know if it's true. If it's proven by data, sure. I don't know for a fact, but I would err on the side of caution and follow this guideline. Because of Jenny Hoyos, and she has connections with some of the biggest people on YouTube, and if she knows that, then she's probably right. So, I don't know. Just keep that in mind, but disregarding that, one a day. And I think this is definitely possible in the beginning. I think to make quality shorts, you can do 3x a week. I think that is very, very possible. But when you're starting out, getting one out a day, just getting content going, you can mess around with some trending stuff. You can try TikTok stuff. You can do some dances, find out what works, find out what you like, find out your style, find out what you want to do. And the only way to do that is with, you guessed it, volume, right? Quantity over quality in the beginning. We need to just figure out what's going to work, what do I like, and how's this all going to work? So, volume. Now, mess with trending audios. I have this down. I usually hate people that say this. Like, I despise them. Like, oh, usually trending audio and you're going to get views. There's this small audio on Instagram and you can get, 5,000 views guaranteed. And you guess what? You're going to make $1 million from it. No, just shut up. Those are just a bunch of, social media wannabes, all right? They're absolute nobodies. But with that said, you can actually mess with trending audios on YouTube Shorts. Now, this is just a theory. I have not proven this, but I have seen lately on my Shorts feed, there's this one song that just keeps popping up over and over, and I'm getting shorts that I would not normally get. The reason being that audio. I think YouTube just incorporated that feature, like where their algorithm actually recognizes the songs. Instagram's had that for a long time, and for a while that was actually kind of a way to get views. It's not so much anymore, but on YouTube, I think right now, just for probably like a short period of time, this is going to be a little bit of a meta. So if you're watching this, maybe like 2025, it's probably not going to matter anymore. But just mess with this, just try it out. That's my only thought on that. And then I also want to talk about the related video. This is powerful, guys. This is so powerful. I've talked about Eddie Bali before. And in his podcast that he did with me, you guys can watch that as well. There's another great podcast. We talked for like an hour and a half. Tons of sauce on shorts. But what he's been doing, this is interesting. I tested limited edition snacks. What is he doing here? I tested limited edition food products. We'll also look at Ryan Trahan real quick. These are two contrasts. These are very interesting strategies. Ryan now is just a complete sellout with the Joyride every single short. But here's what he did. His strategy, there we go. His strategy was to literally just clip up his old videos and turn them into shorts. Videos that everybody's already seen already. It didn't do that well for him. He was getting like 1 million-ish views per, and people were like, oh, we've kind of already seen it. I mean, these were some new people and stuff, but a lot of people have seen it. And then he would link, this is the related video feature, by the way, he would link this back to his long form. And I'm sure it helped him get some extra views, but I don't know. I'm not sure. He hasn't gone back to it, so I think because he really tested it hard. And he did it for like all his videos, and then now he's done. But I like what Addy's doing. I really like this. So if you're going to do short form and you're going to try to promote your long forms, rather than just clip up some of the best moments and stuff and, make a highlight reel that now people don't even want to watch the long form, make an additional part to that long form, but put that in the short form. So he tested limited edition food products, right? Inside of here, it's a snack. It's the same thing. And instead of buying like 10 products for his video, he bought 11. And in the 11th product, maybe even 12. And 11th and 12th were for shorts. And then it's the exact same thing that he's doing in that video, just an extra one or two. And then you're like, okay, let me check this out. This is really cool. He watched it, the person who clicks on this, they get exactly what they just watched, but with other products. And they're not going to see that same one. That keeps a little bit of extra intrigue in. And he's told me that the watch time has actually been through the roof by doing that. So take it for what you will. I like that strategy. I think this is very, very powerful with the related video. And moving on, building returning viewers is one of the most powerful things with short form. If you can get people to keep watching your short form and then they see you over and over again, they are going to they're just going to become a loyal viewer in a sense. And then they're not going to be able to get rid of you. And one way you can do this is with buckets. Yep, we're back again with buckets, okay? And let's go back to Eddie's channel for this. Okay, so we have 1-star versus 5-star Jack in the Box. We have 1-star versus 5-star Papa John's. 1-star versus 5-star KFC. And I think he has another one. I mean, there's like I survived a 1-star Denny's. 1-star versus 5-star Wendy's. And 1-star versus 5-star Mexican food. 1-star versus 5-star sushi, 1-star versus 5-star diner. You guys seeing a trend? Maybe it's just me. It's a bucket. It's a trend. And yeah, I tried. I ate. And you guys can kind of see the buckets he has. The 1-star versus 5-star is a really good one. That one definitely helped blow up his channel. Buckets are huge on short forms. So the way this works is YouTube will group your videos by titles. So if they see that, especially in the short form realm, they're seeing that the 1-star versus 5-star did really well. For Wendy's, YouTube's like, okay, you watched a lot of that video. Let's show them the 1-star versus 5-star McDonald's. And because people are just like brain dead, they're like, yay, this is good. They're going to see, the 1-star versus 5-star McDonald's. They just love that one by Wendy's. They're going to love the one by McDonald's. Plain and simple. So incorporate that into your own videos. That could be like losing 100 pounds, sit-ups, losing 100 pounds, push-ups. How you could do it just by doing each of those things. Like if you're just to do like just push-ups, just sit-ups, and it's like the losing 100 pounds bucket series, whatever you want to call it. This is all great, but you need to stand out. You need to be unique. I talked about it and harped on it with long form, your branding, everything, but with short form especially, you can copy people, you can get quick views on like TikTok and stuff and hop on a trend. And you know what? You can actually get some decent views, but you're not going to build a long, sustainable brand that way. The way you can do that is by standing out, creating loyal viewers, getting these returning viewers, right? People that want to keep watching you and then maybe watch your long form too with these related videos. You have to stand out. You have to be that trendsetter that we've talked about before in this course. Be the trendsetter. Be unique. Do something different. Whether it's camera angle, whether it's font, whether it's colors, combine all these things, whether it's film style, whether it's lighting style. I don't care what it is. Find a way to be different, to do something that you've never seen before. Obviously you can, combine different stuff, but yeah, just find a way to stand out, please. It'll help you out so much. There is a super secret strategy that I could cover in this free course, but it is a bit advanced and it is a little too overpowered. I don't think I can share with everybody, but it is inside of the Viral Lab. I'll shed some light on that in a bit. For now, though, my verdict on short form is, I don't know. This is tough because I'm a long form first person, so I really, really like long form. But short form definitely has its place. Can't hate it on it too much. Honestly, I wouldn't be against, a beginner YouTuber starting out with short form and then getting into long form later. It can be hard to break some of those short form habits when you're going into long form, but you are learning story. It's just a much condensed story. You have to figure out how to lengthen the story and make it very, very long. You're just learning the bare bones, how to put a story together inside short form, which is completely fine. But yeah, so short form, great way to get attention. It's a great way to sell things too, honestly, to get attention, but you do need to nurture them with long form if you're selling. But Yeah, short form is great. Like I think in the long run, you definitely need to have both short form and long form if you want to build a long and sustainable brand. In the beginning, though, I think long form is best to figure out, and then you go into short form. But you can do it vice versa. Honestly, it's just up to you. So with that said, let's hop into the final section. Well, congratulations on making it this far in the YouTube growth course. And it's only right that we finish it off with a little bit of monetization. And I got something special for you. This is just going to be one part, and we're going to dive into what I call the YIPM system. I'm going to do a little high-level overview, and then explain why this works better than AdSense and all that stuff. And yeah, let's dive in. This is gonna be fun. So the Google AdSense YouTube monetization program. How does it work? And what do you do with it? So AdSense is YouTube's way of paying you for views, and you get what's called an RPM. And the RPM is how much you get paid, whether it's $4.20 for every 1,000 views. So for every 1,000 views, I get $4.20. So if I was to, let's bring up my calculator. If I was to get 1 million views, that's 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million divided by 1,000. We're at 10,000 times 420. That is $4,200. And a 420 RPM is actually pretty good, by the way. It's not bad at all. Yeah, so the higher this number is, the higher quality viewers we were talking about before as well, usually in the business sense. But people definitely can make money off of AdSense if you get a lot of views. If you're in a niche like Minecraft, that's like 100,000 times, let's say you're going to get you're going to make like 20 bands off of 10 million views. So that's decent money, right? Yeah, and then if you're getting, if you got that kind of views in some other niches, you can make buku bucks. But yeah, so that is Google AdSense program, and there's nothing wrong with it, right? But it's tough to get tens of millions of views. You have to be really, really good with YouTube, and it's hard to make that kind of money, like make really good money from YouTube off the jump when you're just relying on AdSense, because it takes a while to get monetized, right? Because to get monetized, you need 4K watch hours and 1K subs. That can take a while. The 4K watch hours is usually the hardest. It takes a while, so sometimes you want to make some longer videos, try to get more watch time. The subs is usually the easier part, but yeah. So if you don't want to wait for that, and you don't want to deal with all that, this is where the YIPM system comes in. And what does this stand for? This stands for YouTube. Wow, this might be my best handwriting. Oh, never mind. YouTube info product monetization. There we go. And what this is basically selling a digital info product. What is a digital info product? It's a Notion template. It is an ebook. It is a course. It is a community, an accelerator, coaching program, any sort of digital online product that can give your viewer a transformation of some sorts. And the reason why I really like this model and system is because it works. No, I'm serious though. The clients that I've worked with, they've done over $10 million by doing this, okay? And I've learned a lot from that, and now I'm going to teach you guys this. This is what I'm doing, this is what my clients are doing, and now you can do it. So what this is you literally, it doesn't matter like how big you are, anything like that. You don't need millions and millions of views to get money. You just need a small amount, okay? What you need is the right views. So 1K views might not seem like a lot, but if you get this on a specific niche, you get 1,000 people that are like you, that are very interested in what you're doing. They are dedicated to losing 100 pounds. You have 1,000 people. 1,000 people. I mean, 1% conversion would be 10 people. And let's just say, let's say you're selling a high ticket because you're pretty niche. So you're going to sell maybe $1,000, right? That's just $1,000 times 10. It's 10 bands. 10K. You do that once a month, 10K a month. You do that 4 times a month, you're at 40 bands. Maybe you even get a video that gets like 10K views. We're talking big bucks now, right? So that's how this can work. You don't need to sell, low. I mean, it depends on the niche you're in. 1,000 is a little bit high ticket for some niches. It's also low ticket for other niches. So everything depends on the niche in this example. Like if you are building Legos and that is your niche. Well, you could sell a guide on, building Legos or like the best Lego sets, or just, it would be pretty low ticket, right? You're just kind of getting people in the door. And there wouldn't really be like a high ticket coaching program for that. There just wouldn't be. But you could definitely sell some different stuff, like a guide, like a Notion template to organize your Legos. I don't know, something. You have to be creative too, but especially if you're building Legos. But it could be a how to, build Legos type thing, and you can make more money that way. Now, a more easy example would be the fitness example: how to lose 100 pounds. You could do an accelerator. You could do a coaching program. You could do a community. There's many different avenues you could take, and that's why I love this so much. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into this, and I'm not going to break everything down because there is a free workshop that breaks this down in more detail. And after that video, you'll have the chance to join my exclusive community, which shows in even more detail how this YAPM system works, how you can make more money with YouTube, how you can grow more views. There is some exclusive sauce in there that I did not talk about in this, although I did drop a ton in this free course. There's just so much value in here. But if you want even more and you want direct access to me, join the community. There's workshops, there's courses, there's live calls, there's case studies, there's outlier video analyses. There's all kinds of crazy good stuff inside of the Viral Lab. But with that said, I wish you the best of luck in your YouTube journey, and watch that free workshop right here. I'll see you inside.